What's good, y'all? What's good, y'all? Don Dada, y'all know what the fuck going on. Y'all know what going on. Let me get y'all right, man. Let's get right so y'all know what's going on, man. This is what we talking about today, y'all. Let's go ahead and put it in the box. Identity or ancestry. Why do some identity claims lead back to the same Southeastern American ancestral landscape and of West Africa, where those same ancestral ties have an even further connection? So let's have this discussion. Documented ancestry, historical record, genetics, cultural identity. Let's go ahead and get it cracking. We going to go ahead and start this one off by just going over some of the talking points. This is a whimsical live. It may not last too long, but y'all know when I say that sometimes them be the ones that jump off. So we're going to play it by ear. But identity claim. This is what a lot of people say. Identify, self-identification. You can identify how you like, how you will, yada, yada. But there is a fork in the road because there comes a point where you have to actually address what is. Right? So how do we have these discussions when we're adhering, just say if we are, some people aren't, but just say if we are adhering to some people's identity or their ideology behind their identity, which is otherwise based in fallacies or belief systems, right? To the people who are just paying attention to objective reality, right? The people who are just normal in reality. We have to make the connection in these people that all of their ancestral ties connects them somehow to the southeastern parts of North America. And then we got to look at the irony behind this claim. Like coincidentally, the same people historically who is said to have their language, their spiritual systems, their rights, their autonomy, their rights to a family, right? The people who ultimately had their historical connections demolished, right, destructed. These are the same peoples ancestrally. These are the same people who now have a new identity. I just find that so ironic. You know, when we talk about everybody in the diaspora, this doesn't really prevail. These talking points don't really prevail in the Virgin Islands, right, in the Caribbean, in the UK. Out of all of the diaspora, it's ironic that it's mainly this one ethnic group who's having inquiry on their identity, right? I want to give themselves a new identity. I just find this amazing. So I don't know if anybody else has seen this pattern or had a talking point about this pattern, but I did want to bring it up. Like, no matter where these so-called pretendians are located in America, whether that's in New York, the West Coast, the South, they all have that connection to Southeastern North America. Why is that, y'all? Don't you find that strange? Don't you find that odd, y'all? I just find that to be an amazing pattern in all of them. And why is this the case? Well, obviously because the same people who, a sect of them, are transatlantic slave trade deniers. Let's start there. They are denying that they was a part of the slave trade, or even at the least I've heard them try to discredit the numbers, right? Even when they say, I don't know if y'all have heard this argument, please popularize this one because this argument could be demolished so bad but behind their lack of understanding. They'll say, oh, well, only 5%. They don't know what 5% they're talking about. They're talking about 5% of the 12.5. And last time I did my math on that, that was more than the numbers that was quantified via slave voyages, which I believe is around 388,000. So just do your math on that if anybody got a calculator available. But so that talking point is demolished. There's only 5%. And then outside of that, where did they go to? Right after that, they just get on to try to discredit or discount some of the numbers because they can't really. The shit is so surreal. They can't fathom all of them numbers. Right, 12.5, 10 million making it, let alone. They can't understand, like when they talk about these people would not have made it, but they're talking about over 2 million people passed along the voyage. We reading this from the logbooks, Mary. So I don't know that argument That argument is already debunked. Nonetheless, it's ironic, right? That's why I had to make sure that this prompt was set up right, because to the left of West Africa, you're going to come across the southeast. If you're going northwest from West Africa, you're going to come across southeast North America. And ironically, that's the same location that all of these people with these different identities, these distinct Blackfoot, Chickasaw, Cherokee, Five Civilized Tribes, Seminole, Wampanoag, all of these tribes that they claim, ironically, their ancestral ties go back to Southeast America, not to the plains, right? They're not talking about their plains Indians. You ever notice that? They never take any of those names. All of these people are descendants of people who was in the Southeast. And if they looked back further, if they actually was genuine about doing their genealogy, they would see that most of these people was sharecroppers. And sharecroppers is just a revision of a enslaved person. So let's talk about it. It seems like it's kind of weird because, of course, when we're talking to these people, they have information bias or confirmation bias, but it's just so weird how they're able to manage that successfully, which is or not. That's why I say it's going to cause people to go through psychosis. But the reason why is because all of the evidence, when we talk about the history on this side, it just all adds up. Like it all adds up. Like every step of the way, chronologically, it adds up, and then let alone when you get into adding all the sciences determine what's true or not. Like it just all adds up. So at the end of the day, I came to many conclusions for the reason for this. A lot of it is because these people are descendants of chattel slavery. So being that the like I had on my last backdrop, I said questioning your identity just proves you're descendant of chattel slavery, right? Going on these ramps talking about the Chamorros, Israelites, Hoteps, and the Indians all together. While even being in Europe, some of these people, I even heard them say that they're the first Asians, let alone they believe that they're Southeast Asians. And so I just find it crazy. I just find it crazy how they're still unable to produce anything substantial in these talking points. So yes, the identity or ancestry, it is a very important question. Obviously, we talk about identity where people feel like they can self-identify how they choose, how they may. Of course, nobody's like telling you what you can and what you can't do. But in the same token, nobody's telling us that we cannot push back on it, right? If people are spreading misinformation under the First Amendment, they have the right to do that. Same goes here. So if anybody like feels like that's a relevant question, there goes your answer beforehand, because yeah, for some reason, and this is with any identity claim, right? When men and women, when they try to define what those genders are and they go on to their tangents, you have a side there's a affirmative and a side decides with the negative. So that's just what it is. So ultimately, these conversations come down to epistemology, right? How do we know what we know is correct and true? And this is the reason why, this is the reason why no matter what they be talking about, like they get bodied, because they don't know how to know. They don't have the critical thinking skills, right? They don't know what the scientific metric is. So ultimately, that's what it is. Science means to know. To know means to recognize, to identify, right? So we are able to identify these things by the information that is undergone by the experts. So in these cases, anthropology, archaeology, genetics, obviously, these are going to be the tools that we use to substantiate claims epistemologically. And the reason why is because when we talk about it, okay, how do you, what are the methods? What are the metrics, right? So one of the methods is observation. Right, observation. So observation can be broken down in many ways, but it's ultimately just objectivity, right? Because what can we objectify? We cannot objectify somebody's belief system, right? It's unfalsifiable because it's not objective for us to discredit it, right? To disprove it. So that's first and foremost. If I just made up something right now and said disprove this, you couldn't do it because it's made up. That's unfalsifiable, right? So that's one part. So on the other hand, observation, you can observe genetic research, right? And these genetic researches, they're not just conjecture and inference, right? These are scientific studies. This is done based off scientific tools. So, and I was thinking about this, like, we quantify things. Hold on, God, calm down. Calm down. Come and speak to her so she can calm down. You hear me? Oh, she gotta say hi. Give me a second. Y'all take the screen for me, yo. We're gonna go over this information. Yeah, this is one of the ones where they really not gonna want to come up on the panel because this should make too much sense. Give me a second if you can. Give me a second on camera. I'm on live real quick. All right. And watch the motherfuckers still gonna try to come in. Okay, good. So yeah, they're not really gonna want to entertain these conversations. You know, so why aren't the Pretendians? Why aren't they in? Why aren't they in Argentina? Why aren't they in Paraguay? Why aren't they in Uruguay? Why aren't they in Colombia? Right? Why aren't they in Chile? They're not gonna address these conversations, these talking points, because they can't. Oh my bad. So yeah, y'all pull up. Let's have this talk. Had a conversation. It's just the weirdest thing to me. What's up, brother Red?
What's up, brother?
Nothing. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, I was just thinking about this. Just came across my mind. You know, the ancestral connection to Southeastern America. They can't ever deny that. Like that's one thing that we got to do. Like I don't know if you. I'm pretty sure you've been in enough live where you came across this discussion before, but I never seen how they handled this. What was their counter argument for it?
I didn't. You gotta explain it to me a little bit.
Why do all of these people with these different identities, whether that's the Pretendians, Moorish Hotep Israelite, whatever they are, why do they always connect back to Southeastern America and ancestral ties?
Southeastern. Because well, like you. Well, I mean, it's in the title or ancestry. Like the why does I'm trying to articulate this. So when you trace back to the southeastern quadrant of the United States, when it comes to the documentation that they call genealogy, it only goes back so far. This is the crux of their argument, but it's also the Achilles heel of their argument. So when they only go back so far, when we say the history that predates that
Hi,
is African,
Dada.
What's good, Cha
when
Cha?
we
Let's
say
listen to
that the
Red by the Red.
history that predates that is African, they go to recreating the history. So all of our roots trace back to Southeast United States. That's because that's the importation of slaves. We have it where we can factually prove that these are imported Africans. But the rest of the individuals with the fictitious history, they trace back to Egypt. They trace back to the land itself. I mean, so they can't deny. None of us can deny the origin as it exists in the United States. It's always going to be Mississippi, Georgia, Virginia, the Carolinas, Florida, etc. It's always going to go back there. But what was the
That's where
story
the
before?
infiltration
What?
started.
Where was the? Did you say that's where the penetration started?
The infiltration
Oh, okay. My
started.
bad. My
But
bad.
anyway,
It took you so long to say
what's
it. I thought
good,
you.
Dada?
It took you
What's
so
good with
long
Cha
to
Cha?
say it. I thought you said penetration. But that's where the history for all of us
I'm at the
begins.
proper speed. I'm at the proper speed. You know, I'm at God's
If you're a
speed.
sloth,
Not no
if
demonic
you're a
speed.
sloth, well,
Yeah,
you know what
yeah.
I'm
No,
talking
but
about.
the turtle
Up here in
always
New
wins the
York,
race, though.
with
The
the
turtle always wins the
penetration.
race. But anyway, how you doing, Don Dada? I came to see your ass.
Yeah, you know I'm blessed. I'm doing good. Appreciate you for asking. How you doing on that end?
I'm good. I'm good. Before you get into your echo chamber mode with these losers, I just wanted to salute you real quick and show you some love. Before the frauds and the part-time broads stepped in the building, and look, right on time. But I see you later. Okay.
All right, P. All right, Cha Cha, just stopping by to say hi. Cha Cha, I don't know if you knew this. I kind of got some caught some heat one time. We had a discussion. You had came over here one time and we had a discussion, and it was talking about like personal sicknesses and shit. And I was like, okay, well, I think at that time I was talking about Yaki awakening and these pseudo holistic healers, right? Uh, and you was talking about how you was listening to him, but simultaneously you was actually, reading them studies because, when it came to life or death, you couldn't play with it. So, I don't know. That's why I was like, man, maybe
Are
she got
you
some.
are you the cha cha whisperer, Dundada?
I'm the pseudo whisperer in general,
It
man.
sounds
I
like
got
she
you,
trying
man.
to make Dundada the dada.
I gotta
Yeah,
be.
but see, the thing is, and what I really wanted you to understand is, outside of like those so-called leaders, is that sometimes
All right, hold on, y'all. Don't be rude, y'all. Don't be rude. I don't know who did that.
Yeah, that's the because when you dope like me, you have a bunch of losers trying to humble me right now. They don't understand the dynamics of, our relationship.
But we gotta
That's
keep
why
it a
I be
being.
trying.
Y'all keep
That's
waking and
why I be
pulling shit.
trying to catch you when you by yourself. But when you be around these minions, it's like I can't really. As a matter of fact, I wait till another time to really
I ain't got no.
rap it
Ain't
with
nobody
you.
got no means. Everybody is individually a boss. But
Nah, they losers, and you know that they can't fuck with me
we
or
got different
you.
perceptions.
You know what I'm saying? That's why they
Well,
try every
hopefully we
chance
get a
they get
chance.
to try to humble me because they know I'm better than them.
Well,
But
hopefully when we get a
I
chance, we can
catch
chop it
you
up.
on another note. You know what I'm saying?
All
And we
right.
could really, really talk like how we do. Shout out to the minions, and
All right, yeah, cha. I holler at you.
Cha Cha, I was just playing. I had to mute you because I had to get you back talking shit. Oh, she dropped.
Yeah, cha.
Sorry.
They play like
I
that.
just wanted I just wanted
It's
to do it one time because she always talking shit. She always playing with me, so I just had to mute you real quick, Cha Cha. That's all. I
yeah,
don't mean
there
nothing
ain't
by it.
nothing.
I let you
You
come
drop, you can
back
come
and
back
pop
up.
your shit.
You get muted, you can come back alive. Black Ease, appreciate you coming up here, brother. I don't know if you heard the conversation because I was just kind of having a little brief intermission. But this is I was talking about um hold on, let
Why
me
do they trace their ancestry to southeastern United States?
yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, so ultimately, yeah, essentially that. Yeah, even genealogically, even biologically, these same people with these different identity claims, whether that's FBAs, ADOs, Sulon, the Pretendians, I'm sorry, not the Pretend, whatever they want to call it, the Black Indians, the Moors, Israelites, they all connect to Southeast Americas. And Red named the states earlier, whether that's the Virginia, the Carolinas, the Georgias, the Floridas, like it get to a point where we got to see the pattern and we got to be like, okay, like damn, this is where the descendants of chattel slavery, where they reside. So it's kind of like, why is nobody else really making these claims in all of the Americas? It's not in South America. It's not in Brazil. We don't hear this. We don't hear this in Colombia. We don't hear this in Uruguay. We don't hear this in Chile. So Alaska, Canada, we don't hear the same talking points from the other Black people. So I don't know. What do you think about this conversation, brother?
I feel like there's a lot of disconnect. I feel like a lot of these people don't feel like they have any ties, so they try to disassociate themselves from it and claim whatever their oral family tradition was or history was. So if it was that their grandma told them that they was Indian, that's what they're going based off of. And for the FBA, I think they do acknowledge they African roots, but some of them were saying like there was already black people here and they mixed in with the African population. So I'm not too sure on that. But I just think it's just a big disconnect. People don't feel like they're connected no more. And I feel like for the other people, like in South America, they have like a strong African like retention. As far as us, I feel like we do have it, but it's things that we do on a daily basis that we don't know that comes from Africa. You know what I'm saying? So there is no name for it. People don't see it in themselves, but it's there.
Hey, that was a great response. I'm gonna keep that one. I'm gonna keep that disconnect part. You know what I find because when it comes to that understanding, when you can see that that's the issue, it's like okay, now what is unique to this experience, right? Um, it's chattel slavery. These are the things y'all can let me know what y'all come up with. It's chattel slavery, how unique that is. Um, it's how this system was really set up in chattel slavery behind racism and the hatred behind that, and it's also they sent so many Europeans over here. They sent so many Europeans over here, and that's the thing. I got to start bringing that up too. When these people start questioning the numbers, they sent 12.5 million to America in Ellis Island alone. That's that easy to that number's too easy to remember because we talking about the transatlantic slave, how many people embarked. So yeah, so we got to attest to that. But what do y'all think it is? I think it's those three reasons, right? Chattel slavery, the racism behind it, and how many. Because other than that, like we looking at all these people, like we just seen Brazil at the carnival. Like I'm having to look at this shit. I'm like, what is that? What is that? So they got more knowledge of, like you said, the African retention and culturally than we do. And yeah, I do think that is a big factor, one of the main factors, because I was running across a live earlier. So I'm from the city. My girl, she from the country though, and I could just see like how deep her connections is just by being in the country, a little bit somewhat isolated, right? Opposed to people removing from the family land, migrating here, let alone the Great Migration. I don't know. What do y'all think about that?
I think the Great Migration does have a part to play in it because a lot of people's families left in the 1800s and the 1900s, and then that shift could also make them have a disconnect to, the people in the South. There's also a disconnect from the people that's in the North to the people that's in the South. I feel like a lot of those people kept their cultural retentions, and in the North it's not really there. Like my family came up to Detroit. They left a long time ago and came up here. So I think some of these people have some mixed ancestry too. Maybe some like because they be claiming everything else. I'm not saying they got to claim to be African to say the least, but they don't want to acknowledge that the African DNA, but they want to acknowledge the indigenous DNA, even though that might be like a minute point in their DNA. It's like a small percentage out of everything else they have.
Yeah. No, yeah, I agree. That's an important part too. Mixed ancestry and how over lineages that conversation can kind of get lost and misconstrued because um, I'm a victim too of not a pretendian nana, but I think I heard it in my family. Oh, we got Native, Indian, Cherokee. Most likely it's gonna be Cherokee because Cherokee just rolls off, I guess. But yeah, for the most part, I think it is some of that mixed ancestry. Another part of it too is Jim Crow era. Jim Crow era, I find a lot of people was into trying to like identify themselves outside of being black because there was hatred to come with that. So it's amazing. It's a lot of different reasons. So I did want to mention this, even though it's not 100% congruent with this. I'll get to it later. I'll find a segue for it later. They hear Cherokee the most, exactly. Well, I just since I brought it up either way. When we was going through those slave narratives, when I was reading them, y'all, I found a lot of references in there towards like hoodoo, um, just having faith and belief, but more so to things like of African spirituality. And I don't know, I gotta do a video on that, y'all, because I seen about 4 clips in there. I was like, oh man, I'm actually have to read this whole thing. I'll go through the audio. I think they got audio for it as well, but yeah, that was pretty trippy. Um, yeah, so
Wait, so can I ask you a question?
yeah, sure,
So, are you African American?
yes.
Okay, so I think another contention too is that the name too, because you hear a lot of people not associating themselves with that term, and then you have a lot of black people saying, well, if you don't associate with that term, you have self hate or like you don't acknowledge your ancestors, and I feel like that's why the whole FBA thing came about. Because I think you could acknowledge where your ancestors came from, but you don't have to put African in front of your name. And I feel like because we had it in front of our name, I feel like there's like a bit of mix up because you do have some Africans that come to America and say, that they're African and they was born in America, so it makes them the same. Makes them the definition of the name. But we know that that's not the meaning of the name. But I think it's causing too much of a confusion too. So you have people wanting to separate themselves and not be identified or be classified as the same as other black people too, which also causes a separation.
What's up, Roy? No, yeah, brother, I 100% agree with you. I say this all the time. Is like what we trying to do is like, okay, you got this thing, everybody done popularized, everyone knows at this point, for the most, not everyone, but a lot of people, majority know, race is a social construct. We'll hear people say this all the time. So ultimately, pretty much means it was made up by man with specifically people of European descent. Goes back to what I was talking about to justify slavery when these people, deemed us inferior, right? That along with the Hamitic curse. But we're trying to make sense of this. That's what we're trying to make logical sense of it, and it's literally made up and it's based in bullshit. And then on top of that, it's based in bullshit to subjugate us. On top of that, Even when it comes to the rest of them, ethnicity, nationality, ethnicity we can probably more so relate to because we just associated to a tribe, but ethnicity came after race. Um, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sense of it all. So, I mean, for me, it's easy just to go off of how these words are defined. But I'll never do this publicly, but I'll concede to this argument that pragmatically words do have different definitions than what they're actually printed as connotatively, and the reason why is because people are not educated, people are not reading, people are not fully informed. When I looked into this, one of the craziest things that I seen was that all of the ethnic groups identify similarly, if they're not just solely Americans. If you talk to just a white American who probably like got ancestors from the colonial era, they don't even know their ethnicity. They just as lost as a Black American. They don't even know. They just as lost because it's been so long. But I was trying to look for my notes where I had it written up. But anyways, I had it where it's like all the different ethnicities of European descent, and it's like Italian American, Spanish American, Portuguese American, and then get off and they'll name their countries. The reason why it's I think unique and distinct for us is because we was actually colonized and amalgamated as an ethnogenesis prior to the countries in Africa even being arbitrarily carved out. And I think that's the part is like, okay, well, damn, it is. I understand it's confusing, and we try to make all the sense out of it. Some shit that don't make sense that was never set up to make sense. Especially even like if I'm saying we being genuine when we tracking these shits, it's like they're just descriptors. Like you got to think we wasn't 3/5 until a long time. We were just property. So yeah, man, I don't know. Like it's just unfortunate. Like I told the dudes in my comments trying to root for FBA, I was like, bro, it's not like it's just a bad thing. It just got negative talking points and bullshit ass people in it. I understand if the conversation was genuine, you know what I'm saying, then it could have been based on something. But I think for the most part, it's a disconnect on the education, and we got to close that knowledge gap because I'm watching Jesse Jackson. Damn, I forget the show he was on, but Diane Carroll co-host, and I'm like, brother's on point. You know how hard it is to be on point 40 years ago with all the misinformation out there, and he's a preacher, and I got no reason to be like, but everything he's saying, he's like literally cooking, and it's like, yeah, I don't know that now they're trying to find flaw in the brother. I don't know, y'all. Y'all gotta let me
Did you
know what
say
y'all
Jesse
think.
Jackson was cooking?
Jesse Jackson was cooking. I actually can show y'all the video. I'm like, because when I go into information, I go into it unbiased. I never seen Jesse Jackson like just pop his shit when he was at his prime. Bro was cooking. I'm talking about like hot flames, like not like knowledgeable about everything that's going on. Talking about how white supremacy is control. It's like translated to pretty much the economy now, and well, like it always has, but just putting people on blast, dropping names. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I ain't gonna play the video, but I'm gonna find find the video. I'm gonna show y'all the title of it. But yeah, I'm talking about like just socially conscious, and it's just like I said, I know it's hard to be like that with so much misinformation, and how hard it was to access actually information as it was like then, because that shit easy as hell now. You still got people who don't got the motivation to do it. But I'm gonna find y'all that video. But what do y'all think about this shit, y'all? I'm sorry, I'm trying to be
No, you're good, family. Can you break down the prompt, like what you're trying to ask in this question here? Because I know it's AI. I know it might have missed me or it might have gone over my head, but could you break it down for us?
Right, yeah. So ancestry, identity or ancestry. We know anybody can self-identify as they want, but the pattern we find here is all these people have ancestral ties to Southeastern America. Right, so no matter what their claim is, whether it's the FBA, who's like denying Africa in totality or semi, or these people that are saying that they're native and they was here, whether it's Israelite, Moors, Hoteps. That's the one thing we all have in common is these ties to Southeastern America.
Of course. That's the most recent, right? But how far back do you go? Do you look at the internal migration patterns within Africa, within the continent, right? Because you have what I could see here just on your background is like the garb of someone who might be Kemetic, the garb of someone who might be Islamic. That all has African continuity. So I'm curious as to if you're going that far back. It's like, yeah, if you go back a couple hundred years, like you were talking about the 17th century, 18th century, like, yeah, that's obvious. But what about 1,000 years ago?
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Even further, we going back into Africa. I think the thing is to be specific about it, we're going into West and West Central Sub-Saharan Africa. So when we talk about the garb, we talk about Kemet. That's Northeast Africa. So that would be a separate, distinct culture and ethnic group. As we know, this is like just to give more specificity to it. We talking about Africa, which is the most genetically diverse continent in the world. And we're talking about African Americans who are an amalgamation of hundreds of those ethnicities, but from a specific region, West and West Central Sub-Saharan Africa.
But wait, but you leaving out Southern and Eastern Africa too, because there were slaves taken from Mozambique and it's filmed in the coastal region and Madagascar as well.
And what
So
percentage?
Right.
it might have been a small
It's all
percentage, but
throughout.
they still came though. Regardless, they still came
Would
to
that be like at a
Virginia.
single? Would that be like at a single digit percentage?
Well, here's the part that you're missing as well, brother. Like once we got to the Americas, right? Even if we take slavery for a fact on its face, the whole breeding process, and I hate to sound vulgar with it, was to purposely mix and match all of those uh, captured individuals intentionally so that we didn't have the memory. Now you're talking about the genetic memory of like our culture specific to that part of Africa. So the Black American is a very distinct individual. But
My man, can you say what you want to say real quick? Like, you keep
at the
dancing
at the
around
end of
using
the day,
different
this
words
is
and
my
you put them
point.
together. And they don't go together, bro. But all due respect, I ain't trying to be mean, but we the
No, I'll
type
be
of cats
simple
that
with
like
it.
straight no chase. Yeah. Just make it
Yeah,
simple, bro.
do you know the image of the Himba tribe, the Himba boys, how they have that side braid in their hair? Do you know
Right.
where that comes from culturally? Like, so there's not just like cultural things in their garb, but also certain deity practices might go back to the Nile Valley civilizations. So, like, if you look at, a picture of Heru or baby or any sort of child depiction in Nubian or Kemetic um, artifacts, they've got the side braid, right? And then you look at some of the migration patterns of each invasion of the Nile Valley pushes all sorts of folks all over the continent, leading down to the Himba tribe, and they still keep some of those cultural ties. So I don't know. It's hard to
Bro,
try
you're
to
from
pin it down.
you're from West, like from United States, right? Where were you born? If you don't mind me asking.
Arizona.
Okay,
Shout
so
out Arizona.
Arizona, West Coast, Arizona. Huh? What'd you say, Don?
Yeah, I fuck with Arizona. I fuck with Phoenix. Shout out Phoenix, Tucson, Tempe.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Seattle
West
too.
Coast, Arizona. Okay, so and you identify as a black man, right?
Black American. Yeah, FBA.
Okay, got it. So you obviously haven't done your DNA, but like I'm just trying to figure out why are we talking about Egypt? What were you? Are you educating us on something about Egypt, or are you
Yeah,
saying
no,
that we come from
Egypt is
Egypt?
on the prompt, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
is
yeah,
the
yeah.
when looking at the symbol, the ankh,
No, I
right?
got it. But I'm just
Yeah.
saying the stuff that you were speaking of. I was just trying to figure out what were
Once
you? What
you
was the
once you do your
relevance?
history, like again too, let me bring it back to the Americas, right? Black Americans, we are primarily raised on Christianity. So therefore, like as you start to undo the colonizer's God, you start to see, it's not just Elvis that got copied. you know, it's not just Henrietta Lacks that got copied. It's the down to the spirituality, the religion also comes from that ankh. That cross comes from that ankh that's pictured there on the prompt right there. So you do your research and you just start to
Yeah,
piece together
yeah,
all the black culture, the
yeah,
black
and
history.
no, yeah, and no. It's a little bit deeper than that. You gotta go as far as the Romanist Pontifex, but nonetheless,
I'm
I
talking
was just
about
trying to
before the
figure out.
Romans, brother, but go ahead.
I was just trying to figure out where you was coming from. That's all. Because you was like you was dancing around it, bro. You wasn't getting to it. That's all. But go ahead.
No, I see. I see what we're doing. So, and not to take you too fast, because I'm familiar with these talking points. Um, so my research, um, I would start this off, I guess, with Afrocentrism, right? Because biologically, We're not those people, and that's all I'm really like referring to. Any cultural connections, I'm willing to bet here. I'm going in blind. I'm willing to bet here that I can. You give me any two cultures, I don't give a damn what the timeline. I can make you an anthropological connection. That's too easy. I'm gonna just, you know what I'm saying, be able to say they use just similar tools or something like that. But nonetheless, that's not gonna actually substantiate these people having any cultural ties. So biologically, I'm talking about, okay, just why DNA, we E1B1A, everybody knows that this is a distinct, haplogroup ethnogenesis. I just made that up, but y'all understand what I'm trying to say? It's an analogy.
Question for you real quick before you continue on that subject. Are Black Americans more related to Christianity or that in the cross, or are we more related to Kemet in that Ankh?
Related how? Because I would just say the cross.
In any way you want, man. Are we more
I would
Christian
just say the cross because
with the white Jesus too?
Yeah, I would say the cross because I think it's up to 80% Black Americans have some type of contact with Christianity.
Now, wouldn't you say that's an issue, considering that a large majority of that 80%, when they imagine God, they're imagining the same one that their colonizers worshipped? Are they not? So as a Black American, you start to unpack that kind of shit and you realize, oh, Christianity is also inspired by that Ankh. We can't lie. We can't sit here and act like Moses and the 10 Commandments had nothing to do with Kemet, right? So as Black Americans, okay, you start to research these things. They do have purpose because you came out of Christianity. Now you can start to actually apply some of that sacred teaching that, ironically, again, America was built on.
Okay.
If you want to call George Washington a hotep, I mean, sure. But at the end of the day, that Ankh has a foundation in not just Black America.
I wouldn't call them hoteps. They be Afrocentric as well. I mean, they be Egypt.
Right. That's the whole point.
They're
why
not.
Why not worship the original?
I meant to say Egyptomaniacs. So no, I guess I was just summing it up by Malifi Asate. He's the dude who pretty much coined Afrocentrism. Pretty much is just Black people who are descendants of West and West Central Africa, not Northeast Africa, not the Egyptians, not the ancient Egyptians. We have no connection to them people. But he popularized this theory. So ever since then, Black people have been having an affinity for ancient Egypt. Not only that, but yeah, the same way that these Europeans have an affinity for them as well, especially with their secret societies.
Now we're talking, brother. Now we're talking the foundational principles of creating society.
Yeah, but ultimately,
and there's nothing wrong with that. If you think that Black Americans should worship white Jesus instead of,
hold on, bro. I think you honestly, hey, bro, real quick. I think you're trying too hard, dog. Like you dealing with people that know this information, and you leaning towards the side of Afrocentrism. That's what Don's trying to tell you. His approach is a little bit different.
Shit. That's fine.
I think it's a little weird that Christianity is like perfectly fine. Hey, bro. Ain't nothing you said up here. Well, I take that back. Some things you have said have been rooted in some truth, but you got like a lot deeper to go, a lot further to go. And you need to get out of East Africa and come on over to West Africa. You need to learn about stuff like the Benin and the Nok civilization. Learn about ancient Manu Mutapa.
I'm very familiar. Of course, I'm very familiar. I've learned the whole thing. Into. That's the whole point I was trying to make earlier. Is that as Black Americans,
there's a lot of stuff you said. There's a lot of stuff you keep saying that's incorrect. Black Americans ain't got shit to do with Egypt at all.
Americans have shit to do with Egypt. That's my point.
Okay, well, that's
that.
You
and Christians have something to do with Egypt.
There's
nothing wrong with
nobody was bringing up Christianity
at all. Not even a little bit.
Yeah, the part that I'm talking about here, like, go ahead.
No, you. Right. I want them to get to it. Like you used to. Bro, we don't fuck with Christianity. I don't know why you keep saying that. Like you the one talking about the cross come from the Ankh, come from the cross, come from the Ankh. That's wrong. That's wrong. Like that shit existed way before that.
I'm really trying to what I'm really trying to do in the conversation. I'm just trying to keep it normal as possible. Really, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to like bring you back into the conversation, even with you kind of like going off of the subject a little bit. That's really what I'm trying to do. But I'm just trying to let you know that, like, yeah. Anyway, that's why I was talking about. What was I even saying? About who we are biologically and then who we are culturally. Yeah, we don't have no connection. We predate those people. We predate their civilizations. If you didn't know. We predate their civilizations.
Like,
When
look up the
it,
Shango bone, bro. Like, just go. You can go far as to the Shango bone. Like, that predates any and everything, Mesopotamia and Levant, bro. Like, you gotta get up out of Egypt, dog.
Why would you
yeah,
get up out of the place that is established, the
That ain't
culture
got
that you
shit to
look
do
around
with
and
us. Do
see?
your
That's
DNA.
kind of weird as you would
You are
run away
not
from that.
E1B1B, bro. You E1B1A. You ain't E1B1B. That's
Who
not
said
oh yeah,
you.
that?
that's what
Who
I was
said
gonna
that
look
I
at.
was?
You're not
Who said that we were?
E1B1B. You're not E1B1B.
We're
I'll
Christians
bet you
that
$100.
have done the research. That's what we are. That's all
I
that
ain't
we're
no goddamn.
saying with
I'm not no
this.
goddamn Christian. I don't do nothing with Europeans.
Okay, but
Nothing about Europeans. No,
we
we were
were. That's
not.
the point that
We
I'm
ain't
trying to
never been
make.
no Christians. No, we're
Okay, hold
not.
on. Let me just get it. Let me just get it. Let me just give you a few minutes. Just summarize your point with what you're trying to say, or would it be better if I summarize what the prompt is for? But because I'm trying to bring it back to like what you're saying and how it's relevant to the prompt.
Just a quick question, just to see if we're on the same level playing field as far as research goes.
No, we
Is
definitely ain't on the
Christianity
same level, brother.
at all, in any percentage, if you could put a percentage of how inspired Christianity was from Kemet, what would you say?
30%.
Yeah, I would say
That's
I definitely I was finna go less than that. I definitely wasn't finna go nowhere near half. So I'll probably just say 25% just
brother,
for.
that's all I'm trying to say. In the same way that we had to wake up from Elvis and go, wait, dang, Elvis isn't the king of rock and roll, not the father of it. He actually
How old
copied
are
his
you, young
swag.
brother?
Hold on,
How
I'm
old
trying
are
to see
you?
how are you gonna bring this back to the prompt though?
How old are you, brother? How old are you? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm 37. Bringing it back to the prompt, this whole research, all I'm trying to say is that's not a DNA. My bloodline is connected to X, Y, and Z. Whoop de whoop. Nobody has ever said that. In fact, we look at Kemet and we look and see it's been copied several times by different cultures all around the world. Not just with Christianity by 30%. It's with a lot of shit. Down to politics and how our society is organized around us.
West
Now,
Africa has its
if you think
own
that's
rich
weird,
culture, bro.
like I said,
Okay,
I live in
let
Seattle,
me.
bro. I see Kemet everywhere I go, all throughout this whole city. You see Kemet, 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 Kemet. So my apologies, bro, if I live this lifestyle for real.
What
My
do you
apologies
mean?
if you
Okay,
think
so
that's
this,
weird.
yeah, it's okay, yeah, that maybe be it. But like the topic of this, and I'm gonna be brief. The topic of this is Black Americans, or the people who are so called are this misnomer is put on, or the people who have this phenotype. Where I'm just trying to beat all the semantics with these people. Black Americans I have all these different identity claims, right? So whether that's ancient Kemet, whether that's the ancient Israelites, whether that's the Moors, whether that's the Europeans, whether that's the ancient Asians, or whether that they was here in America prior to colonialism, yet they all have a unique, specific region that they all have an ancestral tie to, and that's Southeast America, right? I'm of the knowledge that these people get here via the transatlantic slave trade, via West and West Central Sub-Saharan Africa. And even when it comes to them, their DNA has been in that region for approximately 40,000 years. And that's why I say when we make that distinction between the E1B1B, these would be the people who populate the North and East African region, right? But nonetheless, that's a divergence from the
Are you making the claim that people of their bloodline should only worship the culture and
I
spiritual
don't think I've mentioned worshipped or
I know,
bloodline.
but I'm just asking to
So
clarify so
no.
I could drop it. Really.
No, because I haven't mentioned bloodlines or worship.
Okay.
Because that's not what this is about.
So
It's about
what's it about?
ancestry. It's about ancestry, which will ultimately be the people that come before you and who they actually are, and it will be identity, pretty much how people claim to identify. So people identify as different groups, uh, races,
Depending on how far back
tribes,
you go,
and
right?
yeah, but they're all a part of the same ancestral connection of Southeastern America, and that's what I'm saying. That's the irony
How
that
far
I'm
back can
trying
you
to
go?
focus on right now.
Yeah. So how far back are you going?
I mean, if we go back to obviously no further than the 16th century.
That's all that matters to you, or that's the most important thing to you?
Bro,
No,
you
no. This is what the prompt is about.
Okay. So
The people who are claiming all of these identities, they're all in this region for for 500 for about like 400 years.
here's my thing. Like when
They
you got
come,
the
hold
dude.
on. They get
Okay, go
here
ahead.
via specific forced migration. All this is documented. and like corroborated through history.
Who's disputing that? From the
No,
any
that's not
who with
a lot of
who
people.
with
A
the
lot of
Ankh
people
is
dispute
disputing
it.
that?
A lot of
Let
people
me be
dispute it,
clear.
but that's not the topic of the conversation. The topic of the
Who with
conversation
the
is,
Ankh disputes it?
yeah, a lot. I mean, if you're claiming the Ankh, then you dispute it because you have a different migration. These
What
people don't have a
scholar
no
said
no
that?
connection.
What
No scholar,
scholars
no
what
scholar said,
scholar
no scholar
disputes your
proved,
claim?
no scholar proved anything different. Is what I'm saying.
No
No scholar
scholars ever
proved that black
disputing.
people.
Every
No,
black scholar that I've seen rock the Ankh and research it and apply it to ourselves culturally has always been an identity thing, like you said, identity or ancestry. Nobody is claiming
no.
the ancestry of fucking
Bro, so look,
pharaohs,
yeah,
bro.
there are scholars that rock the Ankh,
Can
but
you name them?
some of the scholars, yeah, my mentor Anthony Browder, Dr. Ben, like they rock the Ankh. But what I'm telling you is, some of the individuals who rock the Ankh, the scholars you speak of, what we like. My brother's in the comments right now. Each one teach one, and he always says this as well. And the scholars that we learn from, which I'm pretty sure you had some dibble and dabbling with John Henry Clark and some others, they tell us, they instruct us to update the information, come back and fix their information. Okay. Some of the scholars that wore the Unk, they weren't privy to the information and understanding going a little bit deeper because they only had the tools that they were subjected or they were exposed to at the time, the tools that were available to them at the time, excuse me. But now that we have things like ChatGPT, we have things like the internet, we have things like, um, archaeology, we have science, we have anthropology, we have the oldest form of research. One of the oldest forms is geography. Putting those things together, we've learned a lot more about our people. Now we have things like DNA, learning things like haplogroup and human migration. You know what I mean? The evolution of my haplogroups and how people evolved over time. Like we've got updated information. But again, dog, you in Egypt, get out of Egypt. Learn about West Africa for a little bit. Matter of fact, you know what you need to do? You should learn about European culture first, or European history first. Start with people like Herodotus and all them. And that way you can start learning that the stuff that you're talking about, the things that you're talking about, you're kind of scattered all over the place. The things that you're talking about, you understand a little bit deeper as to how things like religion and a lot of the stuff you're mentioning got exposed to us descendants of West African people. We are in America. We are descendant of West and Central Sub-Saharan African people, not E1B1B Africans, brother. You're not them.
I just want to clarify one thing. I'm asking you, can you name the elders, the scholars who are saying that they themselves were descendants of pharaohs, descendants of anyone from the Nile Valley?
Man,
Um.
what topics are you be talking about? Where you
Yeah.
Just
So
to
no.
clarify what you just said.
So
You
I
just
so
you
said
I.
just
shit
name
about
dropped a
that.
bunch of elders, but you didn't clarify, are they
So
themselves saying
you.
that they descended from the Nile Valley?
Now listen. This is what they're doing. They're saying that ancient Egyptians are black, therefore they are us.
Bro,
Right? They're
That's
what?
not.
it. Right there. Leave it
What?
right there, Don.
Hold
That's
on.
it.
Hold
Right
on.
there. That's it. That's all they
No
said.
shit that they were black. In the same way that the same Africans that are coming over here migrating to the United States, don't they identify as black? Right?
Man,
They are
Like
black, but
the
ancient
Nile Valley
Egyptians aren't.
civilizations were black. That's
So
obvious. We're
can
no one's
you?
saying that they're our ancestors. No
No,
one said that.
hold on. They're
But we
not
said
black.
that they are black. We do claim them as Africans. Would you
No,
not?
they're. So to you, black means African.
Bro, are we playing for real?
no, we're not playing. That's an actual question. You just don't know it because
Okay.
you don't know that you don't
Because you
know. Right?
could here's
Hey,
let me
hey, do
clarify
you
that
have another
claim.
device? Do you have another device?
You have
Do you
obviously
have
South
another
Africans
device?
that are
Hey, bro,
white.
it's getting annoying and it's kind of insulting when you keep on dancing. We ask you a question. We're trying to have a dialogue. You
No,
want to take over
yeah, I can
dialogue.
grab it for you.
We've
Here.
told you
I
multiple
asked a
times that
question.
you're incorrect.
Yeah, what you
I
need?
asked a genuine question.
You
Let's
got
look it
another
up.
device? Okay, so look up the definition of the word black. Just type however you gotta type it in. Let's look up the definition of word black. What we're gonna do is there's parts of words, there's parts of sentences, there's parts in English language is called nouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs, things like that. What we're gonna do is go to the noun. Are you aware of what noun means? You're 37, so you went to school a little bit after the times that I've graduated from school, so you kind of got some education is
Hey,
similar.
let's just be
Do you know
straightforward.
what
Can you say what
nouns?
you're trying
I'm
to say?
being straightforward. I'm making sure that you understand the context. I'm not dancing. Do you know what noun means
I'm
or what a
familiar.
noun is? Huh?
I'm familiar.
What is it? What are you familiar to your familiarization? What is a noun?
It's a person, place, or thing, brother. What are we doing
Okay,
now?
cool. So let's look up the word black. Let's look up the definition. Let's look up the noun of the word black.
Dude, you're gonna dance around it,
I'm
and
not
you're
dancing
gonna
around nothing.
explain.
You're
There's a
dancing. You're
noun.
dancing.
There's
Black
a
is the darkest
noun.
color caused by complete
Number
absorption
two.
of
No, a
light.
noun. The
Symbolically,
noun. The noun. I don't
This will
need the
solve all
adjective.
our.
okay,
This will solve all
okay.
our misconceptions right here.
A black pigment or dye, a characteristic
That's
color
not the
of.
noun.
Not a noun. You said a person, place, or thing.
You're giving
We're
descriptives of
gonna
the word
really
black.
do
That's an
it.
adjective.
We're gonna really do it.
Yeah, it's called reading and comprehension. So look up the noun of the word black.
Yeah, I know I gotta feel away like being black and never looking up this word because you just feel like we always had an understanding of it.
A
But
person belonging to any various population groups, especially African ancestry. What's your point?
okay, so yeah,
I can't, bro. You gotta be kidding me, bro.
so yeah. So now, yeah, I mean, no, that is one of the definitions, but the definition is exclusive to sub-Saharan Africa. So North Africans are not black.
Okay, let me hold on. Time out. I'm on
Okay, so
Merriam's website right now. Let's see. Sub-Saharan. Not coming up, brother. She's not saying anything about sub-Saharan Africa.
all right.
But she did just say that yeah, it's from the African continent, like Nubia and Kemet are.
All right. So yeah. So
They
you
both
disagree with
worship the
that?
cow. They both,
Hold on.
followed
Without trying to
astronomy. They
without trying to
both
pull a culture connection.
understood chemistry, right? Like black people of
Yeah,
the
but the
Nile
Greeks,
Valley.
do that. The Greeks do that as well, but we're not the Greeks. But listen,
Right, and that's the other thing. He just said to go study Herodotus, right? But where did he learn all of his shit from?
I don't know how
Do
that's
you know?
relevant. I don't know how that's relevant. I'm trying to keep
He
you. I'm trying
just
to keep
talked
this
about
in
it.
one conversation. I'm trying to
You
keep it
guys
on.
like to run, bro. Come on,
No,
talk
how
about
am I
it.
running if I'm trying to keep it on conversation? That sounds like
He just brought
I'm
up
not trying to
Herodotus. He
run.
told me to go study Herodotus, right? So let's look at it.
But you bring it up. He just said to study him. You trying to
Hold
derail the
on. Let's
conversation once
hold on.
again.
Hold on.
Once again, because you know that you know about how fast it takes the websites to load. We're looking up black. We're looking up black.
What else did you have? You
Definition.
told me to go get a whole laptop out. I got it here, brother. What are we doing?
You're right. Actually, let me put it on the screen so everybody can see. Because we should have it about. Hold on. Vacation pictures.
First thing one of the things you need to learn is what sub-Saharan mean too.
Yeah, anyone south of the Sahara. What's
Yeah,
your point?
that is right. Where the hell is the damn definition in, bro? Okay. So, yeah.
And we're not going to run from that too. I asked to name the elders that have said that they themselves are descendants.
Nobody made that.
ancestry.
You trying to start a red herring because nobody made that claim. They said that it was black, and I gave you Malefi. I gave you the nigga who coined Afrocentrism. I don't know why he wasn't good enough.
Why do you feel like that's such a big name drop, bro? Like, we know what that is. All right, go ahead. A person belonging to any various population groups, especially African ancestry, considered having a dark pigmentation of the skin, but in fact having a wide range of skin colors.
Oh yeah. Hold on.
South Africans are different. The Khorasan tribe is different.
Hold on, my bad. It's Oxford.
The Berbers look a little different. What's your question?
Berber's not black.
This is crazy, bro.
Oh Lord.
Hold on, I'm gonna do it this way because I'm gonna also go over the anthropologists who coined these terms for us too. Do you know who they are by chance?
Who?
Hell no.
The anthropologists who coined the racial typologies. The categories and what they based behind.
It sounds familiar. Where they try to people's phenotypes and whatnot and judge them by their
You familiar with them?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. No, I don't.
Okay. Because the reason, I'm looking at this definition, I'm sorry, I'm trying to multitask. the reason why I bring that up is because along with race, it isn't just a phenotype; it's also a region that's attributed to the people. And North Africa was excluded to blackness. Um, but I don't know. I don't know if like when we commandeered black, I don't know if we just put Egypt there. I don't know if we put Tunisia there. I don't know if we put Libya there, Mauritania there. We definitely put Mauritania there though. We had to have that Moorish connection.
It has it in the name.
That's a different Moor, sir.
All
More
right. So
from
what's
Maruf.
your point about trying to dispute Africa and Kemet
I'm not
and
disputing.
its
I'm not disputing
blackness?
Africa. I'm not disputing Africa. I'm disputing ancient Egyptians from blackness.
Okay, let me ask you this question. What percentage of similarities do the Nubians and the Kemites have?
Why would that matter? We're not Nubians.
I know that.
I'm trying to make the
Just
connections to
hold
us.
on, hold on. That's a straw man, bro. That's too easy of a straw man. Let me ask it a different way. I know that I am genetically not Nubian, right?
Or Egyptian.
Just or Libyan or Madagascarian, right? We understand that. What I'm trying to wake you up to is this whole research of the Afrocentrism was more for a cultural understanding because we're living in a society that was built on this shit to begin with. Like
No,
you
it
mentioned
wasn't.
the Herodotus and the Greeks, they learned a lot of their knowledge from Egypt, from Kemet, before they changed the name to
Okay.
Egypt.
Where are you getting this from? Where you getting this from?
All
If
right,
that's where you're from,
there's a book on it, right?
is it by
By
Molifi and Sate? Because
excuse me?
this is the nigga who coined Afrocentrism. So I don't
No,
think
it's the
the
book by
second.
Simon Starr. It's
Okay, so yeah, no, yeah, you're wrong. Because
Herodotus Histories.
Malifi Asate coined Afrocentrism to empower Black people, as under appropriating the civilization of the ancient
Dude, why
Egyptians.
are you strawmanning? This is kind of weird, actually. Can I just read this proof?
Definitely not straw manning.
Can I give you
I'm
what
on subject.
Herodotus said in his
I'm
own
on
words?
subject. A straw man is is giving you a different argument than the one you're giving. I'm
Yeah, you're trying
literally
to bring up Afrocentrism, and that's not even my
no. This
point.
is
I'm trying
what
to
you
quote
brought up. You brought up
Herodotus.
Afrocentrism, and you were talking about Simon.
I
I'm saying,
never have.
I
I'm trying to
promise
quote
you,
Herodotus.
we're gonna rewind this. You literally just got through talking about Afrocentrism.
That's
Afrocentrism was.
cute, but can I quote Herodotus in his
But
own words of what he said about Egypt?
why would we quote Herodotus? Anyway, here's the definition: a person of sub-Saharan African
You're
origins
right.
or descent. This is what Black is.
Dude, you always run, dude. You're too smart for running, man.
I'm
Like we could
literally
go
not
back
running.
and
If I got the
forth.
definition up on the screen, it's been on the screen. I'm talking about what's
Okay, go
irrelevant to the
ahead. Let me know when I
conversation.
can talk. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You can talk, but as long as you can see to the definition of Black is sub-Saharan African origins or descent. Like,
Right.
I mean, it's in the definition of it. It's been in the definition
Sure.
since the 18th century.
You told me to look it up and I looked it up. But and it said just African, but whatever. Whatever, dog. I mean,
So what about this?
would
So
you
what about
consider
this?
the Dravidians black?
Definitely not. That's what you're trying to do. That's what your argument is.
That's fine. That's fine. But
It
That's what
seems
look,
your
like
argument is because
this
you don't
dude has read
understand.
some books and been waiting to get this shit off for a while, like, and you just can't figure out. You probably got like 8, 10 different pages in front of you trying to figure out what you want to say, bro. This is crazy.
I've been trying to get
You
this
haven't
one
stayed in
thing off.
line.
I
You
just
haven't
have
stayed in
one thing to
line to
say.
one point. You haven't stayed in line on one point since you've been talking, bro. You've been
Oh,
all over the
hold
place
on.
like
Okay,
a
my bad, my bad.
Because you
I got
guys
my
keep
buddy Jay.
running.
Appreciate you
Go
for
ahead.
pulling up. Whoever that was in
Y'all
the
like the
request
tag
box.
team run. Go ahead.
Nobody's tag teaming. I
Let me
mean,
know when I can talk.
it's not even like that. It's just information. It's not.
Just let me know when
Don't
I can
make it
talk, bro.
weird.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So you conceded to Merriam-Webster's definition, but Oxford English Dictionary, you kind of want to omit this information. I can go to the information of the in the 19th century, 18th century, confirming this. I can go to the earliest this form was used in the Spanish Portuguese definition, and then pertaining this to sub-Saharan Africans. Or I can take you to the anthropologists who literally coined the racial typologies and let you know how this was distinct from ancient Egypt. So that's why I say, ultimately, when we talk about us, even how this gets into our lexicon, is because Afrocentrists, which is pretty much Black people who was more so concerned with ancient Egyptian information, and this was pretty much because of Eurocentrism. This is how it originates to counter Eurocentrism by Europeans claiming that they had some type of control or dictation on what went on in ancient Egypt, while obviously being Europeans and African Americans hearing this, knowing that they're from Africa, but not
I just have
specifying the
one quick
region in West
question.
and West Central, Sub-Saharan Africa, appropriating ancient Egypt, right? But I don't know. I mean, we're conceding if we know that we don't have any genetic connection to these people. All you got to do is concede that we don't have any cultural connection to these people, because it's not like there's any any artifacts, any relics from any trade from West Africa to ancient Egypt. And that's what you're doing, right? You're trying to make a cultural connection. All right. Nonetheless, I got End of War here. He's here from IG. Appreciate you coming over here, brother. Let me put my backdrop back up. You got to show.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So what you want to talk? You want to talk about Americans, African Americans saying they Indians? You want to talk about Black people saying they Egyptians? I got something to say on both of those things. So what you want to talk about?
All right. Yeah, let's talk about both of them, but also, I'm like I was doing with Buddy, bring this back into the prompt. Like, in the irony behind all these people, no matter what their identity claim is, they all have an ancestral tie to Southeast America, right? Whether that's the Carolinas, the Virginias, the Georgias, the Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, they got relatives there, and I find that ironic. And we talk about the timelines there. Are we finna do lookership already, Xavier? That's crazy. Lookership in the 21st century is next level. I ain't gonna hold you.
Where you mean all these Eurocentric Egyptologists at?
Like, that's the
I'm
Black
just
culture.
reading what Herodotus said, bro.
That's the Black culture. What did Herodotus say?
Do you know what he said about the Egyptians and just
Nah,
what his
sure.
peers, also not just Herodotus, but also what other Greek scholars said about Egypt, what other Greek scholars said about Ethiopians,
I promise
other
you
Greek
this.
scholars said about, I'm sorry, what?
I promise you 50 push-ups. He did not say anything to make him black. I promise you.
Did any Greek scholar that is honored by the Western societies and including the United States today, any of the Greek scholars honor anything about the Ethiopians?
Oh my God. I don't know what their talking point.
Yeah,
Like,
just
I
a
just
yes or
made
no.
a good
Don't
argument, bro.
run.
I just
You're
made
too
a good.
smart
You
to
literally
run.
ran. You literally ran. You literally strawman.
I'm asking you a
Like
yes
I
or no
said,
question.
you brought up
Hey,
Herodotus.
if you're gonna
I
run
said
from
I'll
yes
give
or
you
no
50
questions, I
push-ups
can't
if you
talk to you,
can
dog.
connect us to any Greek philosopher making these people black. Please do it.
I'm
You
trying
can't
to
do it.
ask you a yes or no question so I can pull it up the right thing for you.
But you
The
asked the
thing
question
is,
after I made my point, which is
Yes.
weird. Burpees.
they're in
Yes, I
Africa,
can
so they're
connect
more
them.
likely
Yes,
to
I
be
can.
black.
I'll
So
do
can you just
burpees.
answer that
I
question?
promise you there's not. I promise you 100 push-ups, and I promise you y'all not gonna do no push-ups.
You'll
y'all
do them
not
right
real
here
like
on
that.
live?
I promise you. Yes, I will. But I promise you
You'll
y'all
show
not
us
gonna.
100
But I
push-ups right
promise.
here on
But I
live?
promise y'all not. But I promise y'all not gonna do it because you can't do it.
Hold on.
Can't do
Would you
100
bet on it?
push-ups. What the fuck?
But that's what you gotta understand. This is why I just hate Dunning Kruger is such a real thing, and I hate y'all egos. But let me make this
It's all
argument.
good.
Let me
I'm
make
about
this
to prove it
argument.
right here, but
Let
as
me make
long
this
as you don't
argument before.
run.
Hold on. Let me make this argument before we get back to it, because I'm
You
just
don't
gonna
run.
address this
Okay, go
picture
ahead.
you pulled up. Dude asked me, "Do I think Dravidians are black?" When I said Dravidian black, I said no. A Dravidian is a very dark skinned person, but they're not of the African continent, right?
Right.
Black is exclusive to like even phenotypically, black is exclusive to the sub-Saharan part of the continent. But like I told you once again, race isn't just solely based off phenotype; it's based off
What about
phenotype
South Sudanese?
and geographical region.
What about
Right?
South Sudanese?
What are they?
Are they black?
Are they sub-Saharan African?
I don't know, dude. You tell me. You're the smart guy. You're
Are
the
they
smart
sub-Saharan
guy.
African?
Are they black?
He obviously don't know geography either, bro. You got a lot of study.
Just tell me, man. You guys are the smart guys.
Yeah, we know.
That's
You
what I'm
can't
saying.
answer no
Like, that's
yes or
what
no
I'm saying.
questions. You can't answer no
don't have to posture.
simple questions.
No, I'm
Smart
answering the question with a leading question.
I don't know.
As
You
soon as you
gotta
say
tell
your
me.
answer, as soon as you say your answer, that's my answer.
You
'Cause
know
I've
your
been telling
shit.
you the
You know
whole
your
time.
shit. We don't need to posture, bro. Ain't no need to posture.
Bro,
We know
Bro,
your shit.
I know a South Sudanese dude right down the street from me. He's real chill. He calls himself black all the time. I'm gonna correct him. If you think he's not black, I'm gonna correct him. What do you
No,
think?
okay,
Is he
yeah.
black?
He's not black because in the definition is not dark skinned person. And that's what you presented, right? The definition is sub-Saharan African.
Okay, that's cute. You got the best definition because some
Stop
Webster's and
saying
Merriams,
things that I'm
right?
doing are cute, please.
Perfect.
Respectfully.
Perfect. Keep it that way. We don't need to change it. I'm still culturally going to recognize Kemet and Nubia for the accomplishments and similarities of the lifestyle we live right now. That's a beautiful thing. No one's
But that's
claiming ancestry.
but that's not due to any African connection. That's due to these Europeans.
Yeah,
So
no
that's
shit.
weird.
Same
That's
thing with
weird.
Christianity, but you have no problem with that, right?
Bro, you trying to make me a Christian, bro?
Why do you keep bringing
I
that shit up,
debunk I
bro? We
I
done
debunk
can't
told you
stand
4
Christianity.
Christianity. I'm
times.
I
just
Still
trying to
debunk
ain't
Thing
answered
is,
my
clarify.
though,
Christianity so
Bro,
thoroughly. If
you
you only
keep
knew how
running.
thorough
Hold
I
on,
debunk
time out.
Christianity,
Can we go
you would
back?
not
I
do
answered
that.
your
I'm about to
question. Can we go
drop
back
this
to my
dude,
question?
bro.
Or
I'm
you
about
gonna
to
run?
drop him. He a waste of
Nah, I ain't gonna
time.
drive. I'm finna get to end.
Oh,
I'm finna get
he
to the
wants to
end.
run. Can I ask my question? You gonna
No,
run?
brother came over here from IG for me. What's your question, brother?
the thing is, though, what are the ancient Egyptians if they're not
What? What
black
are?
people? Yeah, what are the ancient Egyptians if they're not black people?
We never said they're not black, bro. Just put it like this. We make it easy for you. They're not the same black
I'm
that's
not
messed up.
arguing against y'all. I'm on y'all side. What you
No,
what you
I'm
mean?
I'm saying they're not black. I'm saying they're not black because black is exclusive to sub-Saharan African. I'm not saying that they didn't have
Yeah,
black
I'm
people.
talking to dude. Yeah.
I'm not saying that they didn't have black people
Oh, my bad, my
in
bad.
Kemet. I'm not saying they
I'm
didn't
just
have black people in Kemet.
Here's the
Um,
thing. When you
Okay,
say
but
that
so do
though,
you
that
know
when you
how
say
the
they're not black,
Egyptians started? Do you know how the ancient Egyptians started?
how they started?
Yeah, how did it start?
What you mean? How they civilization started?
Yeah,
Yeah,
how did it start?
from geography, from shared culture.
It
With the
started okay.
Mesopotamia.
It started from a kingship, right? The first marker of
no, no. Okay,
Egyptian
listen,
Don't
listen,
start
listen.
civilization
tripping,
Real
that
quick,
Craig.
we
real quick.
have
Y'all got to
is
stop with saying the word king, bro. That's not our word. Kingship is not something that's in Africa. That's European. Y'all got to stop that, man. We
Think
didn't use the
about
word in the terms
I
king
think
and chief.
look,
patriarchy.
trust me, I'm on your side. I think you
No,
should
no,
just let
that's
me
cool. I
handle it
know
for a
you're on
little
our side.
bit.
I get it, but I
Just
still,
see how I roll real
nonetheless, though,
quick.
nobody. But hear me out, though. Nobody is above reproach. Nobody is above correction. If we gonna teach something or we gonna walk somebody down, we got to be factually correct. We got to get away from these European terms. King, chief, those are European terms.
Kaput. Let's
I
go.
agree, but we speak in English right now, so it's like, come on now. We can only get so
But
far
we
with
know
Okay,
that
certain
there
but
was no
things.
king. But we
I'm
know that
cool
there
with
was no
that too.
king.
But
It's
you gotta
pharaohs.
say, real quick. I didn't mean to cut you off
We in the
now. If
matrix
we
right
speak
now. We
in, no,
can't
no,
get
I
out.
get
We
you, I
could do
get you.
that
But
all
In
day,
the
like
matrix, yo.
escape the
If we
white
speak in
man.
English, you have to say. I would suggest if you're gonna teach someone, you got to say we're meeting people where they are. I mean, I ain't trying to tell you how to talk as a grown man, but if we're gonna teach that, you got to let people know that you're meeting people where they are. Because king and chief, that's European. African people didn't use those terms, bro.
I mean, you're right, but if you look it up, we speak English. It's called a King's List. That's what they refer to it as in all the popular documentation. So I'm just going by the most popular term. I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate your point. But I'm just trying to do what I'm trying to do it real quick.
All right, let me.
I'll shut up. My bad. Go ahead.
All right. So anyway, like yeah, how did the ancient Egyptian civilization start? Yo, it started with the King's List. This is how, for all you know, right? Because at the end of the day, we're arguing over white people shit. This is history. Nobody was there for. We don't know what the fuck went on. We're just trying to go what's the most likely shit, right? All right then. So by their documentation of ancient Egyptian civilization, I'm going by the white man's word. This is my whole thing. Ancient Egyptian civilization, bro. The first kings came from the south, right? It's the north of Egypt, but they got it, flipped upside down because how the river went, and they came from closer to the interior of Africa than to the exterior of Africa. Now, the whole thing is, what do the white people do? Yes, they're trying to get their whole claim to all that shit because they're in their fucking little white supremacy bubble because white people are really mixed up with Arabs, and that's a whole nother conversation that we're gonna get into, hopefully. But because of white Arab supremacy and shit, Caucasian supremacy, then they try to negate what actually went down and they try to attribute as much as they can to the south of Egypt, aka everything that's closer to the Nile Delta and going out into European civilization, than actually acknowledging that the civilization itself literally started closer to Nubia than it did to Israel and the Middle East. So at the end of the day, to try to say that some foreign people that were not black somehow traveled into the interior of Africa and started the civilization. And then we could get into the language and all this other kind of stuff too. But to say that they traveled into the interior of Africa and started a civilization, didn't leave no traces of civilization all along the river before there. It just popped up, bam. And then you're trying to say that these are not black people or most likely black people. This is what I'm saying. It's like you're really not even going with the logic of their story in my mind. Like and in reality, it's really just supporting white supremacy, bro, at the end of the day.
Supporting
Because
white
they're
supremacy is
just
crazy. Okay, let me respond to this before we get into
go
too many
ahead.
talking points.
Yeah.
So let me give a leading question because I'm really just ultimately trying to teach here. How long ago do people migrate out of East Africa?
Out of East Africa,
Yes, sir. How long ago?
hundreds of thousands of years ago, millions of years ago. There are
Okay.
multiple points.
Millions of years ago is crazy work. Hundreds of thousands of years ago is crazy work. So see, this is we the first issue we have here is a chronological issue. When we say people coming from the interior, we have it in our mind that this is the first migration into Egypt, or at least that's what I understand, right? Because if we understand it, they got Miss Leah Cave, Mislya, Miss Leah Cave. You have bones found in Israel. This is past ancient Egypt. You have bones found in here over 100,000 years ago. Right. So this means these people have been traveling and migrating a long time ago. What does that mean for Northeast Africa? We're talking about the cradle of civilization. This is what like the crossroads of the continents. When we talk about Europe, Eurasia, Africa, right? This is the crossroads of civilization. This is why I say when we talk about how their civilization start, it starts by trade routes. It starts by rivers. It starts by geographical proximity to the rest of these people, which is that's like the three earliest civilizations. When we talk about the Indus River Valley, when we talk about ancient Mesopotamia, and when we talk about ancient Egyptians, this is the reason why they're in proximity to each other. But nonetheless,
How did the ancient Egyptian civilization start? What's the
I just told
marker
you.
of the
I just
start
told you.
of the ancient Egyptian
I
civilization?
just told you this is the thing I got to land it on. Okay, so when we talk about some of the earliest periods, right? We're talking about 5,500 years ago. Check this out. We're talking about 5,500 years ago, but we're talking about these people. They've been migrating for over 100,000 years, archaeologically. Okay. So we got evidence
What civilization was that? What civilization was that 100,000 years ago?
Migrating out for over 100.
What civilization was that 100,000 years ago? Or are we talking about a civilization?
I want to say y'all real quick. I'm about to drop down, man. I just made the football practice. Appreciate you having me.
All right, man. Y'all have a good practice. Appreciate you, Shaka.
All right,
bro. Let me look at this because I want to say 164,000 years old, but I don't want to lie to y'all.
Look, I'm about to walk you down personally. This is about to be your YouTube
brother. Man. You the same dude who said humans migrated out a million years ago. You are here for a lesson.
Do you know what the out of Africa theory is?
I definitely know what it is. So much so that I know that the scientists and the biologists who are behind it. Do you know their names though?
No, I don't know their names.
Okay, so you're just playing and you just jumped off the porch. You think this shit a game. But here goes right here. Here goes right here. The Mislya Cave, it's a jawbone. It's found 177,000 years ago. This is a Homo sapien, y'all. This is a Homo sapien. So the people actually migrate out. The sexual migration into Africa was approximately 50,000 years ago. But we're talking about people been migrating over 100,000 years prior to that.
What's the oldest Homo sapien skeleton?
It's going to be Jebel Irhoud. Found it. Jebel Irhoud.
And how old is that?
300,000 years old.
300,000.
Yep.
Okay.
And then the end of the lines perfectly with Albert Perry's African haplogroup A00, which is in West Africa as well. So not only do we got biological evidence in Africa, we got anthropological evidence, we got the fossil, we got the human remains. And then the story, like I said, that's why I was talking about it earlier. The story of science just makes more sense. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I know ultimately when people believe shit, they can just kind of like fill in the blanks with whatever they want to believe or however they fancy it. But when you actually doing the math equation and you actually got to add this shit up, the science just makes more sense. Just makes more sense. But yeah, so when we talk about the ancient Egyptians being black, we think that human life starts in Africa, East Africa, and then people migrate out. No, these people been adapting. They've been going through mutations. They've been adapted to their climate. Whether that's through the juxtaposition for the UV ray adaptation.
You really can't really stay on one point. You really like
staying on this same point. I'm staying. This is the point. I'm telling you,
Bro,
the
you
ancient
was
Egyptians
just
are not
looking
black.
something up. Did you even finish looking up what you was looking up?
I definitely did. Do you remember how old the jawbone is? Because I just got through telling you.
Yo, but then you
How
just
old is the
kept
jawbone?
talking. Like you
How old is the
were
jawbone? Do you understand what I'm telling you about this shit?
yo, so I said a whole bunch of stuff, and now I thought we were gonna go point by point and talk about this, but it's
We
like I say
are. Listen,
something,
I'm
and now you
responding to
just
your
running
direct
off
point.
with it,
I'm
and
def-
then there's no
I'm
cohesiveness or
responding. Check this out.
coherence
In
to
the
the
time,
conversation
I'm
because
responding to your
and,
direct point. Your
and now you
direct
trying
point.
to talk over me at the same time, bro.
I'm responding.
Like,
Yeah, because you're saying nothing. I'm
do you
responding to your
really
direct
think
point.
you have the mental stability
All
to
right, now you're
understand
off
what you
subject.
saying if
Now
you
you're off
can't
subject.
even have a conversation?
Okay, I'm responding to your direct point. That point meaning that ancient Egyptians came from the interior of Africa, right? That's the point I'm responding to. You gave no
Okay.
timelines. I'm giving you a timeline for humans been migrating out of Africa. You gave a fraud fictional timeline of 1,000,000 years ago. You don't
Okay,
understand
so
migrate.
explain to
Oh, go
me
ahead, go
how
ahead, go
it,
ahead, go ahead. I can't
yes,
land. Go ahead, go ahead. You
explain
got
to
it.
me. I'm yes, and I'm
Yeah,
asking you to explain
interrupt
your
me. It's
point.
fine.
Yeah, I'm doing exactly what you did. So, and I'm trying to
You're
get help
mature. You're mature. You're
to,
mature.
and I'm trying to get help to guide this conversation. So, explain to me how your point of humans migrating out of Africa relates to humans migrating into Africa and starting a civilization at a certain time. That's what I was
We're
lost
not,
on. That's why I
nobody's
was
having a
asking the question for.
conversation. Nobody's having a conversation about people migrating into Africa. You just brought that up out of nowhere. That is a straw man if I ever heard one. You said
Okay,
ancient Egyptians
so
migrate
if
from the
the
interior of Africa. All right.
so okay. So answer me this question: If the
He said you go
people
too
who
slow to speak.
started, if the people who started the ancient Egyptian civilization didn't arrive from outside of Africa, you're saying that they originated from inside of Africa.
No.
Okay, this
No.
is where I'm lost, and
Now
that's
this is
why I
where
want you
okay,
to
perfect, perfect. Now this
please,
is when you get if you're
yes,
lost, now you get to listen. So I'm
please, thank
saying
you.
in this region, there's no borders. These people have been migrating and crossing with each other culturally and genetically for hundreds of thousands of years, over 100,000 years. That's what I'm showing you. I'm showing you that the migration that you're talking about, these people coming from the interior of Africa and just settling in Egypt, that's oversimplified. I'm giving you more
That's what the
details
white, yeah, and
about
that's what the white people say, and I agree. I agree with that. It is oversimplified. I mean, it.
the
That's what
white
they
people
say
say
though.
it's
That's their
oversimplified.
narrative.
I mean,
Of
white people don't even address these conversations. Only niggas trying to save other niggas address these conversations.
no,
This
they
is
do
only us.
DNA
This is
testing and
only
all
us.
this stuff. They actually
Nobody that
do.
white people would address would even have any type of
Have you
proximity
heard
to
of
this
Graham
conversation.
Hancock and all this stuff? You know, people talking about this on
Graham
Joe Rogan
Hancock
and
is a
all
full
type of
blown
stuff.
pseudo. If you look up
I mean, I'm
Graham
I'm
Hancock, it's
not
going to say,
disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that. But
I don't
you
know why
just
you
said
brought him up.
nobody's discussing it. He's on Netflix. It's literally this stuff is literally on Netflix. So you
Yeah,
saying nobody
so
talking
is
about
Star
this?
Wars.
Okay.
What is the proof of that?
And
What is
people
your
discuss Star Wars. So my proof is that you just said nobody's discussing it and
okay?
it's on
So is
Netflix. That means
Mark.
somebody
So is
discussing it.
no.
All right. But go ahead.
Graham Hancock is not discussing this shit. Trust me, he's not discussing if
Ancient
when
Egypt,
people
that's
migrate out.
literally the basis of his whole thing is ancient Egypt. But all right, go ahead.
He's not discussing. He's not discussing this. He's not discussing the
Go
timeline where
ahead,
people
bro.
populated
The
it.
the start of the ancient Egyptian civilization, yes, he is discussing that. That's his whole thing, bro.
But we're
Yes,
not
that's
discussing the
literally
start of the ancient Egyptian civilization. This is
that's
what we're
literally
discussing.
my
This is what I don't know if you know what we're talking about here. We're talking about are the ancient Egyptians black? For you to prove the ancient Egyptians black, you have to pull them from sub-Saharan Africa because you know that's the only way you could be black. I'm saying you oversimplified that conversation because people been migrating for over 100,000 years, so they had been adapted
migrated
to the
from where?
regions phenotypically, so they are no longer
Migrated from
black.
where?
Huh?
Migrating from where?
Where do humans derive from? Let me actually show you though. Let me
We're
actually show
talking
you.
about to Egypt from where? Because we're talking about ancient Egypt right now. I
Nobody,
hopped in. Y'all
nobody.
were talking about ancient Egyptians are not black. I'm just on the point right now that ancient Egyptians are black. You're trying to prove to me how they're not. We're on the topic of ancient Egypt right now. That's what we're talking about. Is ancient. Everything should be focused around the point of ancient
But
Egypt
yeah, but
right
we
now.
don't have to talk about the origins of the civilization though,
That's literally what ancient. If it's not
because
if the
we're
civilization
not talking
hadn't
about the
originated,
civilization.
then it's not there.
We're talking about the people,
We're
not
not
the
talking
civilization.
about we're not talking about something that didn't exist. No, you're right. We're talking about it when it was there. right? If it didn't originate, how
Talk
did it
about it.
exist?
Talk
What are you
about it. You
talking?
just still gotta prove. You just still gotta prove to people it's black. But this is what I'm finna show you. I'm finna show you the
If they're
why
not
DNA black.
black, I'm not trying to prove that they are black, but you're trying to prove that they're not black.
Oh,
And
well, there
this
you go
is the
then.
thing. There's no other logical identity. This is what I'm saying. You're talking about history that's thousands of years ago. There's no way you or anybody else is going to be able to pull up proof. But using common sense, if they're not black and you have no other proof or evidence of how these people would be anything other than black due to how their civilization started, then what else are they?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You think how their civilization started makes them black? It doesn't, because their civilization is only 5,000 years old. We have evidence of humans migrating over that
That's all
beyond
we're
that
talking
region.
about
Oh,
is ancient Egypt right now.
you're interrupting me. That's crazy because I'll let you land. Let me know when I can
All right.
talk.
That's all we're talking about is ancient Egypt. All
Let me
right.
know
All
when I can
right. My
talk.
bad. Go ahead.
So yeah, we have evidence of people migrating beyond ancient Egypt over 190,000 years prior. So these are not the same people. Everybody wants to claim an ethnogenesis. Listen, this is the funny part. African Americans, we love claiming our ethnogenesis. We haven't been in America 500 years. You don't want to let ancient Egyptians have an ethnogenesis over 190,000 years? Come on, y'all. Y'all don't find that strange? Y'all still want these people to be the same ethnicity that migrated out 190,000 years ago?
You
No,
think
of
they
course,
have
of course.
DNA from 190,000 years ago?
Do they? No, they have DNA. This is. Okay, I'm glad we brought the conversation here. They have
Because
DNA
what,
from.
then what are you saying? Then they're not the
I'm
same
going to tell
people.
you if I
How are
get to
you trying?
talk. They have DNA from. They have DNA from 50,000 years ago. So when we're talking about the E1B 1A splitting from the E1B 1B, yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're talking about 50,000 years ago. So even that distinction is 45,000 years before their civilization. You don't think in 45,000 years, and this is the Natufian DNA. So this is the DNA of the same people that you love to send out of Africa. Do you know that there's no borders there? Besides these man-made rivers, there's no borders here. These people willingly can migrate, can cross over into Asia if they want to, from Africa to Asia, a step away.
You're
So
right.
these borders, these arbitrary borders, they don't exist. That's what I'm telling you. These people been migrating over there. You're trying to keep them like the same people, like they just left there a week, and that's why I say it oversimplifies it, because it's just not some Moses 40 years in the wilderness as expedition. All right. So I don't know if
Okay,
you
so
understand
your
that.
so your argument, I mean, we could move past it, but so your argument with what I'm saying is that I'm oversimplifying it, just and that's it, right?
Yeah, you're oversimplifying it to make them black. And on top of black is exclusive to sub-Saharan Africans, and on top of that, the regions that was gave to black, because it wasn't just a phenotype and it wasn't just a continent, it was a specific region along with the phenotype. But yeah, I definitely digress because I don't think we're
Yes, it
going to get
definitely
nowhere.
was a specific reason. Okay, and so your only argument against them not being black is that it's too simple for them to have been black. That's literally what you're saying.
No, your argument was oversimplified, which is pretty much saying human, and that's why I'm saying, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't even know if this is fully your argument, but human life starts in sub-Saharan East Africa, somewhere around there. So therefore, people are black, which that part is oversimplified. But nonetheless, they migrate to Egypt, and them first people that migrated to Egypt, they black because they came from them people. Yeah, you're forgetting like 100,000 of years. So that's why I say I think this timelines. I think when we get to talking about history, especially so vast, hundreds of thousands of years, that's just so unfathomable and surreal for people that we can't grasp our
So
minds
what
on it.
is black then? You're saying that the
Black is
people no,
sub-Saharan
okay,
African.
yeah, exactly. And so you're saying that the people that migrated from wherever you're saying were the first, bones that you're pulling up in your documentation. You're saying the people that migrated from there might not have been black because it was over X amount of time, but the definition of black is based on geography for the most part. And what you're saying, which is sub-Saharan, that's your go-to for this thing. And so where would these people have come from in Africa if not sub-Sahara? If that's where the
How
origin,
long ago?
closer
How
to the
long ago? How
origin,
long ago before they came from sub-Saharan Africa did they settle in ancient Egypt?
you said tens of thousands of years.
I
You
said over
said
190,000 years.
you said different things. Yeah, true.
I said 190,000 years archaeologically, and genetically, I said over 45,000 years.
Okay.
So this is what I'm trying to get you to understand at that point. At that point, we got to understand what adaptation is. We got to understand what ethnogenesis is. We got to understand, like, I
I
mean,
mean, you were going somewhere with that. You.
no,
I
no, no.
just said
Also,
something,
and
and
also,
yeah,
we got
yeah.
to understand what, like, how these terms were defined. Like I
Okay.
said, they defined by region. It was exclusive. Hold on. Did I
So
ever
you're
finish?
just saying it's too simple to
Oh my
say,
God.
even though humans came from sub-Saharan Africa, that the humans that created the ancient Egyptian civilization were sub-Saharan Africans,
Hold on. Let me see
even
what my.
though it's much more unlikely that they migrated from outside of Africa
I'm
into
giving you multiple
Africa to
reasons.
start the civilization.
I'm giving you multiple. I'm giving you
That's
at
your
least.
whole argument.
No, that's not my
That's
whole
it.
argument. I'm giving you at least three. I'm giving you at least three arguments on why ancient Egyptians are not black and never was black. But let me just read
Okay.
this real quick. It
Okay.
says the term black is linked to sub-Saharan Africans and not North Africans, mainly because of how racial categories were built during European colonialism. 18th and 19th century European scholars divided Africa at the Sahara, labeling sub-Saharan African
Wait, can you
populations
start
as
over? I was reading the comments. My bad.
the
I want
term
to listen
black.
to
The
you. My
term
bad. My
black
bad.
is linked. The term black is linked to sub-Saharan
You talking
Africa.
fast. I spoke before this too. But okay, go ahead.
The term black is linked to sub-Saharan Africa and not North Africa, mainly because of how racial categories were built during European colonialism. 18th and 19th century European scholars divided Africa at the Sahara, labeling sub-Saharan populations as Negro, based on skin colors, features, and region, while North Africa was grouped with Caucasoid Mediterranean peoples due to lighter skin and historical ties to the Middle East and Europe.
And
That
that's how that
colonial.
whole narrative ties into white supremacy. Okay, my bad. Go
How
ahead.
does this tie into white supremacy?
Because you just said that North Africa links to the Caucasoid. And so this is why it's part of their narrative, because we are in a Caucasian country talking a Caucasian language about their Caucasian history and arguing if these people were Caucasian or more
Mm,
black. And you're trying to say
that don't
that
benefit
your
white
bullet
supremacy,
point is
man.
that they are not black. And so
That
if
don't
North
benefit white supremacy,
Africa
none.
is part of the Caucasoids,
Yeah, that
then
don't benefit
boom.
white supremacy, none. You lost me there. Ultimately,
Caucasoid and Caucasian loses you. That loses you right there.
no, that's a straw man, and I don't know why you would put that on me. Everybody knows I'm not talking about that. So when they hear you try to put that claim on me, it makes you
That's
say I
what
don't
I'm
know why
talking
too.
about. I'm not
No,
talking about
no,
what you're
no,
talking
no, no,
about.
no, no. You're not going
I'm
on
here to
another
talk about what
tangent.
I'm
No,
talking
no,
about.
you're trying to go on a tangent. No, reading this information does not perpetuate. Reading it, yeah, you fucking fried. Reading this information does not perpetuate white tea supremacy, brother. It's actually just talking about how these people and why they label North Africans white. Did you hear why, or do you want me to read it again?
Okay, do you
Based on
understand?
skin color, yeah, you want me to say it again?
Go ahead.
Based on skin color, because they had lighter skin and historical ties to the Middle East and Europe. They had historical ties to the Middle East and to the Europe. So if we're talking about the Mediterranean is the sea that pretty much separates North Africa and Europe. A lot of people don't know when they talk about Ethiopia as a continent. Of course, they don't know it's the whole continent, but they're regarding all of Africa as Ethiopia, right? All of that they know. That's why when
Yeah, that's
Columbus
what the
said,
white people say. That's some dumb shit, right? Exactly. That's
well,
what
it's
the white
not.
people
It's not.
say.
It's not. I guess it's ignorant as far as them not knowing about the whole continent. But they hadn't explored the whole
Right?
continent. They wasn't going into the interior. They stopped at the
Wow, they
Sahara.
wasn't going into the interior. I can't believe you just said that. Why would the white
What everybody
people
in the world
not
knows
go
that.
into the
Even with chattel
interior and know
slavery,
about
they
the
know they didn't
interior
go
of
into the
Africa?
interior.
Wow.
I don't know why you giving you got your energy right now.
Wow.
But let me finish this. The colonial map stuck and still shapes modern United States and European racial language. So black became shorthand with Western, Central, Southern African ancestry. North African has mixed populations with Berber, Arab, and Sub-Saharan African. And then also, so y'all know the Sub-Saharan African there is not even 10%. Please look it up. Even when they did the Jibble Earhart study, it only went to like 12%. When they talk about the genetic makeup of ancient Egyptians, only 12% of it is sub-Saharan African, and that is blackness and Mediterranean admixture. So people there often identify by nationality, ethnicity, rather than tribe or blackness. It's a social political label, not a genetic one. That's very important to know too. When these people say Africans don't even call themselves black, because obviously there's various countries in there, and then this is a social political label, right? It's political.
Some white people shit. Exactly. Yeah, you
Yeah,
right.
specifically in the United States and in Europe. So yeah, not a genetic one. Here we go. E1B1A. This is what they have in North Africa. E1B1B, skin tone and culture all across the Sahara, but the category black was historically constructed to exclude North Africans. That's what I've been trying to say the whole time. That's all. But not only that, but also the migrations. These people been out.
You
They've been
just said
adapted to the
literally
region.
some white supremacists that it was made in the name of
But
white supremacy. That's crazy.
nothing that I said was white supremacist. I don't know if you know what white supremacy is, but yeah, you
Do
doing it
you know?
around.
This is my whole point of coming up here because I don't think you know what white supremacy is and how you're supporting it in your conversation, yo, and the
Okay,
angle that you're trying to take.
let me know what it is and how I'm supporting it. My bad,
Well,
y'all. I've
I'm
been
going
zoned
to,
out.
but I'm not trying to interrupt you. I was just letting you know that that's
No,
what
I
I'm
was
doing.
I'm done with that. You already conceded. There's nothing more nobody can say about that conversation, brother.
No, I didn't concede. Did you finish your 3 points?
Yeah. So, what are my 3 points? Do you know them or no? So obviously you don't know
No,
because you asked
I
me.
was trying to see if you finished them.
It's these Europeans who give you these racial categories. They exclude North Africa from being black. You got to concede to their definition because they're the ones whose language you're speaking. So they're the one who define the words by the language you're speaking. It
But
was
yet
also the
you're
migration.
preaching.
It was also the
Yet you're.
migration. These people been migrated out for over 100,000 years ago. And
How do
then
we know
as
that's
far as
factual?
when the civilization is originated, it don't originate till 5,000 years ago.
How do
So
we
we
know
talking about
that's
people been adapted, been
factual?
mutated.
But you
You're
just
oversimplifying the
said,
conversation. What's my third point, then?
oh, okay, my bad.
Sir,
Oh,
how
that's
do we
what you were
know
reading. Oh, my
anything
bad.
you're
Okay, go
saying
ahead,
is
go ahead.
factual?
Why you why you remove them? Listen, y'all can bring it back up, but this is the thing. Y'all got to have some decorum. If y'all want to disagree, then y'all got to have be able to have a conversation. You just can't interrupt in the middle of somebody else's conversation. But it's
You're right.
crazy.
I
You know what
got
I'm saying?
thrown
I
off
gotta
when
raise
his
these
mic
niggas.
was going off. I thought I could just cut in because it was already interrupting and John. You're right. My bad.
Yeah. So yeah. So in the region, these people are not black. Sub-Saharan African is black. Ancient Egyptian is not black. Dark skin, possibly. Dark skin, possibly. Likely a shade of it, variation of it, but that don't make you black. Sub-Saharan African make you black. And then I don't know if y'all seen the definition I had up for blackness and the people who popularized this as the F on them, but
So you're saying that
that's
there
not
were
me.
people that were in Africa that were dark skinned that originated from not outside of Africa that were not black and are not black.
Well, it says that's why I say you weren't listening. If you
No, I
look at
know.
it,
So yeah, so that's the
it says
definition.
Berber.
I'm just yes or
It says
no. It's just a yes
Berber,
or no. It's a
Arab.
yes or no.
It said no, because I already said I already gave you the answer. It says Berber,
I'm just trying
Arab.
to reaffirm, bro. I'm just trying to make sure. You said a whole
It
lot of
says
stuff. You said
Berber,
3 points. I'm just trying to confirm one
and
of the
they got
points.
Natufian DNA. Hold on, let me see how much
So it's a
Natufian.
yes or no. I'm just asking on confirmation on one of the points, bro. That's it.
But that wasn't the way I laid it out. I laid out the different groups that these people come from and how they are outside of sub-Saharan Africa. So yeah, but that's what I'm finna say.
So like I say, if you have no idea where these people could have come from or how they could have originated from anything
I
else
do. I don't know why
besides
you're starting to straw
sub-Saharan
man.
Africans, then the ancient Egyptians have to be sub-Saharan Africans. That's the whole thing. You're
I don't know
seeing
why.
there's
I
such
just
a
explained it.
yes, I
You can't
know.
process. You know what information
You just
bias
said that
is?
there's a big time period between okay,
Here we
where
go.
is this where
Listen,
is the
modern
location
Egyptians
of this
derive from
skeleton
40%.
or this jawbone? Did you say the
Listen, yeah, that
location of
jawbone
this
is found
jawbone?
the jawbone is found in it's found in Israel.
Israel, so not even in Africa.
Correct. That's what I said. The people have been migrating out of
Okay,
Africa for over 100,000 years. Check this out. Modern
so you
Egyptians
said a
have
Homo
roughly. Check
sapiens.
this out.
So
This finna
you're
answer.
okay.
This finna answer
Okay,
the
so
question.
your whole point
This
was
finna answer
just
the
that the
question right
out of
here. You just
Africans
want to talk.
were going out of Africa and then they didn't come back into Africa. What are you saying, bro? That don't even
What?
make sense.
Nobody said. Yeah.
How
So
how does an Israeli
this is what you got to
jawbone
do. This is what
connect
you
to
got to do
ancient
in
Can
this
I say
Egypt?
conversation.
something to him, Dawn? Yo, Dawn, can I
Hold on. Let me
say
just tell him
something?
this. Yeah. Let me just tell him this, and then you can say.
All right.
This is what you got to do when we having this
And the out
conversation.
of
You
Africa
both
theory,
wait.
Hold on.
yeah,
This is
I'm
what you got
lost
to
on
do.
that.
This is what you got to do when we having this conversation. You got to erase that random border there. Remember when I told you this? It's the arbitrary border, Africa and Asia to connect. You got to erase that border in your mind because you letting these Europeans constructs stop us from building in this
So
conversation.
okay, so why do you
You
think that
pushing
they
white
You're
erased the
supremacy, brother.
using
border when
European
the
construct.
Europeans didn't erase
Everything
the
you're
border?
saying.
All right, hold
What?
on. Let me see what Igbo wanted to say, and then we're gonna open up the
Go
panel
ahead.
because this looks like it's gonna last. Hold
Everything
on.
you're
Hold on one
saying is
second.
European constructed. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I was just
Can't
trolling
tell
them.
them
I was just
it's
Actually,
trolling them.
European
Go ahead,
construct when
Igbo.
actually,
you're using European construct.
Yeah,
actually,
that's
the
my whole point. That's
European,
my whole point.
actually, the
Literally, that's my
European
whole
is
point.
correct.
How do
Only
we
My
know
thing,
that's
the only
factual?
thing that the European is not correct
How do
about,
we
in which
know that's factual?
Okay, okay,
the
you're right.
terms.
How do we
The
know
Okay,
they're
terms
telling
were
you the truth?
scientifically and
Could update
genetically and
anything.
geographically wrong by naming them Negro and Hamite, which is actually biblical terms. But science actually proves that there's a population in Africa that comes from Eurasia with pitch black dark skin. This means that skin color does not determine your genetic makeup. We black Americans are enslaved by the social construct of race. They
Racist.
even went as far as anthropological studies labeling the population in Africa that never left out of Africa, that never mixed race with the population that returned back into Africa. The reason why it's called Eurasian back migration because the human left out of Africa 1.8 million years ago. Let me correct this.
How
A
do we know
Homo
that's
erectus
factual?
left out of Africa 1.8 million years ago did not remain the same. They evolved into another population, keeping the black skin. Pale skin did not come into existence until maybe Dada can look that up. I think it's three to
Yeah,
six
I'm here to
thousand years
destroy
or
Don
whatever
Dada.
years
How do we
ago.
know anything you're
There's
saying is
different
factual?
populations in Africa. Not all
So this
Africans
is
and
a
not all
founding hall.
blacks are
Okay.
what is called Negro. The Negro is located in West Central Africa. He is unmixed from Arab and Eurasian DNA. That's the only population that was placed into the transatlantic slave trade. It's time for us to know this.
Oh,
Our peoples,
this
our
transatlantic
population
slave.
in Africa is showing all evidence on every single social
Don't you
media
want to hear some
platform.
opposition so you can eat me up instead of you preaching
Hey,
a
hold on.
history
Watch your language.
sermon?
Watch your language. Watch your language.
What language did I
Don't
say
try
there?
to don't try to make propositions on here.
I said,
All right,
don't you
look.
want some
But yeah,
opposition that you
we'll
can
let you.
debunk?
Yeah, I'm
And
gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you
opposition.
go. I got you. I got you. We can hear you.
I
All
mean,
right.
all
Let
they're
me
going
give
to do
you
is
a.
repeat
Let
the
me give
same
you.
thing
Leah,
over
I'm
and
giving you
over.
a timer. You on the timer. Nobody interrupt him. You on the timer. Go ahead, sis.
Oh, okay. Well, this out of Africa stuff, 1600s. But then when you look over in Europe, see, I'm an investigator. And first of all, I'm intellectually honest. Okay? I know that history is written by the descendants of people who committed massacres from 1866 to 1923 and then turned around and wrote history. Everything you're saying is based off of Caucasian criminal testimony. Okay? They're peer reviewed, the books, everything, third grade to 12th grade education. So you look for the truth. 4 million came to America 40 years prior, European immigrants. 4 million were freed in the Emancipation Proclamation. The same people who are on the front of the Civil War medal, no Africans whatsoever on the Civil War medal. And strangely, the European immigrants snap out in 1866 like angry slaves. The child labor laws of the early 1900s include European Caucasian children, indication of slavery, and the Stop White Slavery Act, the Mann Act. There's no Stop Black Slavery Act. For 400 years, they claimed they had us as slaves, but they never used us for any hard labor afterwards. They didn't have to pass a Stop Black Slavery Act, kidnapping white, black women and selling them into prostitute. Strangely, they only used European Caucasians, the same European Caucasians who celebrate the 4th of July, 1865, the first day
We're
of
talking about the
independence
different
for
populations in
slavery.
Africa, man. It's
Yeah,
different
well, I just blew
populations in
apart your
Africa.
whole slavery thing.
It's
And
different populations in Africa. This is
sir,
what we're talking about.
there was no
There's
Let him land.
different
He only got a minute. He only got
populations
a
in
minute.
to
Let him
Africa.
go
America.
ahead and land. Let him land. He
Caucasians
got a minute.
were the
You got a minute.
slaves,
Make sure
sir.
you land.
Right. We can see that the Caucasians fit the bill of the slave. They act like the slaves, and they celebrate the first day of independence for slavery, which is 4th of July. But they claim it's 1776. See that part? Everything fits them as the slave. We even know that they came out of Africa. The Caucasians are actually pale Africans because we can see you're albino, opie looking Africans. Right.
Oh
You
man.
got the Slavics all
Yeah,
down there
he gone
by
bad.
Greece. No, my time not up. See, y'all built the Cyrenaic Canal to cover up your exodus, but we see all those Slavics down in Greece and Cyrus. What are they doing down there? They're supposed to be in Slovakia. Strangely. But no, they came out of Africa, sir. You see that part? Gig is up.
Boy, you throw it
It's
off.
over. No, I use
Yeah,
European
he's way
history to
off.
destroy European
Oversimplified.
history. Everything I say, it's factual.
Boy
Now,
Scott.
go look it up.
What's
4
There's
that?
million
different
European
populations in
immigrants.
Africa,
All
man.
right, all right. Your
Yeah,
time ended. Your time ended. Your time ended. I don't even know why I let your
fuck
time
what
end,
I
bro.
say.
So hold on, real
Fuck
quick,
anything I say.
real quick. We sitting up here listening to Prince Dread. We already know he Looney Tune. Why we
Oh,
listening to
so
this
that's your
nigga?
pushback against everything
Uh, Prince
Cause
Dre, you know I
nothing
don't
that
like
he
Prince.
says
never
is
done.
gonna make any sense. So we already know. Like I'm not understanding why we listening to him. Cause
I didn't know that was. I got you.
yeah,
Yeah,
I heard that voice. I say this is the brain cells
yeah.
are
I
going
didn't
to
know.
brain cells are going to go to hell if we keep listening to this.
Boy, I knew. I knew as soon as it came up, and I said, "Oh, we got a character with this one." But you see what I'm talking
Yeah.
about? In the war. In the war. This is what I be talking about. I be trying to stop people from going crazy to that point of the. But I can't tell if some people just got a learning disability, or if
No,
some people
this
just.
he
Yeah, he fucked up. He fucked up. I know
that
that.
nigga he's so deep into conspiracy theories that it's not even funny no more.
Yeah, yeah. He done that.
So I was wondering when we was gonna figure out that this nigga is not playing
Man,
with
if
a
I would
full
have
deck of
seen Prince
cards.
Dread in the comments, I would have been dropped his ass. I ain't know. You know, I don't deal with him.
I
That
had to
was.
go
I
back.
think
I
that was
had
the
to go
first
to the. I
person.
had to go to the profile because this is a new profile. I had to go to the profile.
He
I
he
said,
started. He started me blocking them type of people. I said, "Oh no way." It was one time. I ain't gonna lie. It was one time. I think I seen him over there on OHF panel. I got so damn mad. I said, "What the hell?" I said, "I'm blocking your ass. Your ass would never. We would never chop it up. Fuck that." That's
and
why I
another
said.
thing, I just want to know, why do we keep going to Egypt? Why are we in who's in Egypt?
Right. Nobody.
Who is it? Like who is it? Who's coming out of Egypt? Ain't nobody coming out of Egypt until
Ramses.
like who is in
Ramses
Egypt? Ain't
tomb.
nobody's in Egypt like that.
Because our
Ramses
peoples
tomb.
are enslaved by skin color. They do not know that there's different populations in
And there was
Africa
no
with the
skin
same
and
skin color.
let's also take it to where there was no skin color. There's no such thing. So nobody
That's
even knows what the
Yes,
people
we
that
know
walked
that.
out. The people who walked the Homo sapiens that walked out of Africa and went to Eurasia and to all those
Only a
other parts
small
of
amount.
the 1 second. I don't need feedback, right? Those people we don't even know what them Homo sapiens even look like. I'm sick of people saying that they was black because they came out of Africa. That's not the case. We don't know what they looked like. We have no clue what skin color or what type of people that came out of Africa 75 to 85,000 years ago. We don't know. So can we please stop that? It's getting
stop doing
annoying.
that. Cheddar Man. Cheddar Man. That's a good
Yeah, that's a
example.
fact. That's a fact. But it
Cheddar, we
doesn't
don't even
matter
know what
what
Cheddar.
color.
We know what his features look like, but we don't know what his skin color really look like.
But my point
I
is
don't
the
know.
fact that there's a dark skinned population in Africa that
How
is
do you
not
know they was dark
genetically.
skinned?
I'm talking now. Now, there's a dark skinned population in Africa that we have no genetic link to. So skin color does not determine your genetic
And where
makeup.
would that? And where would them group of people be?
Those group of peoples are labeled Afro-Asiatics
Where though?
No, I
Where
never
would
heard
they
of them
be?
inside of
people.
Africa.
On whose side of Africa?
Inside of Africa,
Afro-Asiatic,
Okay,
that's a
Northeast and
language.
okay,
South
That's not a
what?
Africa.
people.
Okay, but inside, you keep saying inside of
Afro-Asiatic
Africa,
is a language, though. That's not a people.
right?
Or unless you're talking about the people who speak the language.
I'm talking about the peoples that speak the language. Afro-Asiatic is not a race. It's a language of the invading race
So who
that
are the
they
people?
speak.
So who? Are, so Hold on, mother. Hold on 1 second, mother, because I need to
It's
know.
very hard. It's very
Wait a
difficult for
minute.
us to
Wait a minute.
comprehend.
If you if wait a minute, because everybody can't talk at one time. My question is, the people that you say have no genetic infinity or no genetics to Africa, who are these people? What dark skinned people are you talking about? Whatever that was you said.
Sound like maybe talking about. I don't know. Yeah, because even I don't know. Because I'm looking at.
Like you say they inside of Africa, but they're dark skinned, but they don't have African DNA. So who are where these people at? And what country are they from?
I did not say they did not have African DNA.
Okay, so what you were saying? So repeat what you said.
There's a population in Africa that has 30, maybe 40 to 60% of Eurasian DNA. We are not genetically linked to this population. Egyptians, Moors, Ethiopians, Somalians, the Eritreans, the Tutsis, even in West Africa, the Fulanis, even
Oh
the
wow.
Yorubas are from Arabia. We have scientific evidence.
Hold on.
Even
What Yoruba?
our population that we come from in Africa, they're online and they're exposing
What
these
Yoruba
peoples that
people
they
have
call
ancient Asiatic?
You say Yoruba?
Yeah, he said Yoruba.
The Yoruba are mixed race.
What Yoruba's
And
a mixed race?
the Yoruba peoples are mixed race. They come from Mesopotamia,
What's the
Yemen,
Since
Arabia.
when? I know a few Yoruba
Genetic
people that
evidence
have some.
shows.
Hold
You
on.
asked me a question. Let me answer. Genetic evidence shows that the Yorubas came into Africa 7 to 10,000 years ago from Arabia. There's actually two different sets of
Where you
peoples.
found that at?
There's actually two sets of peoples in the ethnic groups. This is why us African Americans don't have ancient Eurasian DNA like the Yorubas and the Fulanis.
Oh shit.
That's
Our
a,
peoples are online on every
yeah. You
single
about as pseudo.
platform.
You about as pseudo as
This
everybody
is
else.
not
Don't even worry
pseudo.
about
It's
that.
you can't comprehend it. You
Can we
can't
see?
comprehend it. So now you calling
They
names.
asking. No,
It's
they
all
asking to see that.
scientifically proven.
They asking to see that study on Yoruba.
Should I
Yeah.
put? Can I place it in the chat? I can click.
No,
I
yeah. I
quickly
guess
place it.
if you can't pull it up, you
I
can
can
give it to
place
me.
it in the chat
You can
and you pull it
give me the
up.
name, or you can put it in the chat. And I'll pull it up. You was correct. You was correct on the North Africans having approximately, I think, up to 45% Eurasian DNA. I know with the Natufian, etc. I'm not sure on the because I know when I looked up the Fulani, I know that they have North African admixture and a little bit of Eurasian, but I know West African is still the majority. From my understanding, not the Niger Congo ancestry is going to be up to like 99%, 95, 99%. So yeah, I think it would be interesting to see that study on that. I think everybody would be interested to see that. Hold on at the time. Let me let Mother of Mankind speak real quick. Uh, she been patient. Appreciate you.
I'm currently in the road. So just give me a minute and I'll be parking.
All right. All right, at the time. You said you wanted to say something. I'm sorry. I keep on saying end the time. End the war. End the war. What's up, brother? You want to add something to the conversation? Listen, let me just summarize. I don't like the conversation is just to bring it back to the backdrop is all the people with the different identity claims, whether they be Moors, Hoteps, Israelites, or Pretendians, they all have this connection to Southeast America. I'm making that connection back to the transatlantic slave trade, back to West Africa, pretty much just substantiating who we are, with all the corroborated history and, scientific consensus already determines. Right? Disputing all the other claims, all the Afrocentric claims, all the Egyptomanian claims. Pretty much this is on the Egyptomanian claim right here. But yeah, just making the distinction on who these people are from a migratory perspective, geographical perspective, a biological perspective. We making a distinction between their DNA, but also how these Europeans call these people. And then this is the thing: we're not pushing white supremacy. It's just unfortunate that we speak English, mate. So that's just the reality of it. We speak English, mate. I wish I could be speaking to my ancestors' native language all the way down to the maternal and paternal origins, but that's not the case. So that being the case, yeah. Let me see. He put the study in there, so let me go pull it up real quick. We go Nature articles. But yeah, the end of war. You can say something if you want to address the conversation. But like I said, I told you this was gonna be a lesson. I'm not playing. I know everybody be on their bullshit, just talking their shit. Somebody got to really be like that. He's really like that over here. He ain't playing with this internet. Think he playing about his money? Y'all walking up and down these TikTok streets all day playing. The African Genome Variation Project shapes medical genetics in Africa. Bro, I need to know where to find it in the study. Studies in the sub-Saharan African. Let's just read the abstract. Studies in the sub-Saharan African. Hold on, y'all. My bad. Pop-up came up. You want this back?
Yeah. It was in.
All right. Studies in the sub-Saharan Africa and worldwide. The Africa Genome Variation Project represents dense genotypes. She out there?
Bro.
Hey, come here. Represents dense genotypes from 1,481 individuals and whole genome sequences of 320 individuals across sub-Saharan Africa. Using this resource, we find novel evidence of complex regional, distinct hunter-gatherer and Eurasian admixture across sub-Saharan Africa. We identify new loci under selection, including loci related to malaria, susceptibility, hypertension. We show that modern imputation panels, set of reference genotypes from which unobserved or missing genotypes and study set can be inferred, can identify association signals and highly differential loci across populations in sub-Saharan Africa. Using whole genome sequences, we demonstrate further improvement in imputation accuracy, strengthening the case. Large-scale sequences of efforts. Let me try to see where we're getting this information from. You sit your ass down. You ain't supposed to be running out this room.
Where you been? Huh?
Yeah. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. You have to point me to the specific part in the study. Where it's gonna let me know that Yoruba got whatever that large amount of Eurasian DNA you made a claim to. Yeah, it could be there. Buddy drop. Okay, here we go.
God damn, nigga, you had me muted the whole time. I was trying to say some shit. What the fuck?
Oh, you don't know how to unmute your mic. You could have let me know. I could unmute. I was like, damn.
Nah, I don't know how to do that TikTok ass shit. What the fuck, nigga?
All you gotta do is press your profile and it'll give you options, or it'll be at the bottom of the page and one of the two.
What the fuck? That's crazy, bro. You should have just left it how it was. Yeah, I don't know that shit, but all right. That's crazy. One thing I was gonna say, to the lady asking the question why we were in Africa and all this kind of junk, blah blah, is because and the dude was making a point of how there were different African populations. Yeah, they say Africa is the most diverse.
What did I
and all
ask?
this kind. I mean, y'all talked about a lot of different stuff, but you asked why we were talking about.
What I said was why
You were
we
talking about why
talking
we
about Yoruba in this
Egypt.
study.
You said why we talking about Egypt.
I said why we ain't why we in Egypt and we ain't from Egypt.
Okay,
Black
yeah,
people
so that's
ain't
what
from
I'm talking
Egypt.
about. All right, yeah, so that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we not from Egypt. Like we never originated in Egypt.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. All right, so yeah, so my point with that was just because the Americans, I don't fuck with. Okay, there's a couple things. First, I was gonna say I'm here to try to help y'all learn how to hoop. Using the white people's own information, you can still find out what's the real truth and what's not. And you can see how white supremacy is still controlling this job. At the end of the day, they're still trying to craft certain narratives. And I understand that you say that it's oversimplified, because basically what the white people do is leave it at the point where they can't go any farther, because if they go any farther, it's going to point to most of the times the obvious conclusions, which are certain other things, which in this case is, the ancient Egyptians being black people and all this kind of stuff. It points to certain things that they don't want a narrative to form because of religion and all this kind of stuff, because white people are controlled by religion. At the end of the day, they have their whole own thing going on, and we are just a little piece of this, trying to find our way in this whole big fight that white people got going on. And that's what I'm trying to say, is that at the end of the day, I know at the end of the day, this whole Indian thing and all this kind of stuff, people are trying to get some kind of identity and all this kind of stuff because we were slaves and blah, blah. And why is that? Because we have not been recognized for, and, we feel like, I don't know, compensated for our slave identity, right? Is still a stain, right? And Native Americans and all these other people, a lot of other ethnicities have had all types of stuff, mafia, all these type of people. I mean, black people are popular in some ways now, right? Everybody wants to act black and be cool and all this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, being black at the end of the day is one of the worst things that you could be. And especially over here when we are in the most powerful white country and the most powerful country in the history of existence in the whole entire world, right? When we are over here and we are the chosen people to get beat up on and the people that actually did help build this country, then yeah, it becomes a very, very big point, and it becomes something that we should be very technical and serious and specific when we're talking about. And I'm trying to show y'all that using, because I've been you, dude. Like, I feel like we are the same thing. And all I did was go a little bit farther, yo.
Boy, you
All I
got
did
me
was,
all the way
like,
fucked up, son. I've been sunning your ass since you've been up here. Your ass said, I asked you, when did humans migrate out of Africa? Boy, your ass said 1,000,000 years ago. Boy, sit the hell down. You new boot as hell. You ain't went no further as nobody. Boy, you just got off the porch. Stop.
I said tens or
Stop.
millions
No,
of
no,
years
no.
ago.
Because I was
I
up here.
said
I was
both. This is
oh no,
recorded.
hold on.
And
Because I was
this
letting
is
you
funny because
monologue.
this is all recorded, right? You recording
Yeah,
it.
it's gonna be on YouTube. Nigga, I was letting you monologue, freestyle, and get your bullshit off. Because you literally didn't even say shit right here. I was literally, while you was talking, I was literally thinking, I was like, do these niggas even be thinking that they be saying something? Nigga,
This is on record, then.
you
This
have
is on
real
record.
life Dunning Kruger. You think you got any type of scholarship over me, son? I'm just telling you the facts. Nigga said 1,000,000 years. You said humans migrated 1,000,000 years ago. Nigga, you don't even know when
I
humans
said
originated.
tens and I said millions. This is on record now. This is
And
all
millions
going
is
to be on
misinformation.
Yeah,
record.
and you for you to throw millions in there at all is absolutely wrong.
And
So
let
that's
people
the
know that
point.
you don't know what you're talking about. And that's what I'm talking about. Like y'all don't
Well,
be having nothing but some listen.
you said
Y'all be
humans, so you
full
talking
of
about Homo
ego.
sapiens,
Listen,
right?
y'all be having
You're
nothing
talking about
but
Homo
ego coming up
sapiens,
on here. Y'all don't be having the scholarship. And
the anatomically modern human and stuff, all this kind of stuff,
bro,
bro.
they
They
gonna
might,
record it back.
yeah. We only found a little
Anything you
pinky
do
bone.
now is making the
Okay.
recording sound better. I'm just letting you know. Cause you said what you said, they gonna rewind it. Yeah, soon as he came up on
They
here, that's
are.
what he said. Millions of years ago. Boy, sit your ass down. You crazy as hell.
All that talking was just a ramble about absolutely nothing because nobody was. What the
That's what
fuck
I was
was
telling him.
that?
Like in my mind, I'm like, does this shit even make sense to him? I'm like, he finna try to make this shit make any kind of sense. It don't make no sense. At the end of the day, pretentious is pretentious because various factors.
So
I was
y'all
talking
just
about
want to do your fight. This is like atheists and people who talk about God, yo, and just trying to
Oh, here
argue
we
back
go.
and forth.
Here we
And
go with
both
this
groups of
bullshit.
people are wrong, yo.
Mm,
Like y'all are literally
where am I
stuck in
wrong?
this,
Where am I
yo.
wrong? That's what I wanted you to say. Where am I wrong here?
mm.
What did I say wrong?
Bro, everything you just
Just
said
say one thing.
about
One thing.
me,
Just give one thing.
I'm talking about what you just said about me
Just say one
and
thing.
what
One
I'm trying to
thing.
do.
One thing that I
So this is
say.
what I'm
One
saying.
thing that I say.
So
Just name one thing.
wrong that you said about me, that I'm
Yeah,
trying to do,
one thing specifically. Y'all niggas can't do it. I put y'all on the spot like
that you
that.
not supporting white supremacy by pushing your narrative. And that's, you said that you're not doing that, but you are doing that. So
What?
I
you're wrong.
said that you said this is y'all fucked up in the head. I said that you said
You
something
can't
wrong
understand that.
about definitely can't understand it. Definitely can't
Okay.
understand it because it didn't make no sense to my question. That wasn't even a proper response. Y'all asses is fried, man. Listen, Listen, y'all can't keep up with the conversation. Let's reset this, bro, because this nigga right here is
So
he on
me
some
just
water right now
saying
or
that
something?
you are supporting white supremacy and you
No,
saying
I
that we're
never said
not
that. That
doing
was
it,
that was
you
your
can't
that was your that was
understand
him.
that I'm
Why
saying
do
that
they
that's
call
wrong.
scientific evidence white supremacy? This ignorance got to stop, man. The white
It's
man don't own
intellectualism.
science. The white man do not own science. The white man do not
He
own
said they don't.
archaeological evidence. Stop this,
He
man,
doesn't.
because
He
you
doesn't.
embarrassing us.
You know,
Anyway,
and so like I say, I'm trying to hoop using the white man's own stuff. That's my whole thing.
what's
So
you
I
The
do?
want the
white
What's your
same
man
thing
does
that this
not
alternative?
dude is
own
on.
science, brother.
What's
The
your
white man
alternative?
does not own science.
See,
He
and
does
this is what I'm
not
saying.
control it.
So I'm in a space where we look at people. If I'm gonna break the wall right here, the fourth wall, I guess me and the other girl in here, we look at some other people like, kind of gone and stuff, and I guess they look at me in that area too. They hear what you saying, and it's like you sound kind of gone, bruh. And that's the whole thing, right? There's a lot of people that go through these Pan-African things, and they feel like it's a cult, and they end up, saying this stuff around their family and all kind of stuff and putting money into this stuff, and then they get embarrassed and whatever, and
Yo,
they
what
feel
is you
like
What
it's
the
talking
them.
fuck
about,
are
young
you
So they
young
talking
so
king? What
they
is
about?
you talking about,
so I'm
young
gonna get
brother?
What are
to
you
What
it.
you
I'm gonna
talking
talking
get
about,
about?
I'm gonna
man?
get to it. I'm
You
gonna get to
venturing
it,
off to other
bro.
shit that we not even talking about.
Y'all
What are
trying
you
to
Uh,
get.
talking about?
I'll just wait a second. This is why y'all
No,
can't
it's not no
understand
wait a
stuff, because you
second,
don't
nigga.
have
You
the
need to get to
context
the
Embarrassing,
in
man.
your
fucking
mind
point.
to listen to something that's
No, we're
going
not
on,
listening to a whole
right?
monologue of fucking absolutely nothing. We're not doing that shit.
So
You just filling
That's a
in
fact.
gaps
yeah, we
because you
already did.
want to
We already did it
talk.
so
once.
We
So
don't
this
want to
is
hear
how
that
these
shit.
people got here,
You need to
right?
get
And
straight to the
so
chase.
they want to try to fight for the white man in their own way against the black man,
What?
right?
What
And
the
now I'm gonna
fuck
Really?
just
are
go
Man,
you
who
What
is he
against.
talking
channel?
talking
about?
about? Come on,
What
man.
channel that's going
And
on
now they want
man?
to fight for the white
Come
man,
on,
right?
man.
Like,
Because they,
What page you on?
damn.
You watching another page talking about what?
That's why your mic was on. That's why your ass was on mute the first fucking time. Cause bitch, what the fuck?
He come over here trolling, man. Listen, man, I'm
Like,
telling y'all,
damn.
y'all
I was
look. This,
talking on. I was on mute the whole time. Bitch, this is why. This is why your ass was on fucking mute.
I'm telling you,
Shit.
I'm telling you, man, over here tweaking. This is what I say, y'all. I know it's fucked up because we men when people got their crazy ass egos. I'm telling you, it's not good to talk like you talking, man. You gonna end up even going crazier. All that shit you talking about, talking to your family and shit. You projecting, sir. We don't too much give a damn about that though. I'm
my
just trying
whole
to
thing, okay, my last, where
I'm
I
just
was
trying to get you
going
to
with
get the
it,
history correct.
literally where I was going
I'm
with it is
glad
I
we
did
got
the
young
same thing
brothers.
you
I'm
did.
glad we have brothers like you, Don Dada. I appreciate you, brother. My kids need you,
I'm
brother.
trying to
I
understand what
listen.
is
At
his
this point,
point.
I'll be back because
Okay.
I can't.
You
I
ready to
was just
drive,
gonna
bro?
say that I went through
Wait,
the same
host,
process.
what does he believe in?
Yeah, what do you believe in?
Um, well, can I just say my
Wait,
one thing
wait,
real
wait,
quick
wait,
is I
hold on.
went,
I just want to understand. Are you African descent or not?
yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
so what is this thing that you're monologuing about?
Okay, so my whole thing and why I'm up here, me and this dude had this whole thing back and forth. It's not really related to necessarily the conversation and stuff. I really would have came to talk to him. I would like to do an interview personally with him by himself too, all kind of stuff. So, maybe I'm really not making sense to y'all, but I'm trying to explain, yeah. I just see in my whole purpose of being here right now, because I'm not one of his followers and all of this stuff. So yeah, my whole purpose is I see myself in this
You
dude too,
should
right?
follow Don, though. You'll get a
Maybe,
better understanding. You should follow him, man.
maybe after this experience, if it goes well, and then I would, I'm open to that. But so, and I saw something on his page where basically, long story short, I went through this period of trying to find the truth, right? And I wanted to even look into the white man's truth, right? What does the white man even say? If you go as deep as you can into his own history and his own stuff that he has, discovered, what will you come up with? And at the end of the day, because right, we went through this whole COVID period and all this kind of stuff and misinformation and stuff. And so, Bob, but at the end of the day, we're trying to find the truth. And bro, you could use the white man's stuff. You don't have to come up with pseudo stuff, as this dude calls it. You don't have to make up stuff and make connections that aren't really there. And yeah, we have to be, we was kings and all this stuff, because The problem with this stuff is, and why I'm here trying to stop this stuff and diffuse it, is because the white people take this whole conversation, us arguing, all this kind of stuff, and the pseudo stuff, right? They take that and they use it as troll bait on their side and their whole world that none of us are in right now. There's a whole alternate reality where there's a group of racist white people trolling we was kangs and this, that, and the third, and all this kind of stuff. And they're taking the same stuff that the Don Dada dude is trying to beat, which is a good thing. That's why I know what he's trying to do, and I get his whole point of trying to get that pseudo stuff out of there. But at the end of the day, if you only lead and end where the white man has it, it's going to have him as the hero of the story.
Bro,
Because
that's
yes,
the
we are in the
weirdest
white
take
man's
ever.
world. And the Don Dada dude's point, my bad. The Don Dada dude's point is that for someone like me, I'm taking what he thinks is an obvious or oversimplified leap to connect the end of the white man's story and the end of the white man's history to something else, which in some cases is not in every case, right? There are a lot of cases where the pseudo stuff is wrong and all this kind of stuff, but what they say, a broke clock is right twice a day. There's some things that are actually true, and they are unfortunate truths
You
for the white man
you
and
mind if
for
we
us.
hold this monologue down? Can we
And
add?
that's it. That was it.
What is your belief?
That was it.
What's your belief? And then I'm gonna give you a counter.
That was
Belief in
crazy,
what?
bro.
My bad.
That was a
Except
lot,
that I thought that was me. My bad.
Yeah,
That was me.
in that sentence for me, belief in what?
In general, what's your belief in general? As far as like what? Okay,
In God, in life.
Now disregard. Matter of fact, disregard that. What was the pushback that we had that where we supposed to be having a debate?
The Egyptians. He was claiming the Egyptians is black.
It was on Instagram first.
Oh.
So what happened? What happened? You remember how it started?
It was over the Africans being Indians and the Indians being Africans and that whole conversation.
And what was your position there?
My thing is that there are African slaves that mix with Indian populations, and so there are Africans in America, African Americans, slave descendant people amongst us who are mixed with Indian people. And at the end of the day, I think you're being a little bit too hard on
I didn't ever say nothing. I'm positive I ain't never say anything contrary to that. So
you said pretendians. You said pretendians.
Yeah, I said pretendians. I didn't say Afro-Indigenous people. I didn't say mixed Native and Indigenous people.
Well,
I said pretendian.
You
don't know what a pretendian? You don't know what a pretendian is?
Well, what is a pretendian to you? That's what I'm trying to. Like I say, I came here for a whole different thing.
A pretendian is a black person claiming it indigenous with zero ancestral ties or knowledge of them.
Okay, well, so a pretendian is a fake person. Okay, so in your definition, you're not talking about those people. And so all I want to do, like I say, I'm not whatever y'all trying to do and put me into.
You do know that mixing with the Native Americans doesn't make black Americans the original Indians, right?
Yeah, it doesn't make
it doesn't make them the original Indians. Listen, the pretendians been calling the Afro-Indigenous people pretendians. That's where he getting the terms confused. That's why I'm assuming that's where you got mixed up at. Is that what happened? Or did you ever hear the term pretendian before?
Nah, I don't. I'm not in this world of all the Afrocentric.
All right,
stuff.
so you don't even know what it is. Okay, you just made an educated guess and thought they was just targeting.
No, I came here to ask the question.
Afro-Indigenous people.
Are you FBA though?
No, am I FBA? Yeah, I'll probably be FBA. Yeah, I'll probably
So you do know enough terminology to know you FBA.
Yeah, I know what that is because I know they're going for reparations. I know that's the only people really rocking for it. So
you don't
even know what the FBA is. That's crazy.
It's a foundation of Black America. Yeah, I do know.
No, that's not. What you
think? Know what you just said.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll be mute up. But yo, that's crazy, bro. You don't even really know about the FBA for real.
Yeah, real quick, because I don't want to get on a different topic because he did mention reparation, but go ahead.
Yeah, so if he identifies if he identifies FBA, like I still don't understand because that time I was busy working, but with the Ghana president trying to do the reparation thing, why was this FBA against him asking for reparation for the Black community, which is going to benefit Black American reparations? So, like, why are FBA against
Only thing I
Africans
can say is I
supporting
feel
I
like
don't, I don't know, but
they got a crab in a bucket mentality. They feel like any money or reparation that come out of something is due to them and them exclusively. And if it go to somebody else, it's like somebody else got their hand in their pot. And see, I don't feel like that. That's why I say they just got a weird, different type of mindset. I want everybody to break their ass out, break their ass out till they break the bank. I
I
wouldn't
think
give
they
a
just
damn.
don't want it done the wrong way. At the end of the day,
Yeah,
out of all
goddamn,
the
their
people, out of
business.
all the
It's
administrations to
their
do it,
business
do we want
though.
the Trump
Nah,
administration to do
no,
it?
because the stuff they mentioning, brother,
It's
they
none of your
don't
business. It's
understand
like
that the
pocket
studies
watching.
and all this stuff has already been done, right? They speaking on matters they don't even know what's going on with the bills. They don't know nothing about an HR 40. They can't break none of this shit down to you, right?
Yeah,
They
I don't
just
know what's
using
gonna
this
break down.
opportunity. I'm telling you, what the most of the regular people that's not the supreme grifters of the FBA movement. The regular people are just using this movement to use it, their push their xenophobia, right? The other hate against other black people in the Caribbeans or on the main continent.
A lot of people are
Like,
doing it. You're right.
so I mean, claiming FBA it's not a real thing, bro. The leader's a grifter. He wrote books about how to pimp our women out and shit. Like, dog, this is not
Y'all
it's
think
not
that
a
shit?
thing.
Y'all think that shit cool too? I realized that when Cat Williams went viral earlier that last year or the year before, he was saying, "Oh yeah,
Y'all made me
they
pick a
wearing
gang. I
they
picked the
wearing
gang,
dresses."
bro. That's it.
But
That's
he
it.
didn't let you know they're wearing the pimp outfit just as bad as wearing the dress. But we look at the pimp like, oh, we glorify the pimp. But it's just a fucked up mindset that we got in the culture to even where we look at him with some type of reverence. But nonetheless, did you know? Oh no, let me ask you like this: do you believe that there was black people in America prior to colonialism? Not dark skinned people, not melanated people, but actual black people in America prior to colonialism?
I believe there could have been, and I believe that because there could have been, there's not enough proof that there weren't, right? Because any settlements
Well,
that these
whoa.
people would have left would have been
Hold
unable to
on.
be tracked. And my whole point,
Pause your thought for me.
my
Get
only
him,
evidence
dog.
with
Hold that
Get him,
that,
thought for me.
dog.
my only
Hold that thought for
evidence
me,
with
brother,
that, and
because
my only, okay, go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
yeah, you gotta stop because we gotta highlight you be having some highlight moments, man. You gotta get these hoes on sports centers, get them clipped.
Okay, true.
You said I don't believe that there's not enough evidence to show that they're wearing, brother. I'm sorry, that's not how it works.
That is how it works, actually.
It's
No, it's
definitely
not.
not.
No, that is
You don't
like I
believe
say.
No,
something
it's
true.
not.
You don't believe something true just because it tickles your fancy, and just because there's no evidence to dismiss. Even though there is
So
evidence to
what's
dismiss,
is string theory real? Is
that
the
would be
Big
what's
Bang
called.
real?
Look. You know what unfalsifiability is?
Can you falsify the Big Bang? Can you
That
prove
would
the
be.
Big Bang? Can you prove string theory?
All right. You're deflecting, sir. Please stay on subject. Please stay on subject.
Can you prove that there was black peoples in America with archaeological and genetic evidence?
No, but I can prove that black
It's
people
over then. It's
attempted.
over. It's over,
But
No.
I
brother.
can
It's
prove.
over.
Yeah,
If you
yeah, yeah.
can't, it's
That's into that
over.
conversation.
It's
That's into
over.
that conversation.
Well,
Once you
no,
said no,
can I just.
it's all good.
It's
Okay,
over.
well, did you hear what I said before? Which is I said that I can prove that black people could have been over here. I
That
can
You
that's
need
not
100% prove
who
that.
you want to prove a hypothetical. No, we don't have time for that. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
you need
And it's
human
Okay,
probably a good
remains and
that's
presentation,
genetic
fine.
evidence.
but we'll never know.
You're right. We will never know. So you can
No. I'm
never
talking
know
about your
that they were
presentation.
not
No,
here.
I'm talking
You
about your
can never know that
presentation
they
may
were
be
not
good,
here.
but
That's my
we'll
whole
never
point.
know.
That's
We
my
don't want to
whole
listen to
point
a
is that we can never
hypothetical.
know that they were not here. If
No.
you
You
can
miss.
never know that they were here, you can.
I don't know if you're being funny, but yeah, no. I'm saying we'll never know how your presentation sounds on
Yeah.
your hypothetical because we're not going to entertain a hypothetical, sir. It's about what we can prove. Do you want to go to jail or do you want to go
String
home?
theory is a hypothetical. The Big Bang theory is
We're
a
not deflecting in
hypothetical.
this conversation, sir. We on your ass. Yeah, you trying to
Facts.
Trust me, I'm
derail?
on
Why you
your
trying to
ass. And if you
derail,
record this and post this, this don't live for all time, bro. Eventually, you're gonna come to your senses.
bro? And on top of that, come to me again. Come to me again. Say, and your face on it. And your face
Facts.
on it. So when your ancestors, this is what you don't know. When your descendants, when they got this technology, gonna be able to reverse image. They're gonna be able to see their great grandpa. They're gonna be like, dang, our great granddaddy was fucked up pseudo getting cooked by the Don Dada
I'm the
back in the
only
day.
person that put my face up here. You're right, because
I
I'm
hear
really
you.
serious about this junk, and I know what I'm doing.
No, you
But
don't,
go
bro. You a
ahead.
crash. You new boot, bro. You said humans was here many years ago. I'll never forget that shit. That shit gonna live forever, nigga. Know that. What's up, Queen? What's up, Queen?
Hey,
How you doing?
yeah, sorry, I had to, go. I was just listening to the conversation. I was just waiting to input. Y'all got it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah,
It's always interesting to hear. You know what it is, Dundada? I think it's like I keep saying it, and I think a lot of people keep saying it too. It's the fact that Black people want to be validated through the things that the white man accomplished.
yeah.
You understand? It's like, they sailed, so we had to have sailed too. Yes, we did sail. However, that was in East Africa, right? We're talking about the Swahili coast, right? We're talking about that. We're talking about people going in between Indonesia, China, India, places like that, right? We're not referring to the Western Hemisphere where we don't have anything to prove it. It's just that people just want it to be, desperately want it to be factual. They want it to be real, because all of the things that you would need for that, it's not there. We don't have a shipbuilding culture in any of those West African countries, right, or regions where we originate from.
And I would
And
like to make points on that.
we have a river culture, right, where people were, navigating rivers, right? We have something to where they were going along the shoreline, but as far as transcontinental travel, we didn't have those particular boats to do that, right? In order for that to take place, you would need to see a level of deforestation in those regions to prove that those type of boats were being built, because those type of ships are tons. They're not small boats. They are
That's not
large
true.
vessels, right? That you have to do transcontinental voyages with. You saying that it's not true doesn't make it true.
Well, I would just want to make points, so I'm just
Yeah.
noting where
So
I want to make points.
I
So I'm
listen.
waiting for you to finish.
I listen to where you can note on mute.
I just wanted. Okay,
You
my
you
bad.
don't you don't have to speak. Yeah, you can write that down on mute. So that's one thing. Then when you're looking at in regards to contact, right? Human beings are not different from what they were back then to now. So if you're talking about contact, who made contact with whom? And when human beings make contact, there's several different things that take place, right? Um, one of them is like loan words. So we don't have any language, right? That was transferred between some Amerindian group and somebody from or a group from West Africa, hundreds of years prior to Columbus. We don't see it in any of the linguistics. Furthermore, if you even, and let's remove the YT man and his history from the equation. What did the native people in both of these regions say? None of them have any input or interesting stories or anything that say that Amerindians came to Africa and or that Africans came to the Americas. They don't have it. So even when you take out the quote unquote YT man, are we not listening to the ancestors now? Are we not listening to the native people? Because the native people themselves never said this. They never said it. And there are other ways in which to like quantify this information as well. But it's always interesting that Black people today, we still want to validate our existence, our importance by what white people did. We didn't have to sail around the world. We were the plug. People had to come to us for the salt, for the gold, for the indigo. We were the plug. these Europeans that had to, pay, taxes via the Genoans and the Ottoman Empire, they were trying to find a way out. They were trying to get to Asia without having to go through them. They were in a desperate situation. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Get on a ship and cut out the middleman yourself. That's what happened. It is what it is. Yeah, but that's interesting to me. Yo, this dude give Israelite vibes. You an Israelite?
Yeah, man. And it
You're
goes
greater. You're greater than everything that you claiming to be, brother. I just want you to know that. I don't want to discourage you. You're great because you're West Central African.
Okay, I mean, I appreciate that. I mean, on some of the stuff you said, I mean, just the first thing off the top of my head, the whole ship thing, the Polynesians, right? Obviously, we can look at their technology. The reason why they say that ships had to be big is because the white people's ships had to be that big. And even though they didn't, they don't talk about how the Vikings, also went across and got to America before Columbus. And so, like I said, the whole thing is there's even white people fighting white people for the narrative of, all this kind of stuff, blah, blah, who got here first and who was here, blah, blah, who really discovered this stuff, whatever. The Native Americans, I don't know if they have stories of the Vikings coming over here, to be honest. Does anybody else know about that? Did the Native Americans report
Yes, they do.
about the Vikings
Yes,
coming
they
over here?
do. Yes, they
Okay.
do. They actually do. Yeah.
Okay,
The
well,
natives of
so
that
then that's
region. Wait, hold up. Hey. Calm down. Hold on. Slow your horses. Check your sources.
Specific to the Vikings.
Yeah, those people within that region, that
okay,
particular,
and that was just a question.
they do make reference to it. Even when you look in where the Polynesians were in South America, there is evidence of them there. Those particular people spoke of those people as well, right? What we don't have, right, and they brought the sweet potato with them, right? What we don't have in the Western Hemisphere is any evidence of that, right? Any evidence of it. We don't have it at all.
All right, and you might be right. And so, and my whole point was that you said, okay, the boat thing, my only point in how they could have gotten over here, if I could have just mentioned it, y'all could argue it and rip me apart at that point.
We can't do shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Is the whole Mansa Musa story, right? So
that wasn't Mansa Musa, that was Abu Bakr and Abu Bakr, and that wasn't real.
I know it was supposed to be.
It never happened, brother. It never happened. No evidence.
You can say that there's no evidence, but the story
there is no archaeological nor genetic evidence, brother. There is no archaeological evidence.
Right. I 100% agree, and so that's why I said that no, there's no proof of black people arriving over here, but there is archaeological evidence and historical evidence of them attempting to travel across the sea to some place.
There isn't. There's no evidence.
That's reaching for no reason.
Yeah.
Talking about a story.
He said, what's the Abu Bakr story?
Why you make that up, though?
So what's the Abu Bakr story? Somebody say it.
Why you make that up, though? You said
somebody say the Abu Bakr story.
No, you said there's evidence.
What's the Abu Bakr story is the evidence. So what's the
story? Not the evidence. Oral tradition is not a story if it doesn't have supporting archaeological evidence. It doesn't have archaeological evidence. And you the same person asking what a boat sack goes.
Y'all are trying to put me into a hole that I'm not in, and y'all trying to prove something and I'm not.
What a boat sack.
What's the Abu Bakr story?
What a boat sack.
It's just a story, brother.
What is
given? One at a time, people. One at a time.
I just got here. Let me shut up.
Let me share the story.
What is? Why don't you research the peoples, man?
So the problem is you said there's archaeological evidence.
I didn't say that.
There's
I never said
archaeological
that.
evidence.
I never said that.
You
Yes, you
This is all
absolutely
did.
did.
recorded.
You
Yes, you
absolutely
did.
did.
Yeah, oral tradition
You
or
said there's
archaeological
I
archaeological
said that
evidence
there's
proving that
cultural and
attempting.
historical evidence. I never
No, you
said the word
didn't. You said
archaeological.
archaeological. You
I
did say
promise.
it.
But you turn around and challenge people and
And
asking where the
okay,
boats at. So
and
where's
if I
Abukari
said
boats at? Where's Abukari boats at then?
where the Polynesians
Where
boats
his
at,
boats at?
if I
Where's the
said
mosque at if they was
archaeological, I was
Muslim?
talking about the story itself, the
Where's the mosque
manuscripts that
at then?
have the
Where's the
written
mosque at in
story
the New
of the
World?
Abu Bakr story that he heard, because even that story is a secondhand story. He wasn't there for it, and I acknowledge that, right? And so I could understand if y'all were saying, "Oh, Abu Bakr's story is a secondhand story." So I understand all this stuff. Like I get all your points. I'm not trying to say that this stuff actually happened. Blah blah. You asked me a question. I'm answering the question.
But you
Y'all
said
trying
it
to
was
argue
true
it.
though. So you
That's
said it
it.
happened.
I
So like,
get your
what you
points.
mean?
I agree with y'all on a lot of stuff. Y'all trying to make me FBA, this, that, and the third, all that kind of stuff. I'm
Nobody
not
need
doing
to.
that.
What? This not even an
No,
FBA live. That's how we know you musty.
hold on. Wait,
Oh
wait a minute.
Lord.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on.
Oh,
Can
Hebrew
I just do
Israelite.
something
That's
for
what you said.
clarity?
All kinds of stuff.
Can
Yeah,
I do
go
something
ahead, Peter.
Can I just say something? This was the man who said, if I'm gonna pick a gang, I'm gonna pick a gang, and then he said, I guess I'm FBA, right? Hold on. That was said.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
so
He
we can
did.
hold that right there. I said you give me Hebrew Israelite vibes. I never said that you were one. Okay, hold that one. Hold that too. So, when we're talking about this now, you stated about the story of Abu Bakr, right? When we look at the story, initially he went out with 200 ships. Then he came back and said, then they sent him out. What was it, 2,000?
An
2,000
extraordinary
ships,
number,
right?
right? Yeah,
Okay,
something you
so
would think would have evidence for.
let me just go ahead and just say this to you. Where in West Africa is there a shipbuilding culture of that magnitude in the 13th or 14th century where
Right.
they were commanding that level of shipbuilding to send out? And if that were the case, when the Portuguese came, they would have been met in the sea by armadas. They wouldn't have been easily coming to shore to anywhere,
Didn't even
right?
have
There wouldn't even have been a situation where they would have had the opportunity to even set foot in certain places in West and Central Africa, because this vast shipbuilding culture would have met those people at sea. Right.
Well, the
I
trippy thing is
need
these
hold
are
on, hold on.
Muslims.
No. These are
These are
not
nothing
tricky.
Muslims.
trippy. It's nothing
It's not
trippy.
tricky.
Stop
It's
doing the
not
LSD.
trippy. It's not doing all of these things that you're saying, right? Here's the thing. We have to be logical. I think what a lot of black people like to do today is put they fluffy feelings into stuff. Take your feelings out of it. Take your feelings of inferiority because YT man sailed around the world and apparently you didn't, out of it. That has nothing to do with it. Cultures move to the necessity of the culture, right? There was a
Right.
need for these
This
Europeans
was a
to
Muslim
leave where they
culture.
were. Sir,
What does that supposed
there
It
to
was
was
a
a
mean? That's just a
Muslim culture. The
necessity. There
religion.
Muslims
was
are
a hold
shipbuilders.
on. There's a necessity. Sir, wait a minute. Run that thing back. Run it back.
Run
So,
it back.
Muslims shipbuilders.
No. Shipbuilders from where?
From where?
From all parts of North Africa.
You sound
Huh?
silly. You sound silly.
So wait, hold
Yeah,
on.
he sounds like a
You ever heard of the
Moor or
Barbary
Nation of
pirates?
Islam follower.
You ever heard of the Barbary pirates?
Barbary
So Abu Bakr was
pirates.
Barbary?
Those aren't even a West or Central African descendant.
I didn't say that.
Yeah,
I
he's
said North
infatuated
Africa.
with the Islamic,
I said North Africa.
Asiatic
Those-
peoples of
So you're
Africa.
talking about Mansa Musa though. That's not North Africa.
Hey, so
I'm
So
talking
can I
about
ask
are
Mansa
you,
you?
Musa.
bro?
I'm just saying he was a
Can I
Muslim. That's
ask
all I
you
said. I didn't
what
say he
these?
was West
Hey,
African. I didn't
So,
say any of that
so
stuff.
hey, brother, can I
religion
give
makes
you a
you a
brief?
But he
shipbuilder.
was West African. I mean,
Well,
he
it
was from.
gives you a
Hold on.
culture. Your religion
Can
gives you a
I
culture.
can I just
A
Oh
lot
yeah,
of
you're
us
say
are
this?
crazy.
Christian or got raised
Okay,
up Christian, and that's why we
okay, all
speak
Man,
right,
I'm ready to
English.
I
move
told you,
on.
all
Tika
Let's
already
move
found it
on,
out.
right.
y'all.
Tika, look at him.
Yeah.
He said
Hold
I want to
on.
religion
move
gives you
on
a
to
culture.
something else.
He just said
Hold
religion
on.
gives
Let
you a
me.
culture. All right, I'm
Wow.
gonna let
Hold
y'all
on.
rock out. I'm gonna let y'all rock that
I'm
one
just
out.
asking. Can I just say this one thing? Mansa Musa was in control of a region known as Mali, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Where is Mali in relation to the sea? I'm gonna need you to
That's
hold that.
it's actually a landlocked country, and they're river-faring cultures. They never even made it to the sea half of the time. So, when we talk about these certain things when it comes to Mali and culture, it's not even in North Africa either as well. So, even when he's saying that, I'm saying, why would a Malian care about going to the sea? I'm sorry, like, why would a
That they
Malian care about going to the sea?
Okay, so
And
this
he
is
on
one of the
mute
things when
talking.
people,
That's how you know he fucked up
yeah,
about that one.
people know people keep doing these things, right? Hold up, sir, Mister End the War. Hold
Do
on,
you know that Muslims
no,
were
no,
shipbuilding people at that time?
hold
Get
on,
out of
sir,
here.
hold
Get
on.
out of here.
Yeah,
We don't care about them.
hold on, because this is the thing that I need for people to understand. When we hear these stories, right? People need to understand history. Without your knowledge of geography, is going to F you up every single time. Because people keep talking about the story as if, and they keep thinking that Mali was right there on the coast of Africa.
And I never
No,
said
it
that.
wasn't. It was a landlocked country, a landlocked nation state, right? He wasn't even in a vicinity close to a damn beach.
Mansa Musa
Please,
barely seen the ocean.
we
Man,
gotta stop doing this. We gotta stop doing this as a people. It's embarrassing.
Yeah,
Trust
it
me,
is
Mansa
it's
Musa saw the
man.
embarrassing.
beach
All
when
this
he
lives
stopped
for
by
all
Egypt.
time, yo.
When Mansa Musa only saw the beach when he stopped by Egypt and spent all his damn money by the Mediterranean. Like, what we saying, man? What we saying? Nigga barely saw the beach. Man, come on, man. Come on.
What trips y'all up is the fact that he was a Muslim.
There's nothing wrong with being a Muslim or not. So that like you in this Muslim thing and trying to perpetuate on the Muslim thing, we also have Muslim enslaved peoples who came from Fuda-Turo or Fuda-Jalon or who were descendants of Bamana people who were enslaved and came through the transatlantic slave trade.
What
Yes,
does
they
that have to
have.
do with anything?
Yeah, because you sound silly. You
I
sound
mean,
silly.
I'm not.
These people were
But those
riverfarers. They
Muslim
never
I'm
they
peoples
never
silly
was
for
built they
not.
saying
never
Mansa
built
Musa was
ships.
a Muslim.
Look up a
But
Mansa
those
Musa
Muslim
ship.
peoples
Find
that
me a
was
Mansa Musa
enslaved was
ship
not
there.
Arab
Find
racially.
me a Mansa Musa Muslim ship. Find me it,
Find
and
me
it's all
a
gold.
ship that got them to Hawaii.
Yeah, it's
Oh my
time to
God!
move
Now you
on. It's
making
time to
shit
move on,
up.
y'all.
You
To
don't
It's
know. You
time
see
to
the
Hawaii?
whole
drop
thing
him.
because they were small ships that
But
traveled
you
And
very
I thought
never
we was
large
having
read
a
the
amounts.
good
story.
conversation,
You
bruh.
Sir,
never read the story. Hold on. You never actually read the story because it doesn't say. It doesn't even give a destination. That's why we know you on bullshit to begin with. You've never actually read the actual story. I know this. You just been on YouTube, man. Or
Yeah,
either
Oh yeah, that's a
Instagram.
fact.
you.
That's
I
a
don't know
fact.
you.
That's a fact.
You don't even know who Salil Balali is. You don't know Balali Muhammad. You don't know none of them.
You
You
don't know
Yeah,
don't
I
know
Al
don't
none
give
of
a fuck
Bari.
about them
them.
niggas. Fuck them niggas.
You don't know Al
Oh
Bari.
Lord. See, like
Yeah,
he just
yeah, yeah.
trolling. He
yeah,
trolling. He
that
trolling with
that's
his
that's
camera on.
always gonna be the retort now.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
exactly.
always
God
F
So
them
damn. You
ends
are
and
Wallahi too. You probably a fake
yeah.
Muslim too. You probably a Sabian one. You probably
I'm
one of
not
them
even
Sabian
Muslim,
niggas.
so
You
you
probably one of
what
them
crazy.
what
This is
what
all
Sabian.
y'all doing is trying to make
what state you
assumptions and
in
figuring me out.
in the
And
world?
this is what I'm
Yeah.
saying is y'all haven't even figured out the white man's game, and I'm trying to get y'all to the end of the game.
We not playing no
Y'all
white
still
man
stuck at like
game.
level 10, and I'm at like level 20 already, bro.
No, you're not. No, you're
Nah,
not.
Okay,
hell no,
Not with
hold
that
up,
beard and
because
that do
no,
rag. Not with that beard and that do
you
rag. Not with that beard and that
In
do
the white
rag.
man's game.
If you
because
this
was
you're
a
our
real
still
black man,
turbo.
you know beards hold more
You can't even put
bacteria.
your face up here.
Crazy.
you
Oh, you don't want me
literally
to
are
put my
still
face up? I
playing in
might
the
kick your
white man's
hole.
paradigm.
Sorry.
You still playing in the white man's paradigm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
You're
still
but
playing
still
the white
trying
man
to
It
paradigm.
may seem like that to you.
you're still trying to play this game of you know, we had to have done something because the white man did it. So why didn't we?
I didn't say it had to happen. I said
You're
it could have
still
happened, and you can't
no,
prove that it didn't.
We're not talking in
it didn't
hypotheticals.
happen. We're not
Hypotheticals.
speaking in
And then you
hypotheticals
don't
at this
even know the
particular
geography
point.
because you said North Africa and then you bringing up Mansa Musa. You don't even know the geography. This sound like kindergarten to me. This sound like kindergarten. This
That's what I'm
kindergarten.
saying.
This is kindergarten geography, kindergarten history. We already went through the
You don't remember what I
codex
said.
with
Did he
Dr.
just
John Aiden.
literally?
Like we went through the codex with Dr. John Aiden, who went to and no Bomina in Mali and studied Malian culture. And then also too, they even talk about the oral tradition about Abu Khari sailing the sea because guess what? They didn't want to know where Mansa Musa was buried at or his brother was buried at. And he still met the family even when they make the commemoration to where Mansa Musa is buried at. Those oral traditions are also implemented to also figure out where people in the places where they're buried at, and also for other people not to know. Also, too, within West African Islam culture. So, like, obviously, you're not doing enough reading. You don't know. It's kind of interesting. So it's like then you said Hawaii.
Yeah,
Scrolling Instagram.
And the topic is Southeastern American ancestral landscape, and we talking about a nigga selling to Hawaii from Mali. Y'all gotta get it together, bro. Y'all gotta get it together.
All right, are we talking about Africans? My bad.
The fact that y'all can't keep up with what I'm saying, and I'm saying
It's
this
not
bluntly now, is the
nigga,
fact.
nigga, please. I'ma just say it now, nigga, please.
Wow.
My bad, Don Daughter.
How did we
bad.
make it from? How did we get from Mali to Hawaii? Like, can we please?
Ain't no niggas in Mali doing the luau, nigga. And they ain't brought that. Come on now, do better. And they ain't Muslim in Hawaii either. Is they Muslim in Hawaii?
How did they get there? What
Muslim
size
in
boats?
Venusia?
What size boats did they
Papua
use
New
to
Guinea
get to
right
Hawaii?
now?
What size boats did they use to get there? Were they tons?
This nigga stupid, man.
Hold on, wait.
I'm
Let me
sorry
see if I
to
can
say
talk.
that like that.
I'm sorry.
They
Are we
used
really?
ton-size
Are
ships
you
to get
really?
to Hawaii?
All right, hold on.
Don Daughter, let's
Let
go
me
back to the
just-
Southeastern. Let's go back to the Southeastern, please.
Yeah, because
No,
they didn't use
'cause-
ton-size
no.
ships.
Yeah, I think you just you fascinated with yourself and you want to talk to people.
Yeah, and you got a beard and you got a little scarf on your head and you think you Muslim. You think you Muslim. My name Malik Chamil, really like that. Gatekeeper of hell, out the Quran, on business, real Senegambian baby. Really cut like that. Call me if you want to talk to me. Call me if you want to talk to me.
Hold on, if I could ask a question, are we talking about? Hold on, if I could ask a question, are we talking about Africans coming to the Americas prior to 1492? Is that what he's saying?
Yes, on Abu Khari ship, the
No,
2000
but he's saying
ship.
that
I'm
they
saying that
went to the
story
Pacific
exists.
portion
I'm
of
saying that the
Hawaii.
story exists. That's all I'm
They
saying.
made it to Hawaii somehow.
How they made it to Hawaii?
So if I could also add to Leaky's point, there is no indigenous. Because I'm a big nigga, right?
Yeah, the mix is 200,000 people watching this shit.
Oh no, I was about to say that there is no foods that are there are no foods that are indigenous to Africa found in the Americas prior to 1492.
At all.
You're right.
No watermelon, no okra,
no eggplant, no black eyed peas.
No, right.
Come on,
There's
man.
no evidence that they reached over here.
Do we have to pull out the Gullah Special Resource Guide on your ass?
I don't know how many times I gotta agree with y'all for y'all to hear that.
Wait.
Do we have to pull out the Gullah Special Resource Guide? I can pull it out the closet right now.
Hold on. So,
okay.
So end the WAR. What was the disagreement then?
They just mad that I said that there's a possibility that they could have gotten over here. That's it. And they're just trying to say that there's an absolute no. And
So
I'm
with
saying
that,
there's
so
not
with that
absolute
said,
no.
I can give that much. There's a possibility. There's
That's what I'm saying. So now you gotta get attacked too.
Wait, Mello.
Bro, he is pouring gas all over this place right now with the gaslight. Because first of all, that was your claim that Abu Bukhari sailed over here and made it to. Now you're trying to say that it was a possibility.
I said that the story existed.
Am I tripping?
Okay, I'm not meaning to interrupt you. I swear to God, I'm not meaning to interrupt you. I'm trying to have an honest conversation right now. My point of bringing that up was just saying the fact that the story existed right, is historical evidence because it existed. It has to be written down, carried through history orally somehow, and that the story exists from the 1300s, whenever the fuck. Do I remember right now? No. Okay, is that a slight on me? Maybe. But it exists, and that the fact that it exists leads to a possibility that maybe somebody could have made it over here. Is there any evidence of anybody making it over here? Hell nah. To the white people that the white people have told us about, and that's another thing. I know about some stuff, bro.
And I've
I'm
literally
not even getting
explained
that,
to
and
you.
I'm not.
No. I just literally explained to you that cut the white man out of it. What do the people say? None of these Amerindian peoples on the eastern coast of this country, of the Americas, I'm talking about the people that were in the Caribbean basin, the people that were in North America proper, the people in Central America, the people in South America, none of them have ever spoken of having contact with some LeBron James looking black people prior to 1492.
My
And
point is, if they had, we wouldn't be told about it.
nobody on the west coast of Africa ever stated that they either made contact with these people or that these people ever came to them.
They attempted to. The Abu Bakr is an attempt.
He
Hold
never
on.
attempted it.
Who
Not
told you
necessarily
about
America.
who told you about the attempt? Where did this actual story come
The
from?
attempt is an oral tradition, so it's like, what are you saying? Like, this is a
That's it.
this is not even fully, this is not even archaeologically true. So what are you talking
You're
about?
right. That's why I didn't use
So
the
what
word
a boat? So
archaeology.
no, just like how you say in slavery, what a boat sat, nigga. What a boat sat for Abukari then, nigga. Like make
You're
it make
right.
sense. What a
You're
boat
right.
sat.
Y'all talking in circles,
What a
bro. Look,
boat?
I was
No.
high,
What a boat
but
sat? Cause we
y'all.
could bring up Ebo Landing. We could bring up the Wanderer. We could bring up the Clotilda. You can't bring up no shit from Abukari. I know that straight up,
Well,
nigga.
if I could say this,
I know
right?
that.
Hold on, Leaky. If I could say this, right? My main thing is the fact that there is not one African tribe, north, east, west, central, or south, that will tell you, hey, my people have at least an oral tradition of coming to the Americas. There isn't one tribe that has that.
Besides the Malians.
The Malians don't even have that.
Malians
That's what
don't
the Abu
have it.
Bakr story is.
The Ababakari, the story, as I looked it up, is made by a Syrian man.
It's made by a Syrian, bro.
Matter
Say
of
it
fact,
again,
look,
please, Chase.
Okay, so
Say
you're
it
saying
again,
that the
Chase.
story is fake. They're
Wow,
trying to say that the
that's
story is
good to
fake.
know.
Now you're trying to say that the story is fake.
It'd be a third-hand account at best.
If you want to
He's
say
a
the
third
story,
man.
You know the advent
That's
of
what
oral tradition?
just say it's fake. If you want to say that.
No, I have the thing right here for us. It was made by a historian named Al Umari in the 1330s. Can I get the big screen?
Thank you.
Okay, and talking
Yes.
about who? Talking about who?
He was talking about apparently he says the entire story comes from a single medieval Arabic book,
A book. Wow. So this is written
which
down.
is hold on, which is outside of Africa.
Outside of
Right.
Africa.
In Muslim,
Right,
right?
so
It's Muslim.
Masalik al-Absar fi Mamalik al-Amsar. Paths of Vision in the Kingdoms of Cultured Cities. It was written by Syrian historian and geographer al-Umari in the 1330s.
All right.
And the extent of the informant al-Umari did not. Wow. Apparently, he didn't even meet the Malian king himself.
No, he got the story from someone else. It's like
He didn't
it's
at
a
all.
secondhand story,
So
passed to a secondhand story, passed to a secondhand story.
All
What
right,
the
so
Malians
that
said.
So you standing on a
to be
secondhand
fa-
story that you didn't even experience. Get out of
so
here,
to,
man.
to be,
Get
hold
out
on.
of
So
here.
to be fair,
It's in
right?
a
That
book.
hold on. Let me finish. Right. So to be fair, that is not a good look for the possibility of this happening.
So you don't believe?
And hold on, wait. If I can finish, right? He interviewed Emir Abul Hassan, an Egyptian government official who hosted Mansa Musa during his famous 1324 stopover in Cairo, Egypt. Conversation: the Egyptian official asked Mansa Musa how he had come to power. Musa explained that the previous ruler refused to believe the Atlantic Ocean had no end and abdicated the throne to explore it. So apparently,
and that sounds like their own own interpretation of the story, but the point is that it's in a book. I'm not saying the story is true. I'm saying yes, it could be false.
So
All I'm
you think
saying is
every
that there
novel is
is
a
a possible.
nonfiction book? You think every novel is a nonfiction book? You think
No.
fiction books are nonfiction?
Can
I was
I
about
You
to.
ask
think they're based
I
on
was
true
about to
stories?
Man, we don't
express.
even
Yeah,
come from them.
you
We
Yeah.
sound
don't even come
slow. You
from them
sound slow as
Asiatic
fuck.
Arab peoples. We're not even connected to the Arabs in Africa.
Just because they were
The ones
Muslim
with the
doesn't mean they
dark
weren't black.
skin, the ones with the dark skin, we're not even connected to them. They're a different population, man.
So
How
I
about
mean,
that?
I
so
don't
I
know.
say, right, there is a so I'm saying, right? So I'm saying there is not one African tribe who has this story. Not one.
Well,
Not
Can I
okay.
see?
My,
one.
so
Hold
you're
not
on, let me
saying that
even?
finish.
you
Hold on,
Not
hold on,
one.
hold on, hold on. Let me just go ahead and not even the people of Mali themselves.
Right.
so
Like
where did the
this was
story come
something.
from?
This is something. This it came from
It's coming
them.
from
It
Arabs.
came from yeah. It came from the Arabs. This is mythos that we're talking about.
You're
The
saying they
reason
made the
why too
story
that
up about Mali?
oh
Yes.
my God
Yes.
yes.
Do you know what a novel book
Apparently
is? Do you know
so.
what a non? Do you know what a fiction book is? Do you believe it's nonfiction? Do you believe a
Can I
fiction book is nonfiction?
can I
All
just go
right
ahead and
then. All
That's a
state
right
good
then.
this
So
argument,
right?
though.
what you
That's a,
trying to say?
Can I just
I'm
go
not
ahead
knocking
and
that.
state
I'm not
this one
knocking that.
thing though? When
Okay
it
then.
comes to
Let's
when
see
it
can finish. Let's see can finish. Let's see can finish.
when it comes to this particular period, right, of time, what happened with Mansa Musa, right? He was lauded because of the amount of what? The amount of gold, the pageantry that was happening. Right?
Right.
People were interviewing, people had wanted to so a lot of this went into lore and mythos. There's a famous painting of him, right, where he's holding you understand
The
what I'm saying?
gold
When he's
nugget.
holding the gold, and this is something that is pushed in Europe, throughout the Mediterranean, everything else, everywhere else. You know, a lot of people blame Mansa Musa for alerting the world to where all of this gold was coming from in regards to the Gold Coast, but that's a story for another day.
Talk about it.
But either way, there's a lot of grandeur, there's a lot of over exaggeration, there's a lot of things that happen when people play the game of telephone when it comes to storytelling. Because none of this is backed up by anything that's evident. The geography is all wrong, right? All of it is all wrong. None of the people in that region has ever backed this story up. This is something
Right.
of mythos.
Even after the fall of the Mali Empire, the Soninke, none of them say this. None of them say this, brother. None of
And
them.
so,
One.
okay, and that's a
I'd
valid. I
also
accept everything.
I'd like to also add the fact that you based on the geography of the planet or the geography of the Americas, you can't backdoor like someone had said earlier, you can't backdoor a continent. One of these tribes, whether on the east coast of the Americas, North America, Central America, or South America, or the west coast of it, from wherever you're sailing from, you can't backdoor them. One of these tribes is bound to see you. Does any tribe in the Americas have this as an oral story? Do we have any like I said earlier, do we have any indigenous American fruits in Africa or vice
Do
versa?
we have
Or
And
any
any
I would
indigenous
indigenous?
please,
Islam people? Do we have any indigenous mosque?
I
No, we
really want to
don't.
answer
Okay
y'all,
then.
and just give me 30 seconds to get this answer. Okay, real quick. My point,
Show
part of
me
this,
one Cherokee prayer rug, bro.
my point with this is that
Before
the
for
white,
Kenny.
and I know you say stop seeing the white people. Okay, I hear you, but
Yeah,
just let me
you're
do it real
obsessed with
quick.
race. And when we talk about ethnicity and cultures of
I'm
people, you're obsessed with race. You need to get over that. You need to fix
Let me
that in
get
your
it.
back.
Can
When
I
you come
just
back though,
give?
when you come back,
Hold on
say
one
what you got to
second. Let
say.
me give some context about this white tea and whitewashing aspect. There is from the year 1900 to the year 2000. Yes, the intentionality when white tea people wrote something down and they wrote it as disinformation with the explicit intent that anybody not white, particularly black, read this, they must be confused. From 1900 to 2000. But before 1900, because of our very real experience of emancipation and the illiteracy that we were towards the English language, when things were getting written down, it wasn't within the context that somebody, not white, particularly black, is going to read this and I don't want them to know the truth. That wasn't even a
Correct.
part of that understanding. So when we're looking at some of this information, with the very real healthy skepticism that this might be some bullshit and the white man is always hiding something, put it in the correct context. The information that's being presented, there's a lot of things that went unchecked, especially among our community, especially among the conscious community of black folk, especially among scholars and teachers in our community. We were able to have conversations and have lectures and to go meet at this Autobahn a ballroom or a meeting at the YMCA, and no one corrected, no one pushed back. You would have a brother come and tell you that the Anunnaki made black people and black folk are from another planet Earth, and this is why we're children of the sun. And when he did that lecture, and there was a bunch of black folk around, nobody stood up and said, "Oh, I got some pushback. Oh, can you show me a source?" We are now in a space that the access of information and the technology of exchange of communication is at a level to where we can have proper discord of truths, information that was presented that never went through the proper back and forth. So, because we are scholars and we understand that information is updated, if we go back and we pull something that's saying from back then, it has to be corroborated to what we understand today. If we're really scholars and we're really students, then we understand that information changes. Things need to be updated. So even if we reach for a source that's created by our scholars or our teachers that are from our community and is not scrutinized by what we understand today, we are being intellectually dishonest and we are not as scholarly as we propose to be. According to what we understand today, this is what we're speaking about. Does that make sense?
And if I could say, right? Yeah, very much so. And also, if I could say, right, I take it end of WAR, you might have some doubting about the transatlantic.
He's
Was he
asking you,
breaking
do
up?
you have any doubts about the transatlantic slave trade? And
Oh, I thought it broke up. My bad. I was waiting for you to finish. My bad. You said, "Do I have any doubts about the transatlantic slave trade?"
yes,
Nah,
sir.
you mean did it if it happened or not? No, I think
Yes.
it happened.
Sir.
No, I don't. I don't. Yeah, I don't. Okay, so my whole thing is that right, and I know okay the white people thing, right? But they use this same argument with the oral history and all this kind of stuff. And I'm doing some stuff on the side. This is part of my own personal journey, and so I'm glad y'all are part of this. Y'all are seeing it happen. I'm glad y'all are, getting to help me. We all sharing this moment. But, I'm trying to talk to the experts because one of the things I find is that the experts aren't as sure as us regular folk, right? The experts aren't like we're trying to sit here and make these definitive
Okay.
claims, but these
All right.
definitive claims
So,
don't even exist with the experts.
Time
And
out.
that's my
Time
whole
out.
point. And
all right.
I
So
want to do
end
this
of
with
so
all
end
the
of
What
experts.
experts? Not
WAR.
Ivy Van Sertima, not Noble Drew Ali. Who the experts to you? Who the
The
experts?
white people. The white people.
Oh, so that's what you look at as the experts. You base
Her.
race on who an expert is,
Man.
right? You base
Okay.
race on who
Okay.
an
Hold on.
expert
Hold on.
is. That's your
Hold on.
problem.
I'm just. Yeah.
You need to get
Because
over
here's
that.
the thing.
I'm
Here's the
just
thing. You don't.
joking.
You
That's
don't
just something.
understand that they're black. Okay, but specifically in a space like this, I don't think that's a something for you to make a quip about
Yeah, that's
You
not a
right.
because
definitive
they
You right.
are
claim.
You right.
there.
Sorry.
You right.
Yeah,
My
those
bad.
there
You
are
right. You
black
right.
there are black historians, there are black
Exactly.
anthropologists, there are black,
Geneticists, yes.
geneticists, there are black
Yes.
people who are
Anthropologist.
subject matter experts in these fields. They're doing the research. They're actually asking the same questions that you're asking. Not even that, they've written peer-reviewed papers in journals about
We
these
even
things.
have black
And you
scuba
know,
divers. We even have black scuba divers going to these places of wrecked slave ships and everything. So it's kind of
so
interesting you saying that. Like we've been here.
what I'm trying to say to you is like let's
I'm not saying we've
let's
been here.
move forward. Hold on. Let's move forward, right? And understand that you can move forward with information from our people, right? And I would implore you, you see the little insignia that I have there? Okay. I'm a part of a research team. It's called the Research Rebels. You might want to log on to YouTube, look us up, and look at the fact that we literally interviewed these same people. We've interviewed the people from Diving with a Purpose. We literally interviewed Jada Torres, who's literally a genetic anthropologist, a black
Gerald
woman.
Horn, Dr. John
Okay,
Aiden, they interview all of them.
so what I need for you to do is understand that we do ask these same questions that you may be asking, and they're already been answered. And what we're explaining to you is simply this: there is no archaeological, anthropological, right, genetic evidence or anything of the sort that supports that our people were here prior to 1492. We are not here, and
And
that's
I agree.
okay. That's okay.
It's okay. You don't have to be first everywhere. And that's what I said. I didn't mean to offend you
You're
saying
right.
like it's a kindergarten thing. You don't have to be first in history everywhere. That's not about what we talk about with cultural identity and understanding things and peoples and humans migrations. It's not about being first somewhere or who somebody descend from. That's not what that is. And then also too, when I said we've been here within the researches, we've been here researching this, not we've been here continentally. I'm talking about the research, brother. Because you said, oh, no. I ain't saying we've been here. No, we've been here in the research. You don't understand that we've not been here. We've not been here before 1492, or I came here 1492.
And not to
You have to
mention,
understand that.
we have websites like slavevoyages.org that
You know, this dude didn't tell me all y'all were gonna be here. I hit him up to do an interview and all kind of stuff personally. You know, I'm not a part of all the stuff that
yeah.
y'all on. So
No, I'm
y'all
not saying
trying to treat me
you
like I'm
are.
one of those people.
I mean, every
Like, I'm not one of those
guess
people.
what? Every black diasporan is not, but it's also about the tonality and also understanding where you stand at and your human point in history and the world. I'm not trying to make you understand and
Right.
make you. I'm not trying to make you anything. You could have your belief. You could be a noble Drew Ali Moore. You could be a Hebrew Israelite. Still, at the end of the day, when we get off this live, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn, but you gonna know we ain't been here before 1492, and you gonna know we not Indians, and you know we ain't Hebrew. And that's why I'm gonna let you
Some
know
black
that
people
all the
are
way.
Indians. Some black people are Indians.
No,
Well, they have and the
they have an
WAR.
admixture.
Some
They
might
have an
have
admixture. There are
admixture.
offsprings of Afro-Indigenous people or people who made
That's all
babies.
I'm saying.
That's
That's
it.
all I'm saying.
Okay,
Oh,
so
okay then.
that I
Admixture
can
is different
yeah,
from origin. Admixture
right.
is different from origins.
And I never said anything about origin. Y'all putting words in my mouth that did not come from
No,
me. They
but
come from
you
people
wanted
that
to
look
bring
like
up
me,
Abu.
that
You
talk
wanted to
like
bring
me.
up
I
Abu Khari
understand
like he
that.
been over here.
Because
You wanted to bring up
admixture
Abu Khari
does
like he been
not
over here, and
make
I'm
us
asking
the
you what a
real
mosque at.
indigenous
What a
peoples
gold
of
at?
America.
We supposed to have more gold than any other nation if Mansa Musa was over here. Shit. We supposed to be
The
speaking
gold
Israel.
wasn't as valuable to them to be
Speaking
sending them.
Arabic right now.
That's
We
cap.
supposed to be
Well,
That's
see, there's a
cap
mashallah.
lot
in
of
the WAR. I can't tell you that
well,
though. History will not be kind to you with that. Gold was the shit back in the old world, and I ain't gonna lie to you.
Mansa Musa came
I'd
over here. If
slime.
Mansa
I ain't gonna
Musa
lie to
came
you.
over here.
I was talking about with him. That's all I was saying was with him.
Well, to him maybe, but that's even the point to that. Because if it doesn't mean shit to him, he would just have gold and just drop it everywhere in
But
America.
he's not the one that sent this. I get the point y'all trying to make and blah blah. I get it. Look, I'm not trying to say that we was over here before a certain time, all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying the Hebrew Israelite stuff, whatever kind of stuff. I'm saying my own stuff. Like I say, as far as I'm concerned, I learned how to hoop with the white man's own story, right?
Yeah,
Because
and you're debating.
and I keep saying this, and please just let me finish this, please.
You
I know
comparing
every
your
time I say
stories.
white man,
You're comparing your stories
every
to
time
other humans on a racial value, and that's sad. That's sad.
no,
That's
bruh,
sad.
can I?
That's
Every time
sad.
I
That means
say
you're not a
white
real
man, you
researcher.
interrupt
That means
me,
you're
and
not
you
even
get more
researching
triggered by the
anything.
word white man
You
than I
use
am.
race on the
That's what I'm
basis of your
saying.
research. It's sad. It's
If you
sad.
can't be quiet when I say the word white man, it triggers you more than
No,
me.
it don't trigger. It don't trigger me. It's just sad because that's what you use as research. You use as fighting it against the whitey man. That's
I use the
sad.
white man against the white man. Yes,
That's
that's
not
what I
history.
do.
That's not science or anything. That's sad. That's sad.
Well, can you let
That's
me finish?
sad.
Because you don't even know what's sad. Because you don't even know what you're talking about. Because I never
I
finish.
don't know what I'm talking
And
about.
this
And
is
you
why I
think
wouldn't
Abu
trust y'all
Khari sold
research or
to
nothing you say.
America?
Because look at you. Come on now. I
Now
can't
look
trust
at
your
me.
character. What you saying?
What? What you
Okay,
mean?
well,
All
What
we're
the
right.
having a
hell
real
So if I
does?
get,
conversation. How do I
so if
trust
I
your
can, so if I
research?
can say this, right? So if I can say this, right?
I'll let Chase show you then. I'll let Chase show you because he gonna show you before I tell you shit.
So I'll say this, right? There was a point in time I have no question. I'm a conspiracy nigga myself. I have no problem questioning narratives. I don't care. When them indigenous niggas, I'm sorry, Leaky, but when them indigenous niggas said that they was indigenous to America when I back in like 2022, I was like, maybe there might be truth to this. And maybe Ben Franklin is swarthy.
Wait, did you ask another question again, or did it cut out? My bad. Is he still talking?
Swarvy Big Ben crazy, son.
Oh shit.
Yeah, maybe he's swarthy. Oh man, yeah, the
These
conspiracy
niggas
theories
swarthy
get you hooked
Muslims,
up.
big bag HB E1B1A Hebrew ass niggas. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, well, my whole point. If the dude isn't still talking, is he still talking?
I don't think he's still talking. I
Okay, can
think
y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me
there
now?
you go.
Can y'all hear
Nah,
me?
it cut out. My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. My fault. But yeah, so like I'm saying, right? It's just that certain things got to be accounted for, right? So when I'm looking at certain foods and fruits and vegetables, each continent has their own fruits and vegetables. Thus for like when I was talking to Geechee Boy, uh, an indigenous nigga, he's telling me that yeah, I'm indigenous, and I asked him a straight up question. Hey, Mr. Indigenous man, were you guys putting black-eyed peas on top of a table every New Year? Yes, we've been doing that. Yes. Now that leads to a question. Where is black-eyed peas or field peas or cow peas indigenous to?
West
One,
Africa,
and then I'm
Cameroon BCE and Nigeria BCE.
so now I'm stuck with two things. Either I have to tell you with absolutely no evidence or even as much as an oral history. I'll take that much. I'll take an oral history. I'll have to now tell you Africans came to the Americas and gave the indigenous Americans cow peas or black-eyed peas, or I might have to go with the more logical thing is most likely, Mr. Geechee Boy, you are of African descent. You know, it's just certain things have to be accounted for. Some people like to say, man, ain't no way they brought that many Africans over to the Americas. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. But now I'm stuck with another question. How were the Europeans able to bring themselves over if Africa and Europe is on the same side of the world, technically? If Europe and Africa, Europe is stacked right over Africa. And technically Africa is closer to the Americas than Europe is. So if I'm ready to tell you in one breath it's physically impossible to bring that many Africans over, why isn't it physically possible to bring that many Europeans over? And you can't say the Europeans ain't come over because clearly, hey man, you know, like, hey, what is a Columbus? What is a Columbus, Ohio? What is a Columbia in South Americas? The indigenous motherfuckers ain't named that shit that. They ain't never named it that.
You have a Columbus almost in every state. In
What?
almost every 50 states. There's a
A
Columbus, Georgia,
Columbia in
Columbus,
almost every.
Ohio, Columbia. Like, come on,
Who
man.
named a district of Columbia? Who the hell named it that? What the hell is Spanish? Where is that language from?
Right. And you know, my whole thing is that before white people were white people, you know, they were different ethnicities, and these different ethnicities were all fighting over this history too, right? Like there's a thing where the Spanish talk about the British trying to erase their history so that they can, you know, the British win the narrative of conquering the new world, right? That's what that whole thing was about. Even though Spain conquered just as much, basically more, you know, of the new world
I can see that.
than England did,
Yeah.
but England got America, and so you know
Then Britain did.
they get to
Yes.
be the hero of the story. And the white
They get
people,
to
this is what I'm
sell the
saying.
narrative. Right.
Even the experts argue about this stuff. They have historical sites and all this stuff all over the world that aren't even named, right? They're under the name X12YB767, right? And you can only find this site if you look up site XBY2717, right? And it's like, the stuff that, oh, well, we need an extra $5 million of research to or funding to go research this. And oh, it's under researched. And like, right, they use the excuse of it's under researched to
Now,
basically
I get
block
that,
out
right?
everything. But and
Now
my
I
my
get that,
whole
right?
okay, the last point is religion. White people are under Christianity, right? And so we are black people. We don't have to be under that shit, right? But white people are under Christianity, and so their entire worldview and whole purpose in life is to protect the narrative of Christianity at the end of the day. But we might not necessarily see that in everything that they say. When they say something is factual, they're only saying it's factual enough to not offend Christianity and to not change a certain status quo. This is why we're about to go to war over the Jews and all this kind of stuff. A lot of
I
people
would say
don't even
even
But
I
why
would
believe in
would
say
the
you why would
Bible
you
Jewish. I
and
believe why
believe
would you
that
believe
believe the
Jews are real
Muslims if it's
things.
also another Abrahamic religion? Because that's interesting too. Because you believe in
Yeah,
Abrahamic religions who
the
enslave
whole
people.
Abrahamic religions took over the world. This is half the earth, right? So half the earth believes in this one God, and half the earth doesn't believe in this one God. And that's the actual conflict that's going on that we are all stuck in. And that's what I'm trying to wake y'all up to.
So that's why we tell you to throw it all away. Again, and recognize that you are not a part of any of these particular groups that you're talking, that you're talking
Nigga, I ain't
about.
say nothing.
Okay,
I
well,
just moved my face. If I
I
want to say
thought you
something, I
came
can
off
say
mute.
something.
And nigga, I thought you came off mute, nigga. So just calm down. But at the same time, that's why we are trying to let people know that our world view as African Americans should be based off of science and historical facts, not pseudo history nor pseudo science. We understand that both still exist to this day, but the main perpetrators of this pseudo history um, are or is the black man in America. For me, I figure that since our emancipation, my research has shown me since our emancipation, only black niggas been telling us that we are Moors, that we are Hebrews, that we are Indians, that we are non-ether beings. Only niggas been saying these things because the rest of the world actually do know who we are. As far as the Chinese, you have Chinese geneticists who have done the research and had to admit to it. You have the small hat geneticists who have also done the research, and they all are coming to the conclusion that mankind started in Africa,
What
and
religion
that
is the
they,
small hat a part of?
excuse me, nigga. So,
Abrahamic.
yeah, excuse me, nigga. So again, they've all conceded to the fact that as far as biology is concerned, humankind started on the continent or in the continent of Africa and then spread from there. But they also agree to the fact over 120 anthropologists support the outer Africa theory and the theory of evolution as well, knowing that evolution is occurring every day. So again, when we have people who continue to fall for the okey doke, and too many people in our community love to lie, love to hypothesize, love to put us in hypothetical scenarios. But when you ask them from an academic standpoint, from an objective standpoint, can they provide any information to support what they're saying? They cannot. So yeah, we understand the philosophies of the world. He who wins the war controls the history. Yeah. But guess what? In every civilization, there have been those radicals, right? There have been those people that did not uphold the status quo. Of course, they were shunned, and many were unalived. But at the same time, they left those particular gems of their writings for us to go back and and look at and find that information, and therefore be more objective. Every generation is supposed to be a little bit better than the last. But what we find is that there are too many people in our community who are stuck. And today we are regressing versus progressing in respects to education, in respects to critical thinking, in respects to knowing what research methodology is, what the scientific method is, and so on and so forth. We have become so anti-education due to this whole quote unquote white man thing, or this myth of us can't stand the YT man so much that we can't
Do you
believe
know
nothing they
evolution is
say.
not an
Excuse
objective
me,
truth?
excuse me, excuse
Do
me,
you know it's
nigga.
not an
Excuse
objective
me,
truth?
excuse me, nigga. Excuse me, nigga. I'm not done. Thank you.
I wanted you
So
to add
again,
on.
excuse me, nigga. Excuse me, nigga.
Add it
So
on.
again, excuse me, nigga. Please, thank you. Have some decorum. So again, we when we find ourselves in 2026, where we have a very great computer in our hands. I'm talking about one of the fastest computers is in your hand, and you cannot take the time out to look up and quantify the information that you're hearing or the information that you're sharing, which is just a bunch of regurgitated old school Diddy remix with the vanilla baby oil added in there, and you come out here and want to talk all this BS, bro.
I got it all
Honestly, I've
from a
been
white
listening.
man.
Excuse me, nigga. Excuse me, nigga. Thank you. So again, you want to come up here and act as if and speak as if you're somebody that's deep. No, man, you're an embarrassment. You look silly, bro. You need to stop with it, man. You're not intelligent when it come down to all of this. So again, bro, it's just like it's wild that we have to, or the people in the comments have to listen to you diatribe over, shit that a motherfucker like Noble Drew Ali spoke about in 1920 something. This is old news, nigga. It's time to move on from that and become more scientific literate and become real historically literate. And yet you don't have a grasp on any of them, any of those things. So,
Were they wrong when they talked about it?
you'll be all right. You'll be all right.
They wrong when they talked about it in 1920, whatever.
Of course they were wrong, right? But because nobody knew what quantifying their information, nobody knew what fact checking was at that particular time. They didn't have the tools that we have today. They didn't have the science, the technology, and so on and so forth. So yeah, when you talk about even
Do you
eugenics,
think
at one,
now people
excuse me.
well,
So
we're
even
having a
when you talk about,
conversation like
excuse me,
that.
sir, I know it, but you don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. You asked your question, and I let you ask it. So even if you talk about a science known as eugenics, at one particular point, everybody in the world, accepted it. But soon after, there were multiple scientists that came up and called it out for what it truly was, which was scientific racism. So yeah, you had pushback. That's why I say you had radicals. Every generation you had radicals.
Do you know evolution isn't an objective truth?
It's a scientific theory. It's a fact. So you know what a scientific theory is? No, I don't want to.
I
I
get
don't.
this
That was
whole
rhetorical.
yes.
That was rhetorical. That was rhetorical.
Oh,
You
it
don't
was
have to answer
rhetorical.
it.
My
But
bad.
a
My bad. Black person.
scientific theory,
My question wasn't rhetorical.
real quick, a scientific theory is not a barbershop theory, right? Tupac isn't alive. He's dead. He's gone. He's never coming back. So a scientific theory explains a group of facts. So when you look at the out of Africa theory, you'll know that many, if you look at the phylogenetic tree, you will see multiple hominids, archaic humans, Homo sapien, and so on and so forth. You will see where they have connected the dots. Yes, we do have some species that are missing that connection, but many of them have been found on or in the continent of Africa. Many of them, all the way from North Africa down to South Africa. What you don't find over here in the Americas, right? You don't find
saying
those archaic.
objective,
Excuse,
saying
excuse me,
objectively that
excuse me, excuse me,
evolution is
excuse
true
me.
is like
It's
saying that God isn't
absolutely, it
real
is
objectively.
true. Evolution is happening right now. You can look at the sparrow, or not the sparrows, the little finches, the little small finch, those little brown birds that are, probably about 3 inches. You can see them in
You're
multiple colors.
speaking more
Excuse me,
definitively than the
sir. Excuse,
experts.
we're all
That's all my
animals.
point is.
Excuse me, sir. We're all animals. Why do you think
You're
that
an
we don't
expert.
really use which one is it? Asera? Is it our pancreas or our spleen? As human beings that
You tell me.
yeah, so I said Asura. I didn't say you, brother. But one of our organs as human beings, because we're continuing to evolve, we don't really utilize them, but it's still a part of us. But again, you could take it out and you won't unalive. I think it may be the spleen because I know that I lost a friend to pancreatic cancer, so it has to be the spleen. So that's a part of evolution. The spleen was very important in our digestive system. But today it really isn't because we can get rid of it. There are people right now
You're
over in
speaking more
India.
definitively
Excuse me,
than
sir. So again, we're
evolutionary
talking about
biologists, man.
evolution.
There are
We're
people
talking
that
about
do this
evolution
every day
being
of life that don't know
objective.
evolution is
We're
real.
talking about evolution
But
being
you do.
objective.
That's
So I'm
crazy.
giving you some real time.
Just
I'm giving you
believe
some
that.
real time examples, sir, of evolution happening not only in the animal kingdom but in human beings themselves. You have people over in India that live in the water. Their boats, I mean, their houses are on top of the water, and they spend 85, 95% of the time underwater, and their lung capacity far out performs any regular human being that doesn't live near water.
That's
And
crazy.
then, and excuse me, it is true. And on top
So
of
that's
it,
crazy.
and on top of it, because of evolution, because of adaptation, because of the environment that they're in, the foods that they're accustomed to, their bodies are adapting. And that's what evolution is. So, again, when you say evolution is not a fact, then you, sir, have to do a little bit more research.
Evolutionary
And
biologists will not say it with the same certainty that you're saying. And that's my
absolutely, they
whole
will.
point.
Absolutely, they will.
Look,
Absolutely,
like
they
I said,
will. And if you
I'm
can,
on
and
my
if you
path
can
to
show
prove
me,
it. Yeah, that's what I'm
yeah.
gonna do. It's no
Okay,
problem.
yeah,
And
you just talking
that's what I'm here
shit right
for.
now. You yapping.
I
You
guess
yapping.
so.
Get the
It
tapping.
is Yap Central. It's 10:39. It's
Look,
Yap
I'm
Central.
already
I get
doing
you yapping,
podcasts. I'm
bro.
already doing interviews with actual qualified people and
You
not just
Oh,
learning.
regular
You
people on the
learning.
yeah,
internet.
yeah,
So it's
yeah,
all
yeah.
cool.
Look, don't
Who?
talk me
Abby
to
Van
death. Don't talk
Sertima?
me to death, nigga.
Who?
You show
Tazari
and
or
prove,
something?
nigga.
Get out of here, bro. We not on no
I'll
we not
refer
on
y'all
that,
to
bro.
my
We
channel
real
one day.
researchers, bro.
Yeah,
We
I
not
mean,
on that.
you could look at the people here in Americas too. The people that live up in the mountains, what is it, the Andes or something like that. They developed stronger lungs to be able to survive in that climate up there where the air is thinner. And the guys he was talking to are absolutely true. Talking about the people they like Pacific Islanders or off the coast of Asia or under and somewhere where they have enlarged pancreas or something that allows them to dive way longer than any human is naturally, and with training they can go for even longer. So I mean, that's definitely signs of evolution and adaptation to your environment.
I'm not saying it's not real. All I'm saying is that the experts know about stuff that y'all don't know about, and it makes them more unsure than you are sure. That's all I'm saying.
What?
It's
That
a
didn't make
crazy
sense,
phenomenon,
man.
What are you talking about, man? Who's these experts, bro? Who's these experts?
bro. Look it up.
The experts
Look
know
up.
stuff that we don't know, and that makes them unsure.
I don't know what
It
you mean.
makes them more
Talking
Yeah,
unsure. Yeah.
I
who are
was
you?
It's
confused
like
on that.
it's like someone
So if
that
I go to Neil
studies
deGrasse
Don't make
astrology,
Tyson
sense,
right
right?
man.
now, he not gonna be able to tell me nothing about astrology. I'm happy you said Neil. So if I go to talk to Neil deGrasse Tyson right now, you gonna tell me that man is unsure?
If you ask him about aliens, he would be more unsure than you are.
About aliens, bro?
Yeah,
Would be more unsure than you
if you
are.
ask a physicist
That's not
about
an
aliens,
expert
or
subject matter. What are you talking? If I go ask him about, what are
he
you
would be
talking
more
about?
unsure than you
He
are.
didn't go to college. I'm sorry, man. He didn't
All
go to
right, y'all.
college
It was
for
the
aliens.
appendix. It was the
Why would he
appendix,
be
not the
sure?
spleen. It was the appendix.
Yeah.
I had to
Oh,
look
I was
that
about
up.
to say,
Appendix.
yeah,
Oh,
it's
there
the
it
Yeah.
is.
appendix over evolution in time because we had an extended large stomach because the majority of food we ate was plant matter, plant food and fruit. But when we changed our diet to animal protein and animal fat, there was no need for that extra long time for food to stay in our body so that we can retrieve nutrients. Animal fat and animal protein is much more denser, so it doesn't take that much time. But that's the change. That's the evolutionary change. Evolution just means change over time. And that wasn't a Darwin idea. That was created by the ancient Egyptians. Ancient Egyptians were the first one to speak about evolution.
Now, if I could
Black
say,
people.
I don't know.
Well, if I could say this about the spleen
documented.
thing, if I could say this about the spleen thing, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
No, it wasn't a spleen. It was your appendix is a representation of an extended large. Yeah, because we're monogastric, right? Monogastric. Monogastric means you have one stomach. We have one stomach, but when it comes to ruminant animals, even when it comes to they're bigastric. They have two stomachs. So we're monogastric. We have one stomach.
As I look it up, the appendix helps with the immune system and stores good gut bacteria.
Yes.
It was the appendix, not
the
that's
appendix.
what I'm saying. The appendix.
If you look at the appendix, you'll see that the appendix is benign.
I don't. Yeah, and I'm saying I get evolution and all that, but I ain't not telling you.
But it's real. Chase. It's real. It's not something that's made up. Chase, come on.
So one of my points is that even the white people are going through this with Graham Hancock, right? Because Christianity wants
Graham Hancock is a pseudo.
Wait. I know. Just please let me finish. Because white people want history to end with the Egyptians because of Christianity, there are other white people who are trying to fight past Christianity and discover civilizations before the narrative of Christ and all this kind of stuff was involved, right? And so there are even white people fighting white people about this same stuff. That's all my point. I'm not saying that Graham Hancock is right. I'm not saying
Christ is only 6,000 years old, bro. Human beings been around for 350,000 years.
What's the oldest civilization? What's the oldest civilization?
Wait. Do you know what civilization means?
Right.
Do you know what civilization means?
No.
Absolutely.
Do you know what civilization means? That's not rhetorical.
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Sorry. It was the spleen. I told you the spleen.
Spleen. No, it's the appendix, bro.
What's the oldest civilization?
Keep
it all lines up with
Don't
Christ.
sell that
This
shit,
is what
bro.
I'm
I'm
saying.
telling y'all.
It all lines up with Abrahamic religions. All this stuff is controlled by Abrahamic
No, it don't.
religions, and most people don't see
No,
that
it don't.
shit.
No, it don't.
What's the oldest civilization?
It's gonna probably
I gave you the oldest three. You don't remember this?
Yeah, it's gonna be out of the Omo Valley. It's gonna be out of the Omo Valley, which is located in East Africa.
Yeah, somebody big screaming.
Maybe, I don't know. Let's see, what is the oldest civilization, and does it go past 6,000 years ago or so? Does it go past the Sumerians and everything Graham Hancock is talking about, trying to involve aliens in it?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the longest lasting is the Kemetic civilization. They have about 10,000 years of recorded history. They are the longest lasting civilization in mankind, in the entirety of mankind.
You know, they're in the Bible too.
I mean, they may be in the Bible, but this aspect of Christendom and them trying to protect Christendom is not to maintain the story of Christendom, it's to maintain their control that's used with Christendom. White people protect the story of Christ that they created. Yeah, they protect the story of Christ that they created so that they can use it properly, so they can use it indiscriminately. They don't give a fuck about the story of Christ. They give a fuck about how they use it and can control the narrative to affect interaction and mistreatment and the subjugation of everybody else who's not white.
And that's exactly my point. And when I say the white man, that's what I'll be saying it about. That's what you just said.
I bet. All right.
And I don't know if you're the one that was arguing about it, but
oh, the Beju, yeah, they're spleens. Yeah, larger spleens.
Now who are you talking about then, Black First? If you're not talking about spleens.
Well, yeah, I thought it was the appendix, man. My bad. So I said spleen at first. I said either the spleen or the pancreas earlier.
No, they're
when I looked it up, it said appendix as well.
All that said, keep all y'all shit, bro. I'm telling you.
13 minutes is crazy,
somebody
though, yo.
13. Somebody give me a big screen. Yeah, oh yeah, go ahead, Doc.
Please keep your appendix, man. Don't let them.
Nah, I ain't got no source up. You good?
Oh, that was somebody else with that. Okay, so
These
again,
people
when
your
we talk
appendix.
about parts, let's talk about what makes a civilization. Hold on one second. I don't want to see my big head. So yeah, what the major parts of a civilization? Big cities, jobs, ruling a rule system, social banks or ranks. My bad,
And you know
and
damn
written.
well they don't say the
Excuse.
oldest civilization is in Africa.
No.
The
I
white
didn't
man
say
would
that.
never
So
say that.
again, so I didn't say that.
Okay, okay.
I went to the Syrians, but these are some of the oldest ones: Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, and the Inca people. So again, if you understand what a civilization is, then that's different
So what
from
is the oldest civilization then?
right.
What's the answer to
I
the
said
question?
Samaria. I said Samaria.
Okay, and how old is it? That was the original question. How old
Yeah,
is
only
what's
about
the
five to
first
six
civilization?
thousand years.
Okay then. And
So
where did people
but what does that have to do with the prior 70,000 years, the prior 150,000 years of these people who existed prior to
Everything
them
I'll tell them
deciding to
later.
come
I'm
together?
I'm
Excuse me.
I'm
What
answering
does
in one
that
question.
I wasn't finished with my question,
Okay, I'm
right?
sorry.
So what does that have to do with the people who decided some hundreds of thousands of years together later to get together and form civilizations? What's the difference? What does that have to do with anything?
What it has to do with it is that 6,000 years ago is not the real answer. That in 50 years that there's going to be a different answer. That's the point. Is that
We
y'all trying to
Oh, I
we
argue
didn't
agree. He's a
measure.
answers that are
We
not
don't
found?
hypothetical.
measure
He's a
one of the
hypothetical
B
historian,
aspects.
y'all.
Yeah. But one of the things that we measure that helps civilization develop is the maintaining of masses of people, the numbers of people. For a long time, considerable amount of time, we spent as hunter gatherers. When you're hunting and gathering, you're following the herds. So you're not stationary and you follow wherever the herds go. But from hunters to gatherers to civilization or agriculture, there is a point in time that we do talk about in the anthropology. In the history of anthropology, is known as foraging. We foraged for 12,000 years. So believe it or not, we've only been an agricultural society of people for about 10,000 years. So we foraged for 12,000 years before we became agricultural. And the time that we spent in as foresting or foraging is where we develop all the main important parts of domestication. Not only from domesticating wheat and grain, but domesticating animals and livestock. We found the first cow that we turned into all the cows that we're eating now during foraging. We found the wheat weed during foraging that we turned into the wheat that we wind up creating agriculture and introducing the complex carbohydrate. And so the time that we spend when we stay stationary, right, that's when you see civilization being built because it's able to maintain and sustain life, but not only multiple life, but multiple lives within generations. A condition has to be right so that my kids don't have to leave. So what do I need to do to develop so that my kids don't have to leave? This is when you see civilizations being built up. The longest lasting, again, is the ancient Egyptians. That's the longest lasting. Who was first? Things that I need. Yeah, you go back and forth. Mesopotamia, Babylon, all that. We talk about the longest lasting. And when it comes to the longest lasting, that's indigenous African people on the continent of Africa.
Okay, true. My thing is that if you get in, I know this is a group of all black men, but we are the minority in this country in this language, and my whole thing is fighting the big group of people. And so when I'm in groups of people where it's all white men, right, they're gonna say that black people never had a civilization before white people were involved, and that's the narrative that I'm really trying to fight at the end of the day. I understand because there's a whole the problem is that there's a debate over if Egyptians were black or not, because that's one of the Mount Rushmores of civilization for white people, right? Is Greece, Egypt, yeah, the Sumerians and I don't know whoever the fuck else, right?
But
But
Europeans never ruled Egypt, right?
well, they
You're talking
did,
about
and
the
like
Arabs. You know,
with the
wait, bro. Europeans, which are in America considered white people. If you look at the 5 racial categories or 6 racial categories on the U.S. Census, to be a white person is to be a person with European origins, right? So white people, although be it they may have, excuse me, really, I'm sorry. What you say, Mello? You breaking up, Mello? Oh, okay. To try to make it seem like white people had any contributions to the country of Egypt is like diabolical.
well, that's what
Yeah,
they
they
say
made
though. That's what they say.
no. They don't say that. They
No, they
don't say
definitely
that.
do.
Not
They
not no.
definitely do say
Show
that.
me a cracker. Wait, brother. Show me a cracker who claimed to be an Egyptian.
Well, with the whole Helen, I mean not Helen the Greek, but the Greeks. What's her name? What's her name? The girl with the they just had her in the whole movie, man.
You
Cleopatra.
talking about Cleopatra?
Yeah, yeah, you know
That
all
was
that
a
stuff, man.
representation and extension of Rome. That is not
Exactly,
Europeans. Yeah, that's
exactly.
not Europeans. Yeah, that's not
European,
Europeans.
Rome and European is the
Rome?
same thing.
No, it is not. They like
Rome
to make you
wasn't
think it
connected to the
is.
continent of Europe. Rome wasn't
Uh,
mainly in the continent of Europe.
there is no continent of Europe during the time of Rome. There's no such
I feel
thing
like
as the
that's
continent of
semantics. I
Europe.
Yeah, because
yes, I
Rome,
That
Rome,
is
understand.
Rome
no, that's not
expanded.
semantics. That's
Yeah,
not
Rome
no.
expanded outside of what it
Into
had a
North
European
Africa, yeah.
continent.
Rome expanded into North
So
Africa.
you're saying the Romans were not white?
That's why I was telling him earlier. I was telling you, you got to understand,
No,
like your concept of borders
no.
that didn't exist at that time.
Okay, I understand that y'all
And
say this.
brother N. So the word for what you're doing is and what is it called? Anachronism.
Anachronism.
So yeah, so what you're doing is taking some modern day terms and applying them to antiquity, and that's where we, a lot of pseudos do. They'll try to apply more modern day
Y'all
terminology
don't talk to white
to
people, huh?
yeah. No,
All
we
the
really
time.
don't. We really
I
don't.
talk
Well,
with
I
them
a
don't.
all
white
the
person
time.
has
I talk.
told you everything you said is
Hold up.
wrong, right?
No,
Right.
no,
So
no. What has
go ahead,
happened?
Oscar.
Yeah, what has happened is that you're conflating some actions and interactions and conversations. As we're having a conversation about antiquity, the concepts and idea that create race is now what was happening back then. There has been a very real concerted effort to associate Greek and Roman culture to modern day idea of what it is to be European. That is a lie. The actual
They would
people
say that's
that the
pseudo.
European
They would say
hold
that's
on.
pseudo.
They don't say it's suit. They don't. They're trying to. I'm letting you
I'm
know they're
about to
trying
say,
to. Yeah. So I'll say it again slower. They are trying to associate themselves with Greek and Roman culture. The
and I'm in the fight
operative
against
word.
them.
Yeah. Yeah. So operative word is trying, because what they wind up doing is they dismiss the very real descendants of the Celts, the Goths, the Visigoths, the Vandals. They dismiss the Germanic and Gaul and the Normans from Normandy and the Vikings
You right.
and so we know, so they can't separate themselves from that. Reason why is because we see when Greek and Roman culture represents high society of civilization, and so they're trying to associate and try to mask their barbarism as no, we're
They
not
try to get on that Mount
barbarians.
Rushmore, yeah, because most of the
Yeah, we're
white
not
people
that.
are country bumpkins. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know. I don't know about the country, but as it relates to antiquity and history, no, they're trying that best. You know who the very real sons and daughters of Greek and Roman culture? Do you know who were the forebearers of their information after they existed? You know who is? The Arabs. The Arabs are the true descendant and bestowers, the sons and daughters of Greek and Rome. Arab people and Arab culture. They're the ones that actually kept the information and protected it and wrote it in Arabic and put it in their schools, developed their universities and concept of schooling based upon even to the style of their dressing. Well, you think those long draping clothes and cloths that these Arabs wore, you think they wore that because they were in the desert? You think that's why
Actually,
they wear them
yes,
draping clothes? No.
yes.
Because no. They gotta, who you think was in the desert before them? Who you think was in North Africa before them? Who do you think was in what we call the Middle East before them? The Greeks, the Romans. They are the arbiters. They are the sons and daughters. They are the forebearers of that culture and information, not European white tea people.
I would disagree about the Romans and the Greeks being in the deserts before the Arabs. I agree that
Rome
the
was in
Arabs
Syria. Syria was an extension. Egypt was an extension. North Africa, Carthage was an extension after Leo Africanus, Scipio Africanus.
But the
Yeah, that's
Persians
all
were before
desert.
the Persians were before the Romans. They already had their own civilization. Mesopotamia is the first known civilization that we've what's it called excavated. To say that this Middle Eastern region only became civilized after the Romans is just inaccurate, right?
I didn't say after. I'm saying before.
You know the reason why
The extension of Arab.
Who kept the Roman secrets after the Romans were gone?
No, I said who. I didn't say secrets. I didn't say secrets. I said forebearers of their information.
Jason,
I'll say it again. Hold on.
Jason,
I'll say it
calm
again.
down. Let him finish.
Yeah, I'll say it again. So forebearers of their culture and information, the sons and daughters of Greek and Roman culture, are the Arabs.
I disagree.
Period.
But I disagree.
And that's
Period.
a debate. It's a debate.
No, there's no. Then show
okay,
me.
my
Hold on. When you say Greek,
wouldn't they be the Turkish people of today?
so you're talking about you're talking about
Ottomans.
Yeah, so Ottomans. So who are before the Ottomans?
I mean, like right before the Byzantine.
No, I'm saying what he was saying. I was saying.
Yeah, Constantinople. Yeah, that's located in Turkey. That's modern day Turkey, right?
And that was like the last of the
absolutely.
Roman.
Yes, and who took over?
Yeah, the Holy Roman Empire after that.
The what?
Holy Roman Empire.
But they were German. They were Germanic people, though. The Holy Roman Empire.
That's what I'm saying. It's split up.
So the whole so the end of Rome. Who takes over Constantinople at the end of Rome? It's okay to Google. It's okay to Google it.
I can't remember. I'm trying to tell you, they had the cannons. They was like the first people with the cannons.
And where are they from?
Wasn't one of the Germanic tribes?
No.
You talking about the Eastern Roman Empire?
He talking about the Byzantine Empire, not the
Byzantine and Byzantines are who?
The Greeks, right?
Arabs.
Oh, there we go.
Right, but you said,
my whole thing is with this is that Britain, right now we are controlled by Britain. They do not have an ancient civilization, so that's why this Roman thing is on even a conversation, because they're searching through white culture trying to find something that gives them authority to be the most powerful country on the earth right now, right? This is the same thing Hitler went through. This is the same thing that Hitler went through and almost tried to take over the whole world for, right? He was searching for an alternative white history outside of Christianity. You said what?
Yeah, so Southern.
Don't say that H word.
Mustache
say mustache man. Yeah, you gotta be. You know, if you're on YouTube, we can get away with a lot of stuff over there. Over here, you can get his live striked and taken down, and you can lose this account. So just how you know, even when you saying, like, when you hear us say white tea, we know we talk about the European man. When we say small hat, we talking about the those people. So just be mindful of the conversation. But before we move forward, please, everybody, this is a break. Guys, please tap the screen. Let's just double tap real quick. Do some power tapping. Everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. Let's get the brother up to 20,000 likes. 20,000 likes in the next minute and a half, 2 minutes. It doesn't cost y'all a dime. If you are enjoying what you're hearing, it's okay to give some gifts. Heart me, my brother. Give my brother his daily heartbeats. This way we can keep this conversation in the algorithm, which is very, 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 very important, because I think that even though I don't agree with my brother in the WAR, I think that he's a brother that's providing some information, some pushback that we all can listen to and then try to either correct, quantify, or qualify it. So again, man, I think that this is a great panel. We have Brother Asra up here. Brother Mello up here, Brother Chase up here. I mean, this is a stacked panel. And then we have Jason, who always come with some smoke. I mean, it may be a little bit of hookah smoke, but it's smoke nonetheless. And I hope that brother Mister himself would opine and give us some information too. So that's the commercial break. So please tap, 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 y'all. Please tap, 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 so we can get the Don Dada, who's very worthy of your support into the algorithm. And the only way we're gonna do that is give him his daily heart meets and tap the screen. Let's get him up to 20,000. So I'm gonna interject again, Mr. Himself. Thank you for joining the panel, man. The rest of us been up here rocking for a nice little while now. Is there anything that you want to add to the conversation and so on and so forth?
Mr. Himself, you there? You there with us?
Bro, you ain't on mute, so I don't know. You might want to drop down and come back up. I'm gonna drop you and then you come back up. I'll see when I see you in the queue. I'll bring you back up. We can't hear you.
Yeah, we'll put him back up.
Hey, all right, y'all. Panel's still open. Dada, you got something to say, bro? Before we move forward.
No, I mean everybody still understand what the conversation is in context.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can
But in that, so I can reiterate, the ending of Greek and Rome, right? The forebearers of their culture and information wind up becoming these Arab people. Now, the concept and idea of Arab is a linguistic term. I understand exactly what that means. But in the context of who is the forebearers of that information and culture are not white people, and they are not Europeans. They are trying and have been trying for some time. Caucasian. Well, I like to use Europeans because Europe is a specific continent of people, and they have a very particular group of people that we know as white today. They are trying and have been trying to associate that the forebearers of the culture and information of the Greeks and Romans are these European white people, and it is not.
To be fair, if we're talking about Anatolia, so we're talking about modern day Turkey, right, and like regions around there, these populations, modern day Europeans, do carry 30% Anatolian Neolithic farmer in their genomes. Around 30% of their ancestry comes from there, right?
So, so the Neolithic farmer is not the time of Great Rome. Yeah. So the Neolithic farmer. Okay, so that has nothing to do.
Romans carry majority Neolithic farmer ancestry. Southern
They share a common ancestor, but specifically, I said culture and knowledge.
Right.
Okay.
But Arabs didn't carry that. Those are Anatolians who carried that. Right? You just said Turkey.
So Anatolian and Turkey are the same word.
Right.
So what I'm letting you know is the carriers, right, the forebearers of culture and knowledge of the Greek and Romans are not European white people.
Right, but European white people can't be European white people without the 30% Neolithic farmer. They can't be.
Yes, and so that by the time they got the Neolithic farmer, Greek and Rome wasn't even in existence. So I'll say it again.
Right,
at the end, hold on, they share a common ancestor. At the end, I mean after, that means Greek and Rome existed and are no longer here anymore. And what's left behind is their culture and knowledge. That culture and knowledge did not go up into Europe anywhere.
It did actually. That's how Northern Europe actually gets developed. After contact with the Romans, you see a surge in actual technological advancements in Northern Europe. Before that, they were living in mud huts, right? Before Roman contact, Northern Europe was no different from anywhere else on the planet, right? This is actually the interesting thing that we find, that they were practicing cannibalism and paganism up there. Not that it's quote unquote bad or anything, because that's just their culture. But we see a spike in technological advancements in Northern Europe after contact with Rome.
Tell me. What technology? Tell me.
What do you mean?
They do have
Stop. What technology of Rome that Europeans used?
What do you mean Europeans? These are Romans are Europeans.
Here, I'll tell you. So the hordes of Europe. Tell me what
Hordes.
technology?
What
Yeah, the
hordes of Europe?
hordes. Yeah, the hordes of Europe.
I
Now,
don't know.
tell me what. So you got the Goths, the Visigoths, the Celts, the Vandals, the
Sure.
Gauls. Right. So tell me what technology did they use from the Romans? Give me an example.
This is part of the white people's debate too. This is why they have to jump and make connections. This is why Hitler had to go all the way to
Civilization.
Man,
India to try to find his source,
why
because
you say that
exactly
man
what you're
name again?
saying.
Like he the topic of today's show.
Yeah. So, and again, I don't understand. Like, okay, like
Well,
those of
I was
us,
supposed to be the topic of
real quick,
today's show.
but real quick though, bro. Those of us who are more concerned with African and African American history, we don't have to go back and teach a European a goddamn thing. That's why we
At
don't
all.
go on their panels, right? They know what they've done throughout history, how notorious and how detrimental they've been to not only the people of this planet, but the planet in and of itself. We don't have to go back and forth with these
You don't
diabolical
have to, but
degenerates.
I want
Excuse
to.
me. I know. I get it. But again,
Y'all don't have
my
to.
grandmama always said, she never said we was Indians, but my grandmama always said there's a time and place for everything. The people who created the BS that the world is going through, they know that they did it. They wrote it down. They let us know that they are the perpetrators
You giving them an
of
excuse.
everything. Excuse me. They are the perpetrators of everything wrong. Now it's gonna take them to go within themselves and fix themselves, just as it's gonna take
Nah, I'm gonna
us.
fix them.
You're
You might
not.
say that.
You're
I'm gonna
not.
go
You're
ahead and
not.
fix them.
How you go? Hold on. How you gonna fix him?
Right. You're
By bringing
not.
attention to the conversation that so
Yeah, I
many
mean,
white people are
why?
arguing amongst themselves.
No. Let them
You're not
argue
ready.
amongst themselves.
You're not ready to do
Are
that.
you willing to go over to
I'm gonna be
Ukraine?
an agent of
Wait.
chaos,
Are
man.
you?
You don't gotta
Excuse
worry
me,
about it.
sir. Are you willing to go over to Ukraine and put on a Russian uniform or a Ukrainian uniform and fight for them?
Why do you see the name of my profile?
Right. So again, so that's the part, brother. So end it. Don't. And matter of fact, don't
Do you
end
know
it.
where an
Wait.
Israelite comes from?
Hey, look.
Do you think an
Listen, brother.
Israelite
Listen,
exists? Do
brother.
you think Israel is a real place?
Listen, brother.
Is
Let me give
Israel a real
you.
place?
Listen, brother. Let me
Is
give you
Israel a
a
real
word.
place?
Listen, brother. Let me give you a word of
You with
advice.
the white man? All right.
Let me give you a word of advice. Be Bennett and don't be in it. You understand me? Let them do what they do to each
That's
other.
you, bro. That's you.
No.
I'm with the
See again.
shits. I'm with the
I get
shits.
it. Young dog. I'm 53 years old. You look like you probably about 30 something. So let me just tell you, bro, that ain't our business. Them crackers already know what they done. It's not our position to fix them. The thing is, I think as a brother that as I'm listening to you, so I'm gonna give you some kudos. You don't sound as lost as many black men that I've come across. So here's the thing: take your energy and put it towards some young black boys in your hood, or come to these panels with the true history, or I'm sorry, the objective. I ain't gonna use the word true. I'm gonna use the word objective history and objective science, right? That can be quantified and qualified. It can be supported, and supportive, and so on and so forth. Get on these panels and talk to the brothers and sisters who have lost their African minds, right? The ones who are anti-black,
That's
the
y'all
one,
job.
excuse me, the ones
That's y'all job.
the ones who are anti-black, the ones who are anti-education,
Why
the
don't you do
ones.
that?
So again, brother, you can be best utilized in saving your own people instead of trying to be Captain Save-A-Ho for the white man. And that's
Bro,
what you
you don't
sound like.
even
You want to go over there and
understand
save
me,
He
so
said
them.
you
you
don't
lost
know
your
how to
African
utilize
mind.
me. You not
That's like when they
Phil
be asking me
Jackson.
why I don't
You
debate
not Eric
white P people
Spoelstra.
or address white T people. It's because I don't care to correct them, bro. Let them be wrong. Let them be flawed. That's gonna be on them. I'm here to correct us. Here to teach us. and hear
Y'all
the
on your
correct
thing. Like I
misinformation
say,
and
I'm
push
not with
those.
none of the shit that y'all on
No,
one side
I
or the other.
understand, but you
So
gotta understand. But it sounds like to me, it's like you finna be a troll to white people. Like that's your mission and that's your purpose. That's what it sounds like.
do you know
That's
what
what I'm trying to say.
COINTELPRO is, man?
No, nah, tell me about it.
You know how COINTELPRO got discovered?
Tell me
It's some
how.
crazy shit. No, seriously, does anybody know how that junk got discovered? I really
Tell
just
me
found
how.
this
No,
out
we
like
don't
last
know.
month.
Yeah,
Tell
we
me.
don't know. We
It
don't
was
know.
exposed.
No, like seriously, like dead ass shit. Bro, that junk came from a break-in. Somebody broke into an office and they stole the COINTEL. They
Who broke in? Who
accidentally
broke in?
stole the
You remember who broke
files.
in?
Probably some white people. I don't know. You know they be doing crimes and shit. That's what I'm saying. White on white crime. Who knows?
All right. Okay. Hold up. Okay, we got a new panelist. Mr. Himself is
But on
back. Can
that
you hear
note,
me,
I'll
Mr.
see y'all
Himself?
later. I appreciate y'all. Deuces,
Yeah,
man.
man. Come on back, man. I'm gonna follow you though, even though we don't agree on shit. And I'm gonna crack your head every time I see you come up with that
That's
pseudo
why I
all
told
this.
him. I said, "Well, you gonna
Trust
come over
me,
here?
bro. You took an L. One day you gonna look back at this two
I
years
never
from now.
take
You gonna be
L's,
like,
bro.
damn, I
I
done
never
learned
take
so
L's.
much, bro.
Nigga,
You gonna
you
be
up here
like,
with some
damn, I done
champions,
really
bro.
Hey, I'm gonna
advanced. I
post this one.
get
Hey,
deep.
I'm gonna post this one as soon as I get off, so you'll be able to look at it by tomorrow. My YouTube is on my. It should be a link on both my pages, if not on this one on Instagram, so you'll be able to see yourself. But
You gonna
yeah,
be proud of yourself one day, man. I'm gonna make all y'all proud of yourselves on the growth that y'all got from having
You
this
trying to make us
conversation.
proud of you, bro. We telling you leave them crackers alone, man.
Man, look, that's
You
y'all
probably
scared
got
of them. That's
a
y'all
Becky.
scared of them.
You probably
I
got
ain't
a
scared
Becky
of
in the
them.
other room
I'm
right
too
now.
pro black, man. But I'll
You
see
probably got
y'all
a
later,
Becky in
man.
the other room right now, nigga. Shut up.
I wish I crack her though. I crack her. I ain't got no problem with that. I can't stick my dick in them, man. You crazy? I
Oh,
do what I want to do with these people world, man. What? I'm the black man. But all right though.
nice try. All right,
All right,
but
peace,
yeah,
champ.
Jason,
Mr. Himself, where you at, man? We can't hear you, bro.
Mr. says, "Are you here or you not?"
Yeah, we can't hear him. He in the comment. He in the comment, but we can't hear you, bro. Yeah,
All you gotta do is talk. The mic ain't even mute. So I
Yeah,
don't
the
know.
mic is open.
Your phone might be janking. Maybe
Mm. I
the
want to hear
ancestors
him
may be
too.
protecting us from hearing something we ain't got no business. But yeah, the
No,
Cointel
I
Pro
mean,
was
it seems like
exposed.
he on point though when you look at his stuff in the chat.
Oh, my bad, man. My bad for judging the book by the cover.
Down, Mr. Himself. Your shit ain't working, bro. I gotta let you go.
So one of the biggest aspects when we looking at this, I know we don't want to talk about their history and culture, but these Greek and Romans are a peculiar situation. Remember, the Greeks, they were not a unified state like Rome. They represented individual nation states that were scattered throughout the Aegean Sea and the Mediterranean. We have the Iliad written by Homer, and we have the Odyssey. These are their earliest writings, and it's a non-fiction. One is fictional. They're both fictional. The Iliad and the Odyssey, they're both fictional. But we tried to derive some type of historical fact from this aspect. We don't get this real codification until we get the Romans in Rome. And even their creation story of Romulus and Remus is folklore being raised by a she-wolf on the side of a mountain. So even in that, we have to take this with considerable grain of salt. But be that as it may, what was documented, what was presented and preserved as culture, what they exchanged with the world, because that's what culture is the exchanging between people and their knowledge. The forebears were not the hordes of Europe. Period.
right, but they're still European, right? They still share a common. I don't want to say clustering because that's not really true, but they're still European, and eventually they did adopt that Roman and sort of Southern European culture, and that they are what they are today. And I don't think you can like really try and separate them because that's not really how that works. Like for example, the wheel gets invented one time in human history, only once. Everywhere else that it gets spread and you find the wheel, it's because it got spread there through human migration and exchange of ideas. Right? That's
Is
how
that
the wheel
true?
is spread. Yeah, the wheel was only created one time. Um,
There
and
wasn't
so
no evolutionary convergence with the wheel.
there were not multiple inventions of the wheel that we see in archaeological record. It happened one time and it spread from there, right? And that's the interesting thing about it, because when we try to isolate groups of people and say, okay, these are the people that had this knowledge and then they didn't share it or they're the only ones who had it. It's like that's not really how human history has really worked for the most part. linguistically, technologically, different things like that?
As it relates to Greek and Roman culture, its codification is preserved. Its knowledge has preservation. And the forebearers, like the next people after the Greek and Romans, are none of the European hordes. None. From all the way to the tip, at the top of Iceland, all the way to the southern part of France. None of them were the forebearers of Greek and Roman culture and knowledge.
But they
Zero.
were, though. They were. That's literally what the Catholic Church.
So yeah. Right. So please show me an example. Just give me an example.
Big screen me right quick. Jason, hold up, Jason. Before you move forward, let's just quantify a claim that you just made about the will. Yeah. So
I'm sure
history, right. So history tells us that the will was actually created independently amongst people groups. And here are a couple of examples of that. And
this still
when the
civilization
word
you got on the screen.
I'm sorry?
This still the civilizations on the screen.
Yeah, but no, this is the origins of the will. You don't see that? Hold on.
That's still the civilization what defines civilization.
Oh, okay. Do you see origins of the will?
Nah, still the same way.
Okay, I don't know what's going on, but you got it up, pulled up.
I got a break. I got it worded a little differently, but yeah, it's saying the same thing. Saying it wasn't an isolated invention. That's why I was like, nah, that sounds like one of them convergent evolution motherfuckers.
Right.
What do you mean?
It just sound like it.
What do you mean convergent evolution?
It sounds like one of those things where it was like humans in different parts of the world kind of simultaneously or around the same time came up with similar inventions.
No, that's not what I said. I said it got invented one time and then it spread everywhere else. That means everybody else got it.
I know
that is true.
Said.
Hold on, I'm gonna get there.
It's not true.
When I park, I'm gonna just send the evidence. I mean, I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't have a hill to die on. It's just anthropological evidence.
Yeah, but anthropology just proved you wrong.
Sure,
I mean, it's like so Jason, it's like many times, and again, much respect. I think that you are an intelligent brother. I don't really think of you as pseudo, especially knowing you, like you share with us that you are African. I forget what particular country and group.
But you trying to give him sophisticated pseudo compliment.
Yeah, he's definitely a sophisticated pseudo. Definitely.
I'm not a pseudo though. I'm not a pseudo.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Sophisticated pseudo.
What's one thing that I said that's pseudo?
Wait. You know why you're pseudo? You know why you're pseudo is because you disagree with terms and their definitions that have been established for centuries. And here you are. Excuse me, sir. And here you are. In your egotistical, maniac, narcissistic way, saying because you disagree,
don't know me,
right? Excuse me, sir. I know you from here, so this is my analysis. And I'm a ghetto nigga. Wait, man, come on, man. Don't take offense to it. Just listen to me talk.
I'm not offended. I'm just saying you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I do know what I'm talking about because again, you are the person that came up here and said, "Hey, to use the word black the way you're using the word black is wrong." But at the same time, no, it's not true. That's your opinion. Your opinion doesn't make it fact, right? Because you're not you're not the person who created the terminology. You're a person who is a part of the vast society that accepted this social construct. But now that you think that you're so smart, you want to reinvent the quote unquote will.
I never told you I was smart. I never said that.
Yeah, no. But again, this is how people perceive you as a wannabe smart guy, and that's why
wannabe smart guy.
Right. And wannabe. Yeah. So again, you may not be used to not being the smartest person in the room. That's why I called you a narcissist, because that's how you come up on our panels, thinking that you're smarter than the average yogi bear. So again, you're not yogi. So at the end of the day, when you as a layman come up and try to correct, yes, sir. So you as a layman who comes up on panels and try to
correct historical facts with your subjective point of view. Excuse me. You do this all the time. That's why I say you come with some smoke, but it's more hookah smoke.
It's more hookah smoke
versus than real smoke.
Yeah, you said that, but it's not corroborated by anything.
Brother, take the critique as you may. Don't be offended because I'm not
offended.
You,
I'm just saying you're wrong.
Yeah. So I'm not
you're
calling
speaking from your emotions. You're speaking because I'm
These are all
observation. These are all ad homs.
I'm speaking. No, I'm not. I didn't say one bad word about you.
You narcissistic, hookah smoke.
That's not necessarily a bad word. That's a personality disorder.
But you called me a pseudo.
So it's not a bad word.
I'm talking about
what it does, right? Wait.
That's character assassination.
What I'm doing.
Those are ad homs.
What I'm doing as your peer.
You need to address the points that I make and dismantle them rather than trying to make character assumptions about me. You don't know
Come on,
me.
bro. Let me finish, brother. Come on.
Right, but listen.
But I get it. But let me finish. Let me finish my point.
These are not actual points. You're not talking about the points that I made.
I'm
You're not talking about whether the wheel was invented once or multiple times. You're not doing that.
Rude and don't have no decorum. It's okay.
Get to my points.
You're being emotional now.
Can you get to my points?
No, I've already attacked your points.
You haven't.
Academically.
You haven't.
So now I'm just trying to give you a little bit of.
When did you do that? When did you do that?
Okay? Is it okay to give some critique?
You can't critique my character. You don't know me. I'm not going to allow that.
I'm not critiquing your character.
I'm a grown man. You're a grown man. Let's not talk about each other.
I'm critiquing your presence.
Talk about my points.
I'm critiquing your presence.
I don't need that.
Jason, are you above Jason, are you above reproach? Are you above
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, but you actually attacked my points, not attack me. Those are two different things.
I'm not attacking you, sir. I'm just making you aware.
You're acting like you know me. You don't know me.
You are pseudo.
Right, but I'm not pseudo. I'm the most educated person on this panel about anything we're going to talk about.
Jason,
anything anthropological related.
Okay, let me give you an example.
I'm the most educated person on here, especially African history. We're not going to talk about anything.
Did I call it?
That's not happening. I said educated. I never said smart. I said educated. Right? I actually read the papers.
Are you? How you know you're the most educated person on this panel?
Because you said Romans weren't European.
You got a PhD?
You told me Romans weren't European. That told me everything I need to know about you.
Do you have a PhD, Jason?
You told me Romans weren't European. That told me everything I needed to know about.
Yes or no, Jason? Do you have a PhD?
I don't need a PhD to be.
Okay. Do you have a master's?
I don't need a master's to have more.
Are you certified in any particular aspect of
I don't
anything?
need that. I don't need that to be more well read on this
right. So
topic.
how are you more educated?
Because I don't need that to be more
That's
well read than
egotistical,
you.
Jason.
No,
that's what
I don't
I'm
need
talking
that.
about.
I don't need that to be more well read than you.
Egotistical maniac, and you suffer.
Again, here you go again. You're talking about me.
Right, and you suffer. Right. So I'm about to diagnose you right quick. And you also suffer from personality disorders. You are a person that is really out here reaching to be something that you're actually not. Because amongst people who are your peers, amongst people who are your peers and maybe even more superior than you, you still promote yourself. And you know, back in the day, we called that conceited. You know, in high school, you was voted class conceited. I'm sure you weren't voted class conceited.
Can you touch the points,
I'm sure you're not voted. I'm sure you weren't voted class conceited. But now you're coming up on a panel with some very intelligent, educated, smart men, and then you want to get up here and say that you yourself is the smartest person on here, most intelligent person on this panel.
I said the most educated on this.
You know, for those of y'all who are listening,
most educated on the topic.
This is a person that you should avoid, but due to the fact that we are so confident in our education and intelligence, we allow him to have a voice. So go ahead, Jason, you got it.
Okay, so are you done? Are you going to actually say something about a point that I made, or are you just going to keep doing ad hom attacks? Because you just have nothing to say. You're making character assumptions about somebody you do not know.
Asura destroyed every point you laid out about the Romans.
You have not. You did
Asura
not.
did. I didn't. Asura did.
Right, but he did not though. He didn't say anything. He called Anatolians Arabs. That told me everything I need to know about them. There's no point.
No, I said that the Anatolians. I said that the Anatolians.
You called them the forebearers.
Hold on. I said the forebearers of Greek and Roman culture and knowledge are Arabs.
Right. That's
what
true.
I said. Okay,
the Byzantines aren't Arabs.
The Byzantines, who are the ones that conquered, but they're not the forebearers of the information, the knowledge, and the culture. So the
What are you talking about?
Byzantines are made up of Anatolians and Greeks, but they were not the forebearers of that knowledge of culture and knowledge.
So how do the Arabs come into this?
Well, I'm glad you asked. They don't really kind of emerge and poke themselves out of Eurasia. I mean, you asked the question. They don't really emerge and kind of coax themselves out of Eurasia until towards the end, especially with Constantine and their mismanagement of Christianity. So this aspect of them being in North Africa and what we call the Arabian Peninsula, they are heavily interactive and participatory, especially when it came to the Crusades, right? But their existence before they became Muslims, right, is a very complex history
What
of
does this have to do with Rome?
nomads, because Rome is done at this time. There's no
But
existence.
what is becoming the forebearers of Roman knowledge? How does that come into play?
So the forebearers of culture and knowledge. It represents the ability to
Roman
maintain.
culture and knowledge.
Yeah,
Roman
yeah. So
culture and
no,
knowledge.
Greek
Hi, you
and
guys.
Roman.
I
Hello.
Hi. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to ask you a question right quick. Are you talking about the House of Wisdom and the translation movement where the Islamic Empire translated all of the ancient and Greek Rome texts, and they were the ones to keep that knowledge? They're the reason why we even have access to that knowledge. I just wanted to see if
Yes.
that's what we were talking about. Okay,
Yeah, I was
because
trying to get there.
yeah.
But yeah, I was trying to get there. But to
You're not
even
going to
jump.
connect the Arabs and the Romans. You're not doing that. That's not happening. There's no connection.
Okay.
Yeah,
There's
well,
no
All right.
cultural connection
All right.
here.
that's why
Okay.
I interrupted, and I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I
No,
just
no.
wanted to say, Jason, he did just like he did just
He
connect it.
didn't though.
Yeah,
How? What's the connection?
you just don't know that part of history, because after ancient
Yeah.
Rome
So connect it for
fell,
me.
right, you have the rise of the Islamic Empire. The Islamic Empire, and there's multiple Islamic empires. And they had the House of Wisdom, and they were responsible for collecting the ancient knowledge of multiple civilizations, including ancient Rome and Greece. And they translated that. They continued and built on that knowledge. The rest of the Europeans, right, and the rest of their world were in the Dark Ages. They were not building, they would have had completely lost it had it not been for the Islamic empires and pretty much the Arabics who were in power at that time of the Islamic empires. That's what he's talking about. That's why I interrupted. Sorry to interrupt you guys. I just saw the miscommunication, so I wanted to pause it and say that.
Right. He said the cultural forebearers were the Arabs, and there's like no cultural connection there. Whereas there is a cultural connection in Europe. Right. They retained a Roman era religious Catholicism. They adopted romance. They adopted writing systems and mathematic practices from the Roman era. The Pythagorean theorem was from this period, the Romans, right? They adopted all these things, and you're saying, oh, the nothing to do with the Romans. That's literally how Northern Europe is developed. Without Romans, there's no modern Northern Europe. There's no such thing as the British and how they exist today without the Romans coming into contact with them. So when you're saying the cultural continuity, the Northern Europe is the cultural continuity of Rome.
That is the lie that has been introduced. No, that is not. Perfect example. A perfect example. I'll ask you.
Was that a lot?
When
We
it comes
see it.
to
You can literally see it in the
aqueducts.
art. Look at their art. Look at their art.
No. We're gonna ask about aqueducts. So aqueducts of antiquity was a way to do hydraulic engineering, how to move water through a populace of people who are on top of each other because of the extreme nature of sanitation. And so aqueducts in the time of Rome, right? Why do we not find any of that among the hordes of Europe, especially when they were almost unaliving themselves because of their sanitation? The idea of maintaining a sewer or not consuming your water, the places where you eliminate your waste. Why did they not at least keep that? I can understand a pitcher, right? A pitcher may be one thing, but a way to maintain and keep civilization from getting sick would be the most apropos thing to keep other than a picture. Please tell me, why don't you find any of that in Europe? Yeah. On Teacup, I'll wait.
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking.
I'm pretty sure you're
what the
not.
significance
I'm
of
pretty
not
sure you're not.
counting aqueducts means.
I'm pretty sure
I
you're
mean,
not.
literally, it's unimportant. It's
Asura, look at that message I
right. It's
sent you,
unimportant.
Asura.
There's like
All
you
right.
can't say that they didn't adopt European culture. Roman culture just because they didn't adopt aqueducts. That's irrelevant, right? When you look at the culture as a whole, you look at their cultures. It's undoubtedly of Roman influence. Everything about it, everything, right? There's a reason why they're not praising Odin anymore, right? There's a reason why they're not cannibalizing anymore, right? There's a reason why they adopt a
Yeah.
what's it called?
That happened.
A Levantine.
That happened centuries after Rome existed, brother. That wasn't immediate. That happened That happened during the Dark Ages. The precipice of the Dark Ages.
What aren't you
know the
understanding?
precipice?
What aren't you understanding?
No.
What aren't you understanding?
What are you not understanding? That no European culture is a reflection
We're
of Greek
talking
and
about the
Roman
cultural
society.
continuity of Rome. We're talking about, yes, it is. That's literally how they developed by Greek and Roman contact. It's the only way.
Greek and Roman contact? And what was the contact and the nature between the Romans and the hordes of Europe? It was an exchange of culture, or was it war? Was it a
War,
cultural
obviously.
exchange, or was it war? Okay,
What's the significance of that?
now question.
You can
Okay,
have
okay.
cultural
No,
exchange
who
with
won the war?
You can
Hold
have
on.
cultural exchange with
Hold
war.
on. Stop. And hold on. And so in this war interaction, who's the victors of the war? The hordes of Europe or Roman? Who are the victors?
Why
The
do you keep
hordes of
calling the
Europe
hordes
or
of Europe?
Roman?
I'm so confused.
Well, how
Why do
about you
keep calling
Google
them the
that
hordes of
term?
Europe?
Because I'm
No, I
trying
know
to
what it means, but
encompass.
it's so
Yes.
funny.
Because in
It's
history,
so funny
we're
because it's
looking at
almost
it.
like the way you're saying it. The way you're saying it, it's almost like you're trying to like insult them, like the hordes of Europe. It's like they're all Europeans.
Here, I'll
In
give
my
you
opinion,
another.
I don't really care.
I'll give you another name. They were known as barbarians. The hordes of Europe were known as barbarians.
Hey, can I get a big screen right quick? So Jason, reality gonna speak for itself. So if we can just look, right? So were Europeans the forebearers of knowledge? No, absolutely not. They were neither the sole nor earliest forebearers of knowledge. Come off teacup. This is what I'm saying. Now we can go further and take this a lot further, but Asura is right. And this is why I critique you the way that I do, is because you are such a prideful man that you won't even concede to the knowledge that's put in front of your face. Bro, stop it. Bring up the information. There's this saying, and this is for everybody that's listening. Extra.
Can you guys
Excuse me,
look this
Jason.
up
Excuse me,
quick?
Jason.
I'm
Excuse me,
gonna
Jason.
send it in the chat.
Excuse me, Jason.
To
Excuse me.
specific up.
Excuse me, Jason.
I'm
Please
not
let
gonna
me
listen to you.
finish.
You don't bring up facts. You don't talk about studies. You don't talk
I'm not
about
talking
nothing.
to
All
you
you
now,
just do is
Jason. I'm not talking to you now, Jason. I'm not talking to you now, Jason. I'm talking to everybody else. So everybody else that's listening in, there's this saying. An extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence. All right. So Jason made the claim that the Arabs and whomever else Brother Asura said were the forebearers of knowledge. He claimed that the
I never
European.
said that.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. So
I
calm
never.
down. Calm down. Calm down. You did. You
That was
you
Ashura
gave
who
it.
said
You gave it to the Europeans. No, Asura didn't
Arabs
give
were
it
the
to the
forebearers.
Europeans.
No.
Asura didn't give it to the Europeans. Jason, I don't want to drop you.
He said
Jason, I
Asura
don't. I know.
was the
I know.
forebears
Jason, I wasn't finished. I
of
wasn't
Roman
finished
knowledge.
with my. I wasn't finished.
I wasn't finished. So please just have a little decorum.
About
I
no,
wasn't
you're
finished,
wrong
brother.
though. I
I'm gonna
never
let you.
said
I'm
that.
gonna let you speak, Jason. I don't want to drop you. Just let me finish, and then you can retort. Thank you. So again, if you have an extraordinary claim, you have to provide the extraordinary evidence to support your claim. In other words, source up or shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Jason. You got it.
I would never say something as stupid as the forebears of knowledge. That's not a thing that happens when in human societies. Like there's those things that people who forebear knowledge. That's not a thing, right? I would never say something so stupid. Ashur
It
was the
is a
person who
thing,
said
Jason. I
the
just
Arabs.
looked it
Hold on,
up.
hold on. Ashur was the one who said that the Arabs were the forebears of Greek and Roman knowledge. That is what he said,
Culture
right?
and
And then I
knowledge.
was
Culture and
hold
knowledge.
on.
Culture and
Exactly.
knowledge.
Fine. Right, fine. And then I was saying that if we're talking about cultural continuity and cultural adaptation and adaptation of Roman and Greek culture, the direct descendants of that would be modern day Northern Europeans and Southern Europeans, just
No.
Europeans in general. Hold on, I let you speak. Europeans in general. Why? Because they literally adopted, they literally adopted everything from Rome. That's everything that they have today, right? Is an adoption of Greek and Roman culture, right? We see an advancement in their practices, right? Just from direct contact with the Romans. That's what I mean by continuity, cultural continuity, rather than some stupid saying forebearers of knowledge, whatever the hell that means. Okay, he just saying random stuff. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, so the whole
There's no way of
so
proving that.
But it's not
I'm gonna
random.
share. It's not
Asura,
random.
wait, Asura. Let me, Asura, before you go, please. I'm sorry, brother. Can you tell me where you got that specific quote unquote phrase, the forebearers of culture and knowledge from? Is it some whimsical BS that you just
No.
in your brilliant mind came up with, or is it an
No.
actual terminology? Thank you.
It's an
Go
actual.
ahead. Go ahead.
It's an
Go ahead.
actual
Oh,
terminology that's
wait.
gonna.
Go. Wait. Go ahead, Professor. Go ahead, Professor.
You're a
No.
cornball, bro. You can't be 53, man. Oh my gosh.
No, it's an actual. It's an actual term. The good sister came up. This house of wisdom. That wasn't by accident. That was completely intentional. In this aspect, to maintain and preserve that information. That's known in antiquity. That's
Yeah,
not something
they did.
hard.
I didn't say they didn't do that. I didn't say they didn't have libraries. I never said any of that. I just said that if we're talking about cultural continuity, you are wrong. The Arabs had nothing to do with Rome. If you're talking about
Can I get
Anatolia,
the big screen so I can
Anatolians
shut
Arabs,
Jason
Jason,
up
can I
real
ask you
quick?
a question?
Wait, sister, please. I'm sorry to
Okay,
interrupt
I'm
you, but
sorry.
we
Go
like
on.
again. This is why I critique Jason in such the way I did, because again, although be it,
that's
this may
not a
not be
thing.
a primary.
Forebears of culture is not a thing.
Excuse me, sir. Thank you
Using
for the
AI,
demure.
that's not a
No, don't
thing.
enter.
That's not a thing.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. It ain't. It's not. It's not. Just like the language we speak is not a thing. The race that we are is not a thing. Just like time is not a thing. Nothing is a thing, according to people like you. So we get you. So this is just I should have included the question that I asked. But let's just read the
Read AI.
primary. Are you done? Are you finished?
No, because it's not a source.
Right. Okay, cool. It's not, but you're not providing sources
I did.
either. No, you haven't. I haven't
I've
seen you
actually
turn on your
mentioned things.
camera.
I mentioned things
No,
you
no,
can
no.
check.
I
I
haven't
told you
seen. Excuse
the
me.
wheel and
My
axle was
camera is
invented one
on.
time. You can check that.
Excuse me. My camera is on, and I'm presenting. The
Yeah, you're
rule
presenting AI.
is,
That's not a source.
irregardless or regardless. My wife hates when I say irregardless, but regardless to whatever it is, I'm showing something, and you're not.
Right, but this is nothing. AI is nothing.
There's a difference. It's a difference. People could read this, and it's not coming from Black First. It's coming from the internet.
I can make AI say anything. I don't
Okay, no,
care.
but
This says
I
nothing
this
to
is
me.
you see Google up there. I can't make Google say anything, bro. So I don't
Yeah,
work for
man.
Google.
I can make AI
I
say
don't work for
whatever. I can
Google.
make it
I
say
don't work
whatever.
for Google. Yeah, I don't work for Google. I'm
AI. I
53.
said
I'm
AI.
not that smart. I'm not that smart.
Right, but
I'm not
I
that
think that's
smart.
AI.
I'm not that smart. So thank you. So thank you for
Right,
keep
but
on
I can make AI say
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
You can
yeah.
make
You
AI
keep
say
on
anything. It's not a
interjecting,
source.
bro. Can you just
The forebears of
please
culture and knowledge is not
pull
a
your
thing.
panel?
It's not a thing.
Can you pull your panties up and just chill?
Who was forebearing West African culture? What does Mesopotamia have to do with West
Can you,
Africa?
brother, brother,
What does
brother,
that have to do with
brother?
China?
Okay, well,
What does
do
that
me
have
a
to do?
favor because I don't have my wait, Jason, because I don't have my glasses on. Can you just read this for the people, just for giggles?
The forebears
Just
of knowledge and culture is not a thing.
no, no,
Can we
no,
get
no,
can we
no,
get move off of
Jason,
this point? That
Jason,
is not a thing.
Jason, Jason,
They don't
Jason,
hold the knowledge for all society. Why do you
Jason.
keep
I asked
dying on this
Jason.
hill?
Come on, Jason. I'm not dying on this hill. What I'm doing is
This is the
showing
problem with
you.
speaking with people with just a low IQ. You have a hard time
Right.
actually
So now you want
understanding
to be
something.
a white racist man and call me a low IQ
Well,
guy.
low IQ is not anything racist.
Yes, it is.
You
It's
are low IQ.
absolutely pseudoscience. It's no reality in
We can talk about whether IQ is pseudoscience. I might
It's
be inclined to actually
pseudoscience,
agree with
bro.
you.
So
I might
again,
even agree with you on there.
right, it
But
is
you
pseudoscience. So
display
why?
you display
And it's
classic traits of
also
low IQ.
it's also a white racist talking point. So why,
Well, I'm black
as an
too.
African
That doesn't mean
descendant man,
anything.
hold up, not even a real African American. Why, as an African man, would you say that I have a low IQ? Why would
Because
you
you
go
do.
there? No, no,
Because you
no.
do.
Okay, wait.
What?
You just agreed. Wait, Jason, you just agreed that IQ is a pseudoscience.
It could be. I
But
said we can
then,
talk about that.
wait, Jason,
There's
come on,
arguments about it.
bro. Come on, bro. See, cause the real black first is totally different than the one I'm trying to be. So, Jason, don't ever do that
Hey, that's what's
again.
up. That's good for you. That's good for you.
Right. So
That
don't
doesn't
ever
change the
so
fact that you're low IQ.
Jason, out of respect for
You didn't respect me. You haven't respected me this whole
I
time.
did
Stop it. Don't
respect you.
even.
I told you
Let's
bringing
not do
something
that.
to the
Listen.
table.
No,
Did I
no, no,
not
no,
say
no, no,
you?
no, no.
Wait.
You're being passive
So
aggressive. You're acting like stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You're low IQ. You bring nothing to the table in these discussions. You're not talking about anything archaeological. I told you the wheel was invented one time, and you guys actually
Jason,
didn't
I'm
fact check me.
warning you,
It's
Jason.
true. The
I'm
wheel and
warning you,
axle was invented one
Jason.
time
You're
and
not
spread
gonna
throughout
like
the
me when
world.
I'm angry,
I don't
Jason.
care when you're
You're
angry. You're
not,
not the Hulk. What are you talking about?
you're not gonna like me
You're
when
not
I'm
gonna like me
angry,
when I'm
Jason. So
angry. Like, well,
again,
who
Jason,
cares?
I'm trying
You're a
to
grown
keep
man. You're
this because I
53.
respect my brother's panel.
You're
I
talking about
respect
you.
my
I
brother's
don't. You're not gonna
panel.
like me
So I'm
when
trying
I'm
to tell
angry. You're
you,
53.
Jason, calm down, Jason.
You're 53.
Please.
Act like it, man.
Let's keep this academic. All
You
right.
haven't said anything academic.
I have. So
You pulled
now
up
I'm
Google
showing
AI. That
you,
is not academic.
Jason, I'm showing you something that you have not even turned your camera on
I don't have to
to
turn my camera
present
on. You
any.
literally can just fact check anything I'm saying.
But Jason, okay, so since you don't have to, and you're correct, you have the obligation not to turn or the choice not to turn on your camera. But I am turning on my camera. And when you saying things, you're the one that's saying that this thing of knowledge doesn't exist.
Yeah, culture
But
bearers of knowledge don't exist. That's not a thing.
excuse me, but see, you want to keep on being rude, bro. Stop.
Get to the point. You're just a rambler. You're not saying anything.
Hey, Don Dada, you there?
Yeah, I'm
Don
here
Dada.
crying, bro. Yeah,
No, you are you there, bro?
yeah, I'm here.
Are you witnessing?
Yeah, I'm here for
You want his
everything.
help or something? Get to the point. Speak something intellectual.
I'm
Okay,
here
so
for both.
Don Dada, because I respect what you've been doing, my nigga, I'm not even gonna say no more, bro. I'm gonna stop right here.
I don't know why. You doing good, man. What you mean?
And,
I have a
guess what? I'm
question.
gonna walk. Look, when I wake up tomorrow, I'm gonna wake up and say, "Damn, Black, you didn't do what you normally do. You let that nigga talk all that shit, and you ain't say shit back to that nigga." So I'm mute up. Go ahead, Jason. You got.
What you was gonna say, Carter?
Jason, I cannot find any source that states that the wheel was invented once.
Yeah, just look it up. Was the wheel
I
and
did
axle?
I did look it up.
What did you look up? What did you look up?
I did look it up. So I'm asking for your help. Like, where did you get that from? Because from my understanding in anthropology, the wheel was one of those things, kind of like, if I'm not mistaken, the agricultural revolution that happened in multiple places at the same time. I thought the wheel was the same thing, that it was invented in multiple places around the same time.
Yeah, that's actually a common misconception. So the wheel and axle,
I'm just asking, like, can you point me to a source? Like, where did you get that from? Did you learn it in class? Did you learn it from a book? Like, I need to know.
yeah. So it was multiple research papers that talk about how the wheel was most likely invented from the steppe region, in which flatter land, easier to actually theorize as something that can move a wheel, like something like a wheel, whereas everywhere else was more rocky. I can send that to you. But they also had beasts of burden that were actually able to move something like a wheel, like an oxen or like a horse, compared to everywhere else they didn't have those. Like in North America, there was no beasts of burden. In Africa, there were no beasts of burden. So this is the perfect place for this idea to conceptualize and spread from there. And that's what we see. We see slight innovations as they move, but in linguistically, we can trace it to being one point of origin, somewhere around the steppe region, maybe even Mesopotamia. But give me a second. I'm gonna find that and send it to you.
You saying linguistics?
What the fuck
Oh,
linguistics
here
have to
we
do
go.
with
Can
mechanical
you read
engineering?
Black First? Can you read this source that you got up there?
Yes,
Read what it
thank you,
says,
thank
please.
you, thank you, thank you. So the primary forebears of culture and knowledge, which Asura pointed out before the Greeks and Romans, were the ancient civilizations of the Near East, North Africa, and Asia, most notably Mesopotamia and ancient Egypt. And I'm gonna land right there because Asura, you were exactly on point. But yet, the same dude that wants to define what it means to be black in his layman way is the person that's going against you, Asura. I don't understand it. I'm gonna stop right there. Cause I ain't got my glasses on. I had two drinks. You know, I
Because
ain't gonna lie, I had a big
the
ass
point
tall drink.
was, yeah.
Also, I had a big ass I'm talking about like a
So the
Kool-Aid.
the point the point.
Yeah,
That's what
go
I got
ahead.
right now. A Kool-Aid cup.
I can understand. I think the main point of contention, what I was trying to express, was that when it comes to these ideas of Europeans and who they are today, they try to associate themselves as having a connection to high society during antiquity. There's a very real purpose for that. Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to conflate their actions of barbarism as if everybody's doing it, everyone does it, don't look at me. Even in my ancient Kitchener culture, even in my history and culture and everything else during antiquity, I was part of civilization. That is the bold-faced lie. And sadly to say, Jason has fed into that, and that's okay because that disinformation was to create this kind of
My
argument.
phone's on 2%. Connor B, I'm gonna follow you, and if you follow me back, I'll be able to like send those sources to you directly. But I gotta drop my phone's on 2%.
Look at the
I'll send those
ancestors
to
go to
you.
work. Go ahead, Jason. Go ahead, Jason.
I'll DM you. I
All
mean, you
right,
guys
all
haven't
right.
said anything of importance. Like
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
nothing.
yeah, Jason. You haven't said anything either. Shut the fuck
I
up.
mean,
Get the
if
fuck out of here.
anybody
Fuck
actually
you.
listens to any
Get the
time I'm
fuck
on
on, nigga.
live,
Shut up.
I'm
We
all.
done with you. Shut your dumb ass up. But and that's the thing, right? Don Dada, since I lost you that one nigga, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna hold my tongue
Now
on your
I
panel.
gotta give we gotta have a keyword.
Yeah, like
That was the only
yeah.
time that happened. Somebody that close to, but yeah,
I look,
he wanted the reason.
but you know what? He does that all the time. You know what I'm saying? Every panel he comes up on, he's giving his opinion. He's not looking at it from the historical, lens. And that's a fault when we're having these particular types of conversations. So, sister, what's your name? Kerna? Come
I
on
got
mute,
corner
sis.
blue,
You
corner
can
blue.
Corner
Kerna.
Blue. It's not my real
Kerner.
name. I don't care, but
I
yeah.
don't know. My black first ain't my real name, but whatever. But my goodness, thank you. See, this is and we need more. This is y'all have to realize how serious this thing is, right? Don Dada, I met him on this app. He has taken the time out to expand himself
and create presence on YouTube and Instagram. Um, and I follow him on both. When I say the traction that he's gaining from an objective point of view, right? But he's been attacked from people with the subjective point of view. But he's doing an excellent job. But we need more of him. I want to be better, and I keep on saying I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, but real life actually sets in. But the reason why I'm saying this is because I came across it today. I actually came across this in real life today, right? These people who are anti-black, they think they pro-black, but they're actually anti-black. They're definitely anti-education, definitely anti definitely
Intellectual,
anti
intellectual.
intellectual. Yeah. They can't stand. I had a guy tell me, not today, but I'm gonna get back to today. I had a guy tell me, you one of those educated Negroes. And I said to him, well, show me some of your sources so I could be uneducated like you, my nigga. Please. You know what I'm saying? So, we have this disdain for knowledge that's permeating within our communities. But we need more people on the forefront. And sister, I just want to give you a kudos. I'm gonna give you a follow as well. And I
Likewise.
hope that you come and be a voice, because we also need y'all. We need the ladies in this because this is I don't think it's a war or WAR, my bad. I think it's more of a battle, and battles are smaller than WARs, but we need everybody, young, old, man, woman, engaged, because our people are regressing, intellectually, popularity wise. Everybody loves everything that we do, right? But like they say, they love our rhythm but hate our blues. They're not the ones that's gonna stand up and fight for our history to be taught in schools. They're not the ones that are gonna stand up and fight for criminal justice. They're not the ones that's gonna stand up and fight for medical equality and so on and so forth. These are the ones that are running away from the fire versus coming, running towards it. Asura, mad respect to you, Professor. And that's the thing. These people don't know
I'm
the
still.
intelligence when they
Oh,
come across it. They hear him spitting these verbal, poetic verbalizations, and they think that he's somebody that's smart. But no, this man is deep, and not just deep in philosophy. He's deep in education and understanding of the history on two sides of the spectrum: the indigenous side and the African American side. And I respect you, brother. And then my brother Don Dada. It's so much I could say, but words don't do justice to what he's trying to do, what his vision is. It just has to be his time, and I think that today is his time. So again, sister, thank you for your contribution to this conversation. Oh my God, it's so refreshing, and we need more. And I need more. I want to see more of you, and I hope we can talk you into being more of a voice. Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah, I employ that as well.
Thanks. I really love to listen. I love to learn. And I am so out of practice that I can't recall all of the facts and memories because my background is in Black studies. And after that, I just really enjoyed like learning about anthropology. So that's why I was kind of disappointed that the point that Assert didn't get to finish his point, because I myself have been trying to figure out how Europeans lay claim to like ancient Rome. And like I have so many questions about it. It's like I get it, but I'm like I'm just to the point where I'm questioning everything, you know? So it's like I want to learn, I want to be more informative about it, right? So I just appreciate that y'all be talking on this app because it gives me the opportunity to learn, you know, and through people and through social media, you know, without me having to go to YouTube.
The one of the biggest aspects, and yeah, and I appreciate you coming up as well, but that kind of like how did they automatically got that? Believe it or not, it got reinforced by actually the loyalists that became colonialists that became Americans. So during the time of the formation of the country, especially after the revolution, there's a big major period between 1776 and 1783. Why? Because in 1783, that's when George Washington becomes the first president. But in between 1776, when we got our independence, those years, each individual colony became an individual nation state. And so they were going to operate as an individual countries, literally. And so because they had proximity on this landmass, they developed the Congress, but the Congress that it had no power. And one of the aspects that they were dealing with was a lot of controlling borders, who should pay what. We just left an idea of being controlled by one single entity. We need to be independent. And James Madison in particular starts accessing old Greek and Roman literature of the Congress, Plato's Republic, and what winds up happening, they convene, and over those 13 years, they develop what we now know as our nation. But because of his access to the information of Greek and Roman society, he superimposes and creates what we're dealing with now. And because that wind up happening, it was almost like, yo, you saved us. There was a major push and movement, especially on the South, of them trying to reconvene Roman society. This is why you see the plantation houses having pillars, like Roman pillars of the Pantheon, and you see these plantation homes with pillars in front of their house. There was like this major idea and push that we need to start grafting Greek and Roman society, not only in idea, but in imagery, in flattery. And because of that, European, particularly the what we call the British nation, is observing this, and they themselves are pushing and pressing that, you know what, we got a connection too, and this is where that really comes from.
Thanks, because like during ancient Rome, like it was an empire, like it. I know that it extended to different parts of Europe, but it extended to different parts of the world. So my question more so when it comes to like people laying claim to ancient Rome is that why does and because it feels like they were like more so like Western Europe was like more so colonized and not necessarily one of the groups that actually created the civilization, right? So why are they laying claim to ancient Rome and not the other places that ended up being like territory of ancient Rome? Am I making any sense?
Absolutely, I understand exactly what you're saying. So there's this aspect that access of information and knowledge, because you're asking kind of the constructive result. If you're laying claim, then we should see some of the results, and that's why the influence of America and America's independence, that it openly shared and openly expressed that this is how we're developing that. It sets a tone across the world. America and the idea of a constitutional republic is directly from these times, and everyone in the world and the forebears of that information who was able to maintain that book, Plato's Republic. You know what was it originally held in? Like it was in Arabic. It had to get translated. When we go and we read the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius, that's there. No one is reading Greek. It's getting translated. And so I just wanted to share, like, these people, these particulars are the ones that are maintaining that, and that push, like you're asking, right? That really push is coming from the American side, and the reflection of how did America create independence from this superpower of Great Britain? How did the colony of Great Britain become a nation? And those tools of Greek and Roman culture was preserved by the Arabs for them to even deal with it. The first nation that ever interacted with George Washington to recognize America's independence was the what? The Empire of Morocco, an Arab state, an Arab nation. Is the first nation to recognize America as, and he created what? In 1782, the Peace and Friendship, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship with the Empire of Morocco. How is the Empire of Morocco, an Arab nation, recognizing the beginnings and the first nation of the United States? You don't see no continuity and connection that the Arabs that they're using when they're developing in the Almoravids, that America uses the same tools that they wind up preserving? Yeah, man. People got a sad view of history.
No, it's too deep.
Yeah, I just needed to make sense because like, and thank you for your response because it's helping to like fill in the gaps for me, because I'm just confused why one small group of people get to lay claim to an ancient empire that crossed so many different like territories and regions, right? But they get to claim it as Europeans, whereas the other nations that are the other regions, sorry, I misspoke, but the other regions that was also a part of it, they don't claim it, right? Like why isn't ancient Rome viewed as a multi-ethnic empire?
Can I say something
Because
with
it
you?
crossed multiple regions. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why isn't at the bare minimum it's not considered multi-ethnic? It took over Egypt. Egypt wasn't Europeans. It had battles with ancient Persia, right? They for sure weren't Europeans, right? And they fought over that territory back and forth,
They made it all
right?
the way to India. They made it all the way to
Yeah,
India. Yeah.
and they don't lay claim to it, right? And I don't even think the Vikings even tried to, the Nordic people. I mean, they could, but I don't recall them trying to also claim ancient Rome as their own. So why is it that Europe and only Europe gets to claim ancient Roman, especially since like their territory, like it seems, and I don't know, correct me because I'm here to learn. I promise you, I'm here to learn. It seems like the territory, the part of ancient Rome that they were non-factors. It was more important to have control over ancient Egypt, to have access to that Red Sea. And like in the other different trading routes than what it was some Western place. Like I just don't see their contribution other
Exactly.
than
Can
them
I let
being
me
taken
speak
over.
on.
I don't know.
I want to talk about what dude was saying before. He's talking about the Moroccan and everything. First off, North Africans are not Arabs, so that's one. They speak Arab. They're not Arabs. They're Berbers and stuff. They're the Amazigh indigenous people.
Wrong.
They have a small amount of
Wrong.
admixture. Uh, that's not wrong. That's true.
It is
This is
incorrect.
very widely.
You
It's
interrupted
not
and came
incorrect, bro. Just do
interrupting me
it,
wrong.
bro. I have an anthropology
I
degree,
don't
but
care
this is
what you
fact, bro.
got.
You
You got
can't.
to show the proof. Show it then. Show it. Well, I don't believe you,
I
bro.
mean,
Show it.
I mean, I don't
Oh,
believe
you
that
about
you
to say
don't
who the
believe
fuck
it.
am I? You
Who
got
the
to
fuck?
start cussing because
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
challenging
yeah.
you. I'm challenging you,
I'm
so
not
show the
cussing because you
proof.
challenged me. I'm
You was
I'm
about
cussing because
to.
you don't
You
know
was
what you're
about
talking
to.
about.
You're wrong. Somebody in the comments said you're
No,
wrong too. Show the proof.
North Africans are
Show the
not
proof.
Arabs, bruh.
Show. Nobody said that
I'm
that was a
wrong.
part of the
I'm
story.
wrong
This
because I
is
said they're not
this
Arabs,
is
bro.
this is the
That's not
thing.
what I
Yes,
said you're
sir.
wrong about.
They're
I said that
Berbers, bruh.
I said the Moroccan Empire is a reflection of Arab conquest. Yes, absolutely. At the
That's
time of
not
the
the
peace
same.
and
That's not
friendship,
what you said
hold
initially.
on. Yeah, what I said is that the Moroccan Empire was the first to recognize the United States as a nation. And I said it is not a coincidence that the very forebearers of Greek and Roman culture and knowledge is also the very precipice that James Madison and the people in between 1776 and 1783 were using those tools to develop this nation. It is not a
I mean,
coincidence.
that's not the
That's all
same.
I
I
was
don't.
expressing.
No, no. So those are two separate non-convergent societies and stuff that had nothing to do with each other.
That's
The
not
North
true.
Africans
Everything he just said can be read
were
James
part of
anywhere in
Madison.
Islam.
Genesis.
James Madison read
Quick question.
Marcus
You
Aurelius.
know,
Hold
you
on,
know.
hold on,
Hold on.
James.
You
Hold
know
on one
why?
second.
You
Let me
know.
hold
No,
on.
no, no, no,
Hold
no,
on,
no,
hold on,
no,
hold on. No,
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 no, no.
no.
Let
Let
me
me
stop,
finish.
stop, stop.
You already. You
Hold on one
already.
second. Hold
Let
on a
me say.
second. No, no,
No,
no,
let me
no, no.
say it.
Let me
No, hold
reiterate
on. Let me
because you're
say this.
missing it. Let me
No, I'm not.
reiterate.
I'm not because I know
James
what it is.
Madison read. Hold on. James Madison read Marcus Aurelius' Meditations. He read Plato's Republic. He read the Iliad, and all those books that he read, they were held by the House of Wisdom and translated in Arabic for it to be in English for him to read it.
I didn't say anything about that. That's not what I'm talking about. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. You're taking
But
it
that's what
somewhere
I
else.
was
So it doesn't.
speaking.
Okay,
But
okay.
that's what
Well,
I was speaking about.
I'm speaking specifically about a lot of people that talk about the Moorish, the Moorish trust, the Moorish, thing that
I didn't
happened,
say nothing
back.
about no Moors. I said nothing
Well,
about any
yeah,
Moors.
Morocco, the Moors is that the same thing and stuff.
No,
That's what it
No,
no,
it's
they're
is.
not.
not,
No,
bro.
it's
No,
not.
no,
Yes, it
it's
is.
not.
Yes, it
Bullshit.
Keep
is.
trying to
Yes, it
make
What are
is.
you
No, it is
talking
not.
about?
absolutely
No,
wrong
Yes,
no.
it
stuff.
no, they're
is.
not,
All
bro.
There's
right.
two
The
No, they're
different.
not.
Moroccan
What up,
There's two
Shaka?
Empire.
different
What up,
religious
Shaka?
origins.
Shaka?
Are y'all a
What
bunch
up,
of
big bro?
Moorish like pseudo
No,
prison
we
No,
Babel
not.
we
That's what I'm
bullshit?
can't
trying to
stand
tell you. You
Moors over
wrong. You keep
here.
trying
Yeah,
to make
no,
We
corrections and
don't
you
no, but
fuck with
wrong,
Moors
bro.
Moors
and
You
over
ain't you
here.
ain't
Morocco
even
are two
comprehending
distinct
what he's
things.
saying. That's why I'm. That's the reason
Y'all
why I
running
came
around
up,
with
dog.
feathers on your head. Y'all think y'all Muslims and shit. Y'all on that type
We
of shit.
ain't
I have a
Muslim. We ain't
clarifying
none of
No,
that
that's
question.
shit.
that's so funny coming from an FBA. That's crazy.
Hold on. No, you know
Yeah.
what? If
So
I said something confusing, hold on. If I said something confusing, I'll take that. If I'm being
I
confusing,
mean, y'all not.
if I'm being confusing,
You're
I'll
not.
take that.
You're not being
Hold on.
confusing, bro.
Do
He
you
don't
know what? You know what
understand.
that was about actually? So I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna land right because so this is what. So the reason why they attacked the American American people at that particular time, Thomas Jefferson and other stuff, is because of Islam and stuff. That's what it literally said. If you translate it, they said that this is part of our religion. We're to attack all non-believers.
So Moors
It wasn't
attacked
no.
Thomas Jefferson in
Yeah.
America?
Like, bro, you
The
What year
always
was
Moroccan, the
that?
go.
Wait,
Moroccans,
wait,
the
You need to
wait,
Moroc.
wait,
stick to
Shaka,
that
wait,
What
Shaka.
I
FBA,
didn't
What year
say
bro.
was
in
You got to
that?
America.
learn a
Did
little
I
bit
say
more
in
about
America?
FBA.
Did I say in
You said
America,
Thomas
bro?
Jefferson, nigga. He
Yeah, on their
American.
way. Yeah, I didn't say in
Man,
America.
that's
You said
another
So
don't
The
Jay,
put words in
Moors.
my
conversation.
mouth.
So
Stop
did
putting
the
That's
words in my
Moors
mouth,
crazy.
attack
bro.
America?
I didn't say in
Hold
America.
on,
I
I'm
I'm
said
so
asking. Wait,
technically.
wait,
confused.
No,
bro.
no,
I'm
Wait,
so
wait, wait,
don't
confused.
wait,
Can
don't
I
wait.
try
ask
to
a
keep this,
clarifying question?
sister. Don't do this,
Did the
sister. Don't even
Moors
try to
attack
catch up to it
America,
because he all
sir?
over the place. We gonna get back to give
The
you the
Moroccan
info.
people.
We
I
just
didn't
Did
gotta
the
say
establish
Moroccans
America,
something.
attack?
bro.
Wait, real
Bro,
quick. Did
what
the
the fuck,
Moroccans
bro?
attack America?
They attacked the ship. They attacked a Navy ship. Yes, they
Where?
did.
The
In the
Where?
Moors
coast of
attacked
Morocco.
Where? No, no. Let this do it
In the
like this,
coast of
Black.
Morocco.
Where? Every
Yes,
time
this
you
is
make a
very.
plan, hey,
I
I'm finna
just
mute you,
fucking
bro.
said it like
I'm finna
38
mute
times.
you. You be all right. It ain't no trust me, bro. You be all right.
I
Every time you make a claim, you need to give
fucking
us a
said it.
source. Every time, I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Every time you make a claim, you need to
Fuck
say
what you
the
talking.
source. You can yell all you want to. I'm gonna
Fucking
keep
prison.
muting you. Every time you make a claim, you need to state the source. So what's they?
Hold on,
I
hold
just.
on. I remember this dude, Shaka. Shaka, this
I
dude,
know, but I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make
yeah.
him. I'm gonna make him show a source. So
Dumb
what they?
Muslim, bro.
What they? We
Yeah,
no, I'm
bro.
not a Muslim, bro. What they? You talking
Muslim,
about?
bro.
What year
Chill
did
out,
they
Day.
attack? What year did they attack?
About that
And where
Muslim
was it
shit.
at? Go. What year? Where's the source? You ain't finna talk until you put a
That
source. Put
nigga
it in the
fuck with.
comments. I'm gonna keep muting you,
All
bro.
right, then, but just go. But let's go down to the comments, then, bro.
Fuck out of
I
here.
remember
Sorry,
you.
sister. I came up, sister, because you was getting information from Asar. He was helping me. This dude came up. He a detractor. He has no source, no historical reference. He was all over the place, and we usually do that when he come up on Don panel and spread misinformation. So We can get back to what you was learning, sis.
Yeah, and he lied about
Well,
that degree too. Yeah, he for sure lied about that.
Yeah, he lied. He don't know what he's talking about. Nothing he said was rooted in any fact, sister. Nothing. Not at all.
Yeah, if I was being confusing, my bad if I was being
No, you
confusing because I
wasn't. No,
know.
you
Nah,
was
he's
not.
confusing himself. He's confusing himself with his straw man's even when he left, y'all. I think he's trying to make us be some Moors. Then he's talking about Moors and Mauritanians, the same thing.
Hurry up,
But he
King.
just exposing himself.
And you know what the thing is, that was a very poignant question that a lot of people may think but don't know how to act. How do Europeans just automatically just say they are the extension of Greek and Roman culture in history? Like how all of a sudden part of this system of white supremacy? Why is that happening? and that is a very poignant question. It is even information that's for maybe even some time people didn't even know how to articulate to express how is this happening. But there are some key aspects that if you kind of try to do the connected dots. So no, I admit, like, I'm still learning. I don't know everything. So I don't probably not even properly exchanging or articulating to be clarified. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
bro.
So
Everything
you
you
know what I'm
said can be
saying?
looked up. Once you look it up, you can see where
Yeah.
Thomas Jefferson got his influence
James Madison. James
from.
Madison. James
Yeah,
Madison.
James
Yep.
Madison got his
Yeah.
influence from the
Right.
Roman Empire. It's
Right.
there, man. It's all
But
documented.
didn't they? I'm sorry, I cut you
No, you
off.
good. You good. You good. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say they came in contact with a not a constitution. What am I looking for? The one of our doctrines. An
Freedom.
indigenous population had one that was quite similar,
Oh,
right? So
you talking
that's
about the Iroquois Confederacy. So
yeah,
basically,
Confederate.
Mm.
so
Yeah,
basically, the
The
story
Treaty of Peace and
no,
Friendship.
no.
The
I'm talking
Treaty.
about the Iroquois. No, the Iroquois
no, he
Oh,
talking about
Confederacy,
the
right?
Iroquois
And how
Confederacy, and
Right.
says
it
that James
inspired
Madison
one of our
inspired
documents.
the Constitution, and
Right.
it's just American democracy. So there was some parts. So this is how the story goes. There was some parts of the Iroquois Confederacy that was acknowledged, but there is no historical reference or historical documentation that empirical evidence is showing that the United States, when the United States was formed in 1776, and then the Constitution, all that stuff, 1778, 79, when it ratified, none of that is no historical information that shows that they took from the Iroquois Confederacy. It was just a situation where they gave acknowledgement to the way the Iroquois ran their system, their basic democracy, if you will. That's all it
Yeah,
was.
they are indigenous people in America are noted for inventing what is known as known as Confederate states, where the ability to govern multiple nation states and allowing them to maintain their independence, but coming together during times of war and things of that nature. And it was native indigenous people that are regarded as being able to invent this system of governance. And so that aspect, and with those founding fathers, some of them had interaction, they didn't, but the main one that they do use, like what Shaka's saying, that is documented, is the influence of the Senate of Rome in particular, and those main pieces of information from Rome. Plato's Republic was a major part of that influential kind of information that they use. And because they became successful, and remember, I was trying to share, I know it went quick, but between that time, between 1776 and 1783, that was tumultuous. That wasn't, it was, there was chaos and it was confusion. And so them coming together, they use those precepts. And all it was saying is that their ability to have access to those precepts of Greek and Roman culture, had it not been for Arabs, they would not have been able to access that.
Okay, so my question is, right? So the Arabs are like the creators of the Islamic faith, and they were the main group of people to push the faith. But the faith was then came in contact with different people, and you have like Islamic nations that may be ran by Arabs, but all of the information and all of like the how it's ran is not solely by Arabs. So I think sometimes like for me, I get confused. Like, are we talking about like Arabs, or are we talking about like Islamic empires, like Islamic
Right.
nations?
I'm using Arabs particularly because part of their conquest and imperialism existed before the creation of Islam, and that is a very poignant truth. They were already moving and extending themselves, especially into Africa, East Africa, before the creation of Islam. Islam, I'm sorry.
No, you good. Well, I was gonna tell you like this. I didn't mean to cut you off, but if you want to learn where most of the influence when it comes to Madison and Jefferson, the founding fathers started to pull from, there's something called Justinian law. You look up Justinian law. I don't know if you are Christian or not. There's something that touch on religious faith if you are religious, and if you actually have a critical thinking and open mind, you'll see. If you look at the Hellenistic period and after that the Macedonian period, once the Romans started to basically politicize everything, you had Emperor Justinian, who created what's called Justinian law, and that Roman and Justinian law is what they use. Emperor Justinian ordered the compilation of centuries of Roman law into what we know as it's called Corpus Juris Civilis or something like that. I forget how you pronounce it, but it's called Body of Civil Law. That's where you'll see a lot of the shit that the United States co-opted from Justinian law. So just look up Emperor Justinian. And once you look that up, you'll see how the United States started to take that shit. The founding fathers started to not take it, but use it and base the United States Constitution.
Thank you for that, Shaka. Appreciate that. Thank you.
What? All brain cells lives matter. Let's save some today by using our brains in racism. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, I associate Arabs. I associate Arabs with Islam and the language.
Yeah, it's just it was also the North Africans, the Turks, and a lot of the Central Asians participated, Southeast Asians, like because when they had like the whole translation movement, they just weren't translating ancient Roman Greek documents. They was also still like translating like in like documents in
India,
was it
absolutely. In
Sanskrit from
Hindu,
India and
Sanskrit.
then
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
China in different
Yep.
places. So they
Coptic
built
translation
their
centers in the Iberian Peninsula.
Yep. Yeah, even the Iberian. Yeah, there was that major. There was a major
That's what you're
movement.
talking about. The translation centers in the
yeah.
Iberian Peninsula. Oh
Well,
yeah.
the
That's
House
where
of
they
Wisdom
started.
specifically was in Baghdad, but they
Yeah.
had other centers at different Islamic places. That's why I personally just use Islamic because you had like West Africa and different other Islamic nations participating in it. The main one was just in Baghdad, and of course, they were translating in Arabic as well.
That's when you want to look up Ahmad Babo. Ahmad Babo is one of the foremost African scholars during the time of Timbuktu, and they took a lot of his works and translated the shit as well. The Arabs did. So look up Ahmad Babo. Yep, my man, Mr. himself alone is on point. Look up.
Oh man, I wonder why we can't hear him talk. He tried to come up here a couple of times. He couldn't come off mute. It's messed up.
That dude, bro. What that other dude? He was all over the place. I'm like, what you talking about, man?
Who the one before Jesse?
Yeah, like what the fuck is he? Sorry, then he gonna start cussing. They always get mad. Jokers always get mad at something.
Yeah, man, stereotypical of them.
Look, I enjoy a good argument, but when I'm learning, it's such an inconvenience.
They be crashing out on us, sissy. They be crashing out on us every time.
But I like the sophisticated Pseudo, even though I think I do remember talking to him one day. He wanted to have an argument about pretty much using his own definition of black. I'm like, where are you getting this from? You just can't make up definitions.
Yeah, he was part of this crazy biracial group last year. They was called the Mulattoes, some crap, and they was going around saying anti-black stuff about black people. Yeah, he's one.
Man. That shit sound like a parody, like.
Yeah, he was part of. It was like a little young group, stuff like that. But yeah,
And they called them mulattoes.
yeah, they were called something mulattoes, some crowd. It was weird.
So he
Who you talking about? You talking about Day?
Yeah, Dave. He was part
I'm
of
gonna
them.
say
He used to Kentucky used to cuss them out and everything. They was in Kentucky like one day, and me and Rev had to go up there and go back and forth with it. They were saying all kinds of crap. They were saying stuff that white people would say. Now he come over here acting like he's like part of our groups and stuff like that, trying to hold conversations. Like, nah, bro. I remember.
I talked to him one day. I ain't gonna lie. One day he had me rolling. But now I think he's FBA at the end of the day. That's what we most of our conversations been about, him being FBA.
That's new. He wasn't claiming none of that stuff. It was like it ain't even been a full year yet.
Oh yeah, it was probably within a year for sure. But nah, the mulattoes is crazy. That's a crazy name for a group. I ain't gonna lie, that shit sound like a straight parody. I seen it and everything. That shit was a Chappelle Show skit. That's not the name. So we got. Sometimes I be getting lost in how these conversations. I think it'll like from somebody making a misspeak or a claim, and then it just get derailed right there. Hold on, that's wrong. Correct it, and now it's in a whole another
You know
avenue.
what I was gonna say, you know what I noticed? They throw a claim out that no one said and then debunk the claim that they threw out saying that someone else said. It's crazy. Like I just observe in the comments, I'm like, they're like, well, you said this, and everybody be like, I didn't say that, I didn't say that. And then now the conversation is someplace completely different because they threw out a claim saying that someone else said it, and then they make arguments against that claim to have a gotcha moment against you guys. And it's so bizarre. Like it's crazy.
No, that's definitely happened twice this live, and that's why I say like to me it's just a phenomenon. Like dealing with these people is like a social experiment because I don't know. It's really getting into like psychology of why people start to think these kind of ways and how do they even hold some of them up. Um, Even opposed to like objective information is it's amazing to me. They got jumped in. I don't know how he got put onto that stuff, but it's funny. I remember he was telling me this. This was even I remember last year because I think he had the nerve to send me the clip of Tariq roasting Deontay Kyle. I'm like, brother, you're mixed. I say, bro, he would say the same shit to you. I say, bro, you're literally mixed. You're literally biracial. I said, oh, so you're not hearing these slugs? I gotta like clip the video. I'm like, bro, you're not hearing this, bro. This applies to you. Yeah, but I don't know, man. I don't know what causes it. We was going over. I just want to summarize this, y'all, because I'm probably gonna get ready to land alive. So who was the people that? Oh, where was the pretty much the same? Because isn't the Sabians that predate the Arabs, or what would be the ultimately the Arab culture?
What'd you ask? What'd you
Or
say?
would
I
they
was
be
ordering
part?
some
Would the
DoorDash. What'd you
Sabians?
say?
The
This
Sabians wouldn't these be like a part of the Arab culture or the region?
Who is?
the
The Sabians,
Sabians?
yeah, the Sabians.
You saying the name right? I don't know what you're talking
Sabians,
about.
yeah, the Sabians, the Nabateans. I'm probably not saying that one right. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Sabians. They mentioned it in the Quran. It's like a tribe, one of the tribes or cultures out there.
Oh wow. So Arab is a linguist. It's like us saying, "Oh, you're Bantu." We know that Bantu is a linguistic identifier of a group of people. We use the word Arab. It's a linguistic, it's an identifier because of the language that is being used. The people, there can be multiple kinds of people who speak Arabic who are not of the Arabian Peninsula
Or not even practicing Islam.
or not even practicing Islam at all. But will definitely be speaking Arabic for sure.
So
And
Arabic is
Rick,
a
you
little
are
bit more.
right. I
Arabic
met
is a
and
little more broad than Islamic.
Right. And the
yes,
reason why, because the
got it.
language, yeah, because the language of Arabic existed before the creation of Islam.
Right. Yep. That's the Afro-Asiatic language.
Right. Right. And so there is a temperament. I guess that's a lack of a better word. There's a temperament that comes with Arab conquest. And this Arab conquest uses religion, especially when it comes to Islam, as their handmaiden or like part of their conquest.
That's wild.
This is why you can have Omar Gaddafi and say that he's African and say that he's a representation of African nation, and you feel like he's like when he says it as if he's talking about black folk, but absolutely not. He's an extension and representation of Arab conquest that happened to be in North Africa.
Man, you make me want. If you got a point to keep it, but you make me want to ask this question, man. I remember one time. It was a long time ago, so forgive me how I worded it. But I remember I was looking up these. I don't know, like maybe Arabic Islamic leaders, and I was looking them up, and I was like, I'm looking at the time they was passing, bro. These brothers was passing like soon as one got into the lead, he was passing like within a year. I think the longest one of them made it was like 3 years. I don't know if y'all ever looked into this. Like, we go and look into I don't know if it's a specific sect or what, but I was looking into these men. I was like, man, them people is not making it a full year, most of them. And as soon as they get replaced, it was when I was going on Wikipedia a lot more. And then you get to, they got the thing where they got the predecessor, successor in some instances. And then that was one of them. I was going like, man, these brothers was not making it. Sorry, but that just made me think about when you said that man name, because they was having some names on their ass. But if y'all ever fall into that rabbit hole, y'all can be like, boy, these boys and then of course they're getting offed by assassination every time. So, yeah.
There's a lot of people. A lot of people. I know there's a lot of cats. They don't even know when it comes to what we was talking about earlier, like when me and himself alone was talking about the knowledge that came from Timbuktu and what they took from Ahmad Babo, like that's something that don't get talked about. And that's the reason why I be trying to, the times when I do feel like doing it, I be trying to bring light to West Africa so people understand about West Africa and just how dope it was. And a lot of people don't understand either. Well, just can't put two and two together when it comes to the history of West Africa and why it ain't well known. It was deliberate, bro. That shit. Now, when they say, "Oh, they stole it," they tricked us, all them type of statements. That shit is the most accurate part of that statement is West Africa and the deliberate imagery, like the little kids with the big bellies, the not speaking on or not bringing up people like Ahmad Babo, bringing up stuff like Benin, the Great Wall of Benin, Knox civilization, Manu Mutapa, all the different West African accomplishments that happen. That's another thing that people don't talk about enough, man. And I think like we keep doing your panels, you should start getting deep in the West African.
I actually do want to do that, especially I want to do a dive on Timbuktu for sure too. And
yeah, got to, because there's a lot of stuff extracted from there, man. A lot, an absolute lot.
That's what my life about to be about. I'm gonna start going back live, and I'm gonna be focusing primarily on West and Central African history.
Yeah, that'd be dope. That should be dope, bro.
Yeah, that's good. Get caught up because we need that. We definitely need that.
I can't go live, y'all already know. I can go live, but I can't have no guests.
That's the weirdest shit, man.
Look at my page. Look, the page. How long I've been off TikTok for a while, and my page still say 234,000. Like, how do you have a platform and you openly whitelist a person? Like that's insane. Like they don't hide it. That's insane. Like we are not going to allow you to grow and spread this truth. Like that's insane. Like to see it
when did this I know, do you know the month that it happened? Month and year?
Yeah. My page got whitelisted now. It's been 5 years ago.
Damn.
My page been on
5 years? Damn.
Ask Emma. Well, whole Research Rebel team, they'll tell you. My page been at 234,000 for 5 years. But if you go to the authentication website where it shows I forgot the name of it, but where it shows authentic followers and stuff, a lot of businesses that are solicited by online like PR people who claim that they can help build your platform, your brand, and all that. They have this site that they go to see if the people have bought their followers. If you go to that site on the We Are More Than Black page, I have over 2 million followers. Like if I go to it right now and go check it, it's gonna be 99. Like I get at least still now without any activity, I still get at least over like 1,000 followers a day. But they don't let it reflect at all.
That shit too cringe. That shit too cringe for me. Yeah, I be trying to get up at it. I'm like, man,
on Instagram too. I'm whitelisted on Instagram. Look at that Chase dude, that FBA dude, the Voices of the Ancestors, that FBA motherfucker, that Chase dude. His shit steady growing. Let me go on Instagram. Let me see how much he got.
Yeah. I mean,
he at FBA.
I hate to say it'll come out later, man. but we
Yeah,
know what's going
Voices of the
on.
Ancestor, dude. That's an FBA, bro. That's one of Tariq Nasheed's little proteges.
I
Let me
know
see.
what the SS is. We got a little thread, him ducking smoke.
Oh, you what? You duck, bro? Why you didn't tell me, man? I wish I'd have.
Yeah, I'll show you
Boy.
right now. I
Oh, he
got
has
the
660. Oh, he must be whitelisted now too, because he ain't growing no more. He has 660K. But
yeah, that's why
I see
he
you
was on
following
here.
him.
He was on
OHF
here.
is following him.
He was on the
Okay.
live one time. It was so funny.
What?
'Cause-
And
Yeah, it
I
was so
missed
funny.
it,
One time, and it was so funny because he was trying to troll all these other people about a debate. I pulled up on him. I put it on. I put everything on blast. I was like, bro, you literally try to duck smoke for me.
bro. If you go through his page and you don't have to do this. I know you don't waste your time, but Chase has stole so many of my posts, so many of them. And he put that little thing he put over his little red and white little thing at the top. He just stole
Yeah.
so many of my posts, bro. Chase is like he probably about like 20. It's been 4 years now. He probably in his 30s now. He probably 30 now, but Chase has no range whatsoever, no historical knowledge whatsoever. He is a mimic of Tariq Nasheed and Riza Ali and all them dudes. He has no original thought in his brain at all. He's so arrogant, bro. He don't go live no more. I ain't seen him live at all in a while.
Man, that's what been blowing me as of lately. Like, is the how real Dunny Kruger is. Like how sincere and genuine and passionate people be about being correct when they dead ass wrong in 4K in real time. Like that shit is just so cringe. But it's still funny as hell because it's like, bro, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You just going. Like this dude, the dude who just left from over here. I be forgetting their names every time, y'all. I'm sorry, but the first dude who was over here who had his camera on, he done sent me this long ass thread that I'm gonna have to play text to read to listen to because I'm definitely not gonna read it all. But he's still on the same shit. I'm like, bro. First things, like I said, I'm glad this is a 4K, y'all. Actually, I'm gonna have to read this image because it's gonna make the video even better.
Mad that you went at Chase and he ducked the smoke. I wish I'd have been
Oh
here.
yeah. Let me show you. Let me show you that too. Let me show you that first.
Damn, bro, you really been trolling anything. You really got
Oh,
Chase to come out. He's scary, bro. He don't come out. If it ain't Tariq Nasheed or Kaba Kamini, basically, being on for him, he don't come out because he know he has, bruh. He is one of the worst of the FBAs, and the only reason why he got so many followers is because of the Voice of Ancestors page, because he take everybody posts. That's crazy, bro.
oh, she. Hold on. Maybe I'm thinking about somebody else. I'm thinking about. Yeah, I know who I'm thinking about. This ain't. Yeah, this is just the bullshit. Yeah, they got the. Yeah, they got the. They just got the what they call the AI response. I'm tripping. I'm tripping. I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about Hebrews to Negroes like a motherfucker too.
Oh, he
That's
a
what
part of
I'm
that
thinking
too.
about.
He was a part of them cats too. Is Voices of the Ancestors, and then what's that other page? Hold on. Voices of the Ancestors. I don't follow his ass too. The other dude.
This what this dude gonna say. He gonna say if you trying to get paid and get some motion, you need to graduate to the next level of food, become the real apex predator, and eat the apex predator. I don't know what niggas in your group was talking about, saying all the confusion in the black community comes from within the black community. We are African Americans. We don't even have our own language. Yeah, we can purge our shit, but eventually you get done purging, or else you're going too far. We are in the white T man's world. We are his story. We are in his story. We are his empire, his timeline. If you want to make money and grow with this shit, you need to start interacting with that. Eventually, you get tired of punching down the remedials. There are people with PhDs and user audience and platforms that say the same shit. You can punch it on them. That's all I wanted to try to show you. Flaws in the system. You can't exploit it. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't know what he was on, but
That was Chase talking.
no, that was no. That's the dude who just left from up here. The
Oh,
first dude who had his camera on. I don't know what the fuck these
oh,
niggas be talking about.
the one when I went to football practice.
Yeah.
Oh, he spazzed out on you.
Nah, he just saying niggas is stuck. He just talking about niggas is what, so you just don't know most of the people from the live or label Pseudo in the white man's world. They are smart and well meaning people. Yeah, I don't know. He's pseudo sympathizer, some type of closet pseudo nigga.
Oh, he was mad because we didn't want to listen to him.
Yeah, he tried to, and that's why I was saying, like, even with the earliest people on here, like, I'm already knowing people gonna come up on here, they're not gonna be able to focus, they're not gonna be able to hold a straight, direct conversation with like leading questions. They're gonna be long winded monologue and all that shit. So I was just trying to like redirect the conversation back to the topic as he derailed it every time, and it was still almost impossible. Um, but yeah, somebody, but like how you say, they just be detractors. They just be in the way, just to be in the way.
Yeah.
But he came all the way from YouTube. Buddy, I meant to holler Black first while he was still here. Buddy finally messaged me back, y'all. I promise you, these people be ducking all the smoke. It's so weird. It's like the weirdest shit in real time. The Lord Albo dude, whatever the dude, the Sarnetta, they was like finally trying to set the debate up for next Sunday. So we'll figure out. I mean, this Sunday, whatever it go. So we'll figure it out. I'm waiting. Now I'm waiting on another message from him. No, I sent them because the topic of the debate is how are we African? Some weird shit like that. So I'm like, in order for me to win the debate, y'all know I like to play on the words. I need to know how he's defining we. But yeah, I've been waiting on him as of this evening. So we'll see how that goes. Because I don't know, man. I might play with it. Like with I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I might beat up on some pseudos on YouTube, see how that goes. But yeah, I don't know what has to be done. This fool, he done blocked me. I remember when he blocked me. Now he going up. They selling misinformation. They selling genealogy and a certificate. He got these old heads with him, and then they talking like they teaching in the school. That shit made me reach out to that school for real. That's really what I ought to do. I ought to get real
So
petty with this shit.
they exploiting the deaf, dumb, and blind.
Something they talking about this school right here. I'd have called this school on their ass though.
Oh wow, that's man.
Yeah, then they got 3,000 views. This one of the pseudo girls I follow. And then, man, it's so crazy when they put him on blast. Oh, he just messaged me. Oh, he blocked me. He messaged me by and blocked me. Oh no, this is my brother. Tell him bro, I'm on live. This my other nigga been trying to holler at me. Yeah, it was so funny when they put him on blast. I don't think I ever did a video about it, but like no shade, I guess. But he's like a Pokemon collector. He used to like have a YouTube page where he just like go over his Pokemon collection. I remember one time he was on live. I put it on blast. He was like, "Oh, so yeah, you know something?" I was like, "Yeah, nigga, I know all this shit." And then that's when he blocked me. But the only reason is because, like I say, we kind of all know we need a presence. I don't know if a lot of people, like I say, when it comes to scholarship, I remember even when I was learning, I was like, damn, a lot of this shit low key boring for real. Just because I'm able to vicariously, I understand. Like even like when I make the distinctions between when I'm like reading. I don't know if she came up on, yeah, even like when I'm reading something entertaining or informational, like I know I can feel it's digested different. So only reason why I say all this is because, of course, all of the pseudos, they're naturally like this, them being, psychotic, manic, or depressed or traumatized, right? They try to project this. A lot of times it conveys in their personalities, like the pharaohs or the Earth Speaks or Rashad Jamal's, all these people. So I don't know, like I always convey that to be like, man, try to make this shit interesting, try to make this shit funny, entertaining. So when I come on, when I get on the Sarnetta show, I'll probably try to tap into character. I'll probably have Black first make me a couple drinks. Get right, go on there and clown with the scholarship. At the same time with the scholarship, because that's most foremost. Have the information. So
Did you get a schedule? He gonna let you on?
Yeah, you do keep on saying he talked to Sarnetta like every time.
Bro, you better act the ass.
Yeah, I'm gonna show my whole ass. Literally, but I'm gonna show my whole ass like, you know me, bro. I done. When I do this shit, it's really psychological. So I'm gonna definitely be speaking for the people. really just focusing on trying to get the people vote, but also, man, like the last debate I didn't show y'all, but my approach in the debate was I was teaching them how to learn. So pretty much the debate was how do black people populate the America, but I was teaching epistemology. So as I was teaching them the methods for epistemology, while I was doing that, I was showing them examples and sources for the debate's claim. So pretty much using the debate as an example to teach epistemology. And nigga, that shit was so fucking crazy, nigga. I was like, I'm talking about like from observation to replicability to peer review to just empirical data, just pretty much just going over everything with it. And it's like, I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna be more charismatic because I don't know, for some reason in that debate, I think it was because it was right after the OHF debate. I was just trying to be like all studious and not be all, you know what I'm saying? But I'm definitely gonna show my fucking ass over there. Cause also,
you get Sinetta, you better show your ass because he gonna spaz out.
Nah, also, but it's also because I'm gonna do that because I really do want to go over there and just pop shit on like a few people, and not like I want to be a staple over there. Let me just handle my folks talking points. Pretending it's Morris, Hotep, Israelites, whatever other one it is. Do FBA, put FBA in the casket. Once I do that, that shit done with. I'm not finna be like, I'm not finna be anybody pop up crazy. We can get it in, but.
Bro, you know how good it'll be to get somebody like Chase to get on and stay on and don't drop and don't be funny, bro. We can look dismantle all them goddamn followers that you got. Cause they pay pages like his, man, and it's Tariq. Well, Tariq and she don't really hold a page, but cats like that, man, they deliberately are exploiting the deaf, dumb, and blind. And then when it comes to the whole Sinetta shit. It's just he just want to provide a platform and get the money from the platform. Like that shit crazy, bro.
There is a Faustian deal when you create a platform that is supported and interacted with the deaf, dumb, and blind. The fact that they are deaf, dumb, and blind creates a burden of courtship because now you have to feed the very people who are relying. And what winds up happening, you might feel like you're getting somewhere, you're getting over, but in actuality, you have created a burden of content creation. Yeah. And because they're so fickle, and because they are deaf, dumb, and blind, they will leave you just as quick and just as easily as they came. Because they can't stand, there's nothing of depthness to hold them. And so you're left of being a gesture. You're left of being a servant. And that is the Faustian deal when you develop a platform of the deaf, dumb, and blind. You wind up beholden to those very people.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Ball syndrome.
That sound like pseudo hell, man. That sound like pseudo hell to me.
Sound like pseudo hell, absolutely. Absolutely.
For the next shiny ball, bro.
That's cringe, man. I feel sorry for them, but when I say it like that, I feel sorry for them brothers a little bit, but not really because
I definitely do. Yes,
but only reason why I don't is because it's like it's damn near self-inflicting. It's like you brought this on your own self. Like nobody forced you to try to take advantage of people to go and lie, or even. Oh, he didn't.
Hey, Asar, a few months ago, Asar tried to get me to feel sad for people like Clarence Thomas. Like, hell no.
Nah, I just don't use the word. I don't use the word coon. I just don't. That's all I'm saying. I don't use the word. That's all. When they're talking to black folk, agent of white supremacy, probably fucking out your fucking mind. But I just don't use that word. That's all. That's all I was saying. I just don't use that word. That's it.
Them jokers, man, they just dangerous, bro. That's where the CULT
yeah, man.
come from, bro. That's the CULT. That's why I don't like talking culture. Culture is rooted in cult, man.
I first saw him, and I was like, I was trying to, like before because I wasn't introduced to him like formally, so I just ran across some of his information. I'm trying to give him, I'm just not being biased. I'm trying to listen to what it say here and there. I'm like, hold on, man. I talk about when I was young too. I'm saying, bro, yeah, it's just and like for me, I'm the kind of type where even politically, like I can see some yays and nays on probably like both sides. But That nigga was yeah, he was on that boot.
Yeah, bro.
Y'all got my own AI. I forgot to tell y'all if y'all want my AI, I can send it to y'all. It's on Instagram. It's called Seeker of Truth. Right? It can give you primary sources. If you ask it for like a primary source on anything. So let me show y'all. So like right now I just went to y'all can see it's the Secret Truth Don Dada got a little logo for it. What's the origins of the word coon as a derogatory term? I was like, wow.
Abraham, let's go. Abraham Lincoln, let's go.
Yeah, the word coon is a derogatory term. 19th century United States, 1830s, emerged as a shortened form of raccoon, which was used to describe a type of hat worn by frontiersmen in 1840 through 50. The term took a new meaning, referring to a foolish or unsophisticated person, similar to the modern usage
Davy Crockett.
of a similar to the modern usage of a country bumpkin. The racial connotations come in the 1860s and 70s. So during the Reconstruction era, the term coon began to be used as a racial slur against African Americans, particularly in context of the minstrel shows and caricatures. Now, see, somebody was talking. I think Tika was talking about Kevin Hart earlier, and I was like, damn. Or even when I was talking about Cat Williams, I'm like, damn. Should these people get more like admonishing than we actually ever give them? Because you know they celebrities. You be like, oh, they entertain. Celebrities have a big influence on the culture, and
Yeah.
I hate that
Sometimes they be going so deep to learn the culture. I ain't even cut you off. They be going so deep to learn the history. Once they learn the history, when they know how fucked up the history is, they still use it. They still use it to create their material. They know. Some of them be knowing, bro.
Yeah, and Dr. Naeem Akbar in Breaking the Chains of Mental Slavery talks about the roles that are taken and that were a direct representation of our time on the plantation. And one of those roles was the jester, the
Yep,
court jester.
Yep, court
And the
jester.
court and the
Stephen
court
Fetchit.
jester, right? The court jester, as it relates to the black comedian, is directly and indirectly connected. That black person being able to take pain and suffering and making you laugh instead of crying,
Yeah.
and that how the court jester was used on the plantation with that and had a keen observation, because the gesture in history represents insight that most want to express but can't talk, right? And so this is why the gesture was also kind of this piece that represented this view and interpretation of reality, especially when it comes to the hard shit, especially when it comes to the fucked up shit. And there's no condition that is harsh to where you got to make a joke out of than being enslaved to white people. And so this black comedian,
alone.
and so the black comedian, when we look at them today, they are like a line traveling back through time or connected to that jester on the plantation.
Oh.
Whether it is the context of white supremacy down at the Madison Square Garden, or you trying to be funny so that you can turn the master's eye away from your wife or your daughter.
Oh, this is a crazy convo. This conversation, because it made me think about a few things. Made me think about the joke that went too far at that roast, at Kevin Hart's roast. But it also made me think about when I first started this. I was like, man, how should I play this shit? And I was really thinking, I was like, man, a comedian, that would be the best way, because they get to say whatever they want to. Not really hear too much. Well, you know, not until like late recently. But yeah, man, they get to say what they want to. But yeah, man, this is
Man, that is something that's why there are some jokes that are not funny, especially when it comes to certain jokes in the context that is being expressed, because that to laugh to keep from crying, this is the condition that has created that. And to even be able to have that kind of wit speaks to a certain level of awareness and emotional intelligence. For you to say a joke immediately without thinking on the fly real quick, there is a correlation to your emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is about awareness. So imagine how aware and understanding of what's going on to use your words to change it so that you can get a laugh out of somebody. And so this is why there's a certain aspects about genius and interpretation and awareness that comes from black comedians
Yeah.
that we see. But the focal point, right? Because our tradition of the griot, when it does that orating and speaks and talks about history and makes it funny and things of that nature,
That's what it is. Yeah.
yeah. But the condition of chattel slavery to where now it has to be a weapon. It has to be a weapon of defense. I gotta make you laugh. I gotta make your slave masters laugh. I gotta entertain y'all so that I can at least turn your gaze, turn your eye, or turn your attention. You were about to go beat somebody to the inch of their life. Let me crack a joke real quick, get you laughing. And be like, oh man, hey man, don't go down there and deal with him like that.
Let me fall
Come
into a
on,
barrel
master.
or something.
Come on now.
Something
That was a tool, man. Black comedians today, especially when American black comedians, they are part of that legacy, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
And it made me want. I remember now. You reminded me too. It's one of the earliest minstrel show acts. Is his surname is Chappelle. I never tried to make that connection, but I just felt like that was a rare surname. I don't know.
Come on now, let's go. There's no such thing as a coincidence.
Yeah,
Right? What did Sir Arthur Doyle say with Sherlock Holmes? There's no such thing as a coincidence because the universe is rarely that lazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up because it's the same spelling and everything. Watch. Pull it up in Seeker of Truth to see if I can pull this up. My AI shit. Nah, yeah, very powerful position. Yeah, then the cultural connection with the griots. Whoa, that was too real. The early minstrel acts I'm referring to. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. I'm finna find it. I remember that shit. I'll never forget that because I was doing. But my research was more so on the circus, and that's a whole different. We can go back to Greece and Rome with that one. So,
Exactly, yeah.
let me see if I got it. If I don't got it, my bad for holding mess up. Let me see. Because I'm pretty sure I'm correcting my spelling of Chappelle. 2 P's and 2 L's. Oh man, let me see. Let me try one more time. One more time, and then we strike out. That's just what it is. I just gotta see. Cause yeah, like you said, I was just like, nah, this can't be a coincidence. Let me see.
No, it is not. It is not. Yeah, it is
Since
not.
solo or duo blackface performances became full shows by 1840 with Dan Hemmett's Virginia Minstrels. Virginia? Where the man from? The man from Washington. And notable early black producer was Pat Chappelle, who founded Rabbit Foot's Minstrel in 1899.
Pat Chappelle.
Yep. Oh shit, I'm so excited. I'm fucking making a typo. Let me see, man. Let me see what Pat Chappelle look like if he's on here. Did you make it? Yo, I gotta make it to where I get a Wikipedia. That's my claim to fame.
There was this aspect in the autobiography of Malcolm X. You remember when he's talking about when he was working in the restaurant in the back with the cook, and there was a particular special dishwasher that made the work go fast because he was so funny. He was so funny that everyone just enjoyed coming to work knowing that he would be there cracking. And it was Red Fox. Red Fox was a dishwasher at the same time Detroit Red was working and they became friends. Red Fox and Malcolm X were really close friends. But he speaks about how Red Fox comedic disposition helped the work, like helped working in that kitchen. And even though he was a dishwasher and he was so funny, it made everybody back to crack. And it was so bad sometimes people were eating in the front of the restaurant were like, why is there all this laughter coming from the kitchen? And it was a young Red Fox. This was before he was a comedian and doing that thing. and his interaction in time that crossed paths, but that ability within, and Malcolm X is talking about this, that ability of what he was able to do, right? That was genius. That was special. That was something that we've always had. Whenever there's hard time work, man, let me get to talking this shit, cracking jokes, man. Let me get the fucking roasting. That is something that we've always had with us. We've always had that as a people.
No, yeah, for real, it's an amazing thing. It's even kind of ironic when you see like some of these lives, like the ones that kind of push the division. That's what they're doing. Like y'all are really just sharing culture with each other. Y'all sitting up here roasting each other. Don't even know. That's what y'all supposed to be doing. But
Exactly.
I can't make the connection between Dave, but this is him. This is brother man right here, Pat Chappelle. Y'all, did y'all see one day we did a dive? Man, I know I'm gonna forget his name. I wish I was logged in. I'm supposed to save his name. Man, we did a dive on this one dude. They hugged his ass out. Had money, had land, had a dispute over selling some land, and they put that boy in the paper, man. This shit be going bad. Okay, oh my bad, Kyrie. I see you made it up. Y'all just gotta be careful. It'll be a lot of trolls trying to come into the page. Yeah, I forget the man's name, man. It was something Mitchell. It was something Mitchell, but I can't remember the first name. That shit was crazy, but it made me think, man, like I gotta get back home. And it was really, I'm finna do it because it was really when I had the app on my phone. I deleted the app from my phone because the app on your phone, it worked crazy. It got like a keyword search and everything. So I need to get the app back. Yeah, man. Yeah, I remember that was my first approach. I was like, man, I should be a comedian. That way I can say what I want. Because my favorite comedian, he like that Patrice O'Neal. He say whatever.
Yeah. Okay. What was there a comic that just kind of, when they would speak, they're speaking, but they're not trying to be funny, but because they're speaking it just sounds funny.
Oh, that's like Deion Cole or somebody.
Yep, Deion Cole has that. I think Bernie Mac had that.
Yeah,
Bernie Mac had that, you know?
And the reason why I made a reference, because I seen a video of, I didn't ever know Neil deGrasse Tyson made an appearance on Steve Harvey show. And
Right.
I was like, oh, this is going to be bad because Steve Harvey, he knows how to work the crowd. He knows how to make you laugh. I said, if they was to have a debate, Steve Harvey would win. If Neil deGrasse Tyson was to have a debate versus Steve Harvey, I don't know if you ever seen that video, but you can see it. Like Steve is making the audience laugh at things that Neil wants them to take serious. So you can see Neil give him like the nervous chuckle, like, okay, I'm laughing, but I really want y'all to understand this is serious. This is not a joking matter, Steve. But it don't matter. Steve can make a joke, and it can just, oh, now we're all laughing at you, Neil. That shit right there was dangerous. I said, I ain't gonna lie, that's a scary thing. Y'all gotta watch that shit though. Y'all gotta watch that because that's essentially what we're dealing with on a lot of these spheres with these people. Like they gonna try to do all the charisma, even when it comes to the anti-YT rhetoric. Oh, you get that from YT men. That would rally the racists. So I gotta beat them to the YT man sources, because we both finna use them. I just gotta say it first. After we say it, we both finna go right back to the same sentence. We finna go right back to these YT man sources. But at least let me get it off, because that's what they gonna do.
Beat them to the punch.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I gotta study. Is it sophistry, sophism? I gotta study this more. And this it's supposed to be this Greek philosophy where they pretty much teaching people how to talk and pretty much out debate people, even if they're not right.
It's known as a Socratic method. I used it when I developed my podcast. It's known as a Socratic method.
Okay, tell me about it.
From Socrates. It's a way of using questions and not statements to where they kind of based upon the questions talk themselves into a corner.
See, yeah, I've experienced that. I've been a victim of it. But it was interesting, like, take me back to that debate. Like, the questions ultimately took us to epistemology, and that's why I say I don't mind.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You can
Like,
use that. Yeah.
how do we know what we know, and and go and take it from there. Because I don't got no time for that game. That's a dirty game. I hate that game. It reminds me of I forget that character. It's a character on a cartoon show. She always asks questions, and they always get annoyed with her. But it's like all she doing is asking questions.
Believe it or not, I only use that when I'm talking to the YT. That's the only time I use that. I never use that talking to other folk, man. I can never do that. But you know who does that? Tariq Nasheed. He uses those tenet. He uses those tenet with black. You're not supposed to do that because he gets it from Neely Fuller, from counter racist logic. You learn how to use the Socratic method with talking with them so that they kind of expose and open up how the intricacies of the system, and they talk themselves. But one of the aspects is that you have to take the ability to take a word and redefine the word at the moment of the conversation. Because a lot of times in the communication of the conversation, if there's like confusion, then we try, well, what does that word mean? And as if because there's a definition, we have already had a social agreement that whatever this definition says, we agree upon it. But because of the Socratic method, you create the definition on the fly.
You see, and that's why, for sure in my debates, but oftentimes more recently in conversations, that's kind of what I do. I was like, hold on, let's take a time out. How are we using? Because that's what I wanted to do in this one. How are we defining Arab? How are we defining, like, once we get an understanding, then now I got an arena for you. But yeah, nah. And you know what's so crazy about what I'm saying?
And it's so subtle. I'm sorry.
Some of those people, I just gonna say this part. Some of these people are are so narcissistic. They don't know nothing about the method. They just are like that. They just go, "Oh, I know them." They're just manipulative narcissists. And I realize that with a lot of these pseudos, subconscious with them.
This is part of this is kind of part of that aspect with Tariq Nasheed, because before he's doing the FBA talk, when you get on counter racist logic, if you even look it up, Dundada, what is counter racist logic? What happens is Neely Fuller had presented thought, speech, and actions because of the conversation that needs to be had when it comes to the system of white supremacy and dismantling it. And that conversation to have with a racist white supremacist suspect may be the very one or two people who are actually in control. And so you have to be ready and prepared to have this conversation. Sometimes there are some racist white suspects who believe they are more logical than you, they are more intelligent than you, and that they can have a conversation with you to try to make you look stupid, to try to use your words against you. And they do that intentionally to try to make it seem like this shit is complicated, that, you know what, I need to be long-winded, and that it's hard for me. And they take full advantage of that to try to play dumb, to be a sucker, to catch a sucker, right? There's some black folk that said, man, these white people don't know what's going on. Let me tell them. What did old boy? Let me teach them. Let me help them. And that is the trick. The idea to think that you can teach a white T person something about the system of white T supremacy. There is something we said on my podcast that said, your oppressor will not give you the tools to adequately articulate or eliminate the very oppression that they practice.
Yeah.
Your oppressor will not give you the tools to articulate or eliminate the oppression. So when you go to school and you get a degree, there is no degree anywhere on the planet Earth that will teach you about the system of white supremacy racism. There is none of that. This idea that there are experts of racism or experts of white supremacy is a lie. Dundada, if you had a problem with your car, right, as soon as you started the problem and you took it to an expert mechanic, and when you pulled up to that mechanic and all he needs you to, man, start your car, let me hear. And as soon as you start your car and he hears it, he literally opens up the front of the hood, he goes to the engine and he said, here, see, This is the problem. Not only does he tell you the problem because he just heard it, he starts breaking down the actual part. He goes back to the beginning of the history of the manufacturer, what the original part was, even to the different color of metal that was used that changed up to this day. He drops the history, info, he gives you dates, everything about the issue of your car and everything. And as soon as the conversation is done, he says, all right, thank you very much. He shuts it. Thank you. I'll talk to you later. Now, would you consider him an expert mechanic if he didn't even fix your fucking car? He could talk all the shit and all the history and everything about the problem that you had, but he never solved the problem. Would you consider him or her an expert mechanic? No. So why are we thinking that they're experts of racism and experts of white supremacy? Does racism and white supremacy still exist? Yes. So that means whatever the fuck expert you're on didn't work. You didn't solve the problem. What kind of fucking expert are you if you allow this shit to kill? And so if you really fucking knew what time it was, you selfish bastard. If you knew exactly how this shit is working and you haven't solved it yet, you selfish, ignorant ass. If I knew how to stop this shit, I'd have stopped it a long time ago. So there is no such thing as an expert on racism. There is no such thing as an expert on white supremacy. Because if there was, the shit wouldn't exist. Because that expert would have solved the fucking problem in the first place. Not talk and give history and give that and give this and that and time and shit like that and then as soon as we're done, all right, thanks for talking with y'all. Talk to y'all later. What? You're no fucking expert. You don't know what the fuck time it is.
Gotta fix it. Yeah, man. I'm about to go ahead and get off, man. Good bill today. This will be on the page. I'm gonna post this one probably early in the morning. It's been a good bill. I got a dip. Brother Saul, appreciate you.
Good brother. Appreciate you,
Have a
good brother.
blessed night.
Oh,
Carno, you still there with us? Appreciate
Con.
you.
She's still there. Appreciate you, Con.
Yeah, y'all better know it. Y'all better know it. That boy saw something real. All right, Kai, hopefully we get to chop it up to you with you next time. We couldn't hear you today. I don't know if you even attempted to come out mute, but